Hello, everyone. It has been a while. I'm sorry, you guys. I didn't mean to not stream for a week, but I felt like a loser not being able to because all of the shit is going on, and it's the perfect time for me to get these, like, literally just got a bunch of canker sores in my mouth because I was sick and really stressed, and then I couldn't stream because it was like my entire mouth was hurting. And I had them when I was streaming with Ogreboy last, and I kept biting it, and I just made it worse. So, but now we're back. We're all good. Things have healed. Okay. There's a lot to catch up on. My wife and I made our first child to this song. You know, not everything that occurs to you needs to be typed out into Twitch chat. Also, YouTube chat, I will be watching you guys, but unfortunately, I have gotten a warning from Twitch because of promoting fake engagement. And as far as I can tell, their evidence for this, because I appealed it and it was like basically instantly rejected, is that I was using multiple chat overlays on stream, which I guess you're not allowed to do anymore, which I didn't know was an issue. So I will be watching and responding to YouTube chat, but it cannot be on my screen any longer. So, but all right, let's get into this. Also tonight, Ogreboy and I are going to do an episode of Just Press Play. He'll be joining us at some point. But let's see. Other people still have that overlay. Yeah, but I have a warning now. And if I do it again, I could be like suspended and shit. And I'm trying to make partners, so I'm not trying to do that. Not trying to get suspended. And I can't think of what else it could possibly be. Really, because somebody else was issued the same warning and they got banned. So let's see. All right, let's get into this shit. So it starts here because I'm catching up and learning with you guys at the same time. So obviously, as talk of the files coming to light was, pressure was mounting for that. Trump was literally doing the we're all trying to find the guy who did this shit, and said that there's going to be a probe that his Department of Justice launches that is going to blow the lid off of this. Conveniently, he wants to go after like Clinton and shit. Trump threatens Justice Department probe into Epstein-Clinton relationship. Even though this is 3 minutes ago, this was like a few days ago, President Trump on Friday said he will direct the Justice Department to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's connections to former President Bill Clinton and others. Why it matters, Trump's demand comes after House Democrats released a series of emails this week detailing Trump's connection to Epstein, a convicted sex offender. Now that the Democrats are using the Epstein hoax involving Democrats, not Republicans, to try and deflect from their disastrous shutdown and all of their failures, Trump wrote on Truth Social, I will be asking AG Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice, together with our great patriots at the FBI, to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, who I believe was like fired or had to resign or something like that. He resigned. Larry Summers resigns from OpenAI board. Harvard launches probe after release of Epstein emails. Reid Hoffman, JP Morgan Chase, and many, many other people and institutions to determine what the hell is going on with them, and not him. Clinton, Summers, Hoffman, and JP Morgan Chase did not immediately respond to Axios' request for comment. Summers was always a piece of shit. Are you basing that off of how he was portrayed in The Social Network? House Democrats on Wednesday released emails that suggested Trump knew more about Epstein's conduct than he has acknowledged. No shit. Summers served as Treasury Secretary from 1999 to 2000, and Hoffman co-founded LinkedIn. JP Morgan Chase in 2023 reached a $75 million settlement in a lawsuit alleging the bank assisted and benefited from Epstein's sex trafficking. The bank did not admit wrongdoing. But it's so funny that like the links to an article says it's a fiasco of Trump's own making, because it really is. Like, dude, nobody made you put your like the half of your fucking party, if not more, run on this as a fucking issue. Nobody made you install Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and all these other QAnon influencers into your administration, into your fucking cabinet. You literally didn't need to be doing any of this shit or be talking constantly about how you want to blow the lid off the whole thing. What the fuck did you think was the public was going to expect when you occupy all three branches of government? So this is your own fault. And the idea that we're going to call it, like, again, the Epstein hoax. Like, I saw another post where he was saying it's the Democrat Epstein trap. Dude, Democrats didn't really give a fuck about this. So, kind of, what is it? Hoisted by your own petard over here. And then in light of all of those being done, all those emails being dumped, and everybody, all the Bubba memes, which have been great, just stunning. The New York Times posted this. This is their headline for that info dump. And this was the original headline because it's been stealth edited. Because it says Epstein emails reveals a bygone elite. But it said at first reveals a lost New York. So they've since changed it. The disgraced financiers recently released documents that are steeped in a clubby world that is all but gone. So don't worry, nothing to see here, folks. This is updated November 17th. Washington went nuts and the White House went on the defensive after lawmakers dumped more than 20,000 emails belonging to Jeffrey Epstein into the public domain on Wednesday. The central intrigue was the late financier's relationship with the president, but there were other stories buried in the massive documents. The emails are like a portal back to a lost Manhattan power scene. Mr. Epstein's inbox was larded with bold-faced names, many of them now faded or forgotten, that once meant everything to status-obsessed New Yorkers. It was the world that Donald Trump came out of and the one that Mr. Epstein had so effectively beguiled after having grown up in a middle-class household in Coney Island. As the emails stretch through the years, they show how that protected realm vanished into the mists of time, pulled under the rising forces of the internet and the hashtag #MeToo movement. Interesting way to frame this. Like, I don't like the idea that the only reason why he was held to account or like is in large part because of the Me Too movement. I don't know. Mr. Epstein and some of his male correspondents seemed to squirm as they noticed society changing around them. The bulk of the documents come from an email address, gvacation@gmail.com, that was set up around 2009 when Mr. Epstein was released from the Palm Beach County Jail after having served 13 months of an 18-month sentence on a reduced charge of soliciting prostitution. It wasn't exactly hard time. Florida officials allowed him to spend 12 hours a day, 6 days a week outside the facility. What did Me Too have to do with this? I guess it's saying that in light of Me Too, there was more public, there was more accountability, like demand from the public for like accountability for this stuff. But it's like, dude, sex trafficking was already illegal. Prostitution was already illegal. Like a lot of this could have proceeded in the exact same way, even without the Me Too movement. I don't know that like, I just would need to see more of it's a very tenuous connection, or I guess kind of like broad connection to draw between those two things. Where are we? The newly available emails continue into the summer of 2019 when Epstein was arrested and imprisoned after federal prosecutors charged him with sex trafficking. He was found dead in his cell at Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan on August 10, 2019. The earliest documents in the collection depict the twilight of an old guard made up of Wall Street billionaires, media industry heavyweights, politicians, and old money socialites, many of whom gathered at Mr. Epstein's 7-story townhouse on the Upper East Side, a mansion that one guest, Woody Allen, compared to Dracula's castle. In those days, print newspapers and magazines still held sway, and Mr. Epstein had close ties to many key players in the news media and adjacent industries. He exchanged emails with a number of insiders, including the real estate magnate Mortimer B. Zuckerman, who was the then owner of the New York Daily News, along with the journalist Michael Wolff. Mr. Zuckerman and Mr. Epstein had been part of a group that made an unsuccessful bid for New York Magazine in 2003. Mr. Zuckerman and Mr. Epstein were at it again the next year when they tried to buy Radar magazine. The cache of emails includes exchanges about going to dinner at Rao's, the uptown Italian restaurant where it was famously hard to get a table, and an invitation for Mr. Epstein to the 25th anniversary party for the New York Observer. It was a weekly paper printed on salmon-colored newsprint and read by the city's elite at the Four Seasons restaurant, where the elite once power lunch. It's now closed, co-hosted by Michael Bloomberg, he was the mayor, and Jared Kushner, who owned the Observer. I hate this use of parentheses, and I also think it is bizarre that we're like 1/4 of the way into this, and what they were talking about is the fact that there's exchanges about going to dinners at a famous Italian restaurant in New York. There was more salacious stuff in there that I think takes precedent over the fact that they were being invited to like the fucking Four Seasons or whatever. The celebration is going to be one of those quintessential New York nights. Oh, wait. I skipped this. The guest list included Matt Lauer and Harvey Weinstein. You've probably heard about what happened with them. See, Harvey Weinstein, if you want to talk about Me Too influencing Harvey, like the people who accuse Harvey Weinstein deciding to like come to light, that makes more sense to me. Epstein, not so much. The celebration is going to be one of those quintessential New York nights. Read the party invitation, which was sent by publicist Peggy Siegel, who was one of the city's social gatekeepers until her reputation was tarnished by her association with Epstein. Miss Siegel is all over his inbox, and her emails carry with them the atmosphere of a New York that no longer exists. Dude, it's so funny that they're trying to spin this as like, oh my God, like we got a peek into like, you know, the life of the elites with these emails, when in reality, from what I saw, like Epstein seemed like a fucking moron, and I thought it was amazing that like so much of what he like typed and would send to these people, he was like misspelling shit left and right. She would send Mr. Epstein articles she had written for Avenue magazine, a society publication one would encounter in the lobbies of dormant buildings on the Upper East Side, and dispatches from her nights out at the Monkey Bar, back when when that restaurant was co-owned by Graydon Carter, the then editor of Vanity Fair. The emails show the clubby nature of the old media suited Mr. Epstein. R. Corey Hay, a well-connected press agent, was another of Mr. Epstein's correspondents. In 2011, Mr. Hay sent an email to warn that Tina Brown, the former editor of The New Yorker and Vanity Fair, who was in charge of Newsweek and the Daily Beast at the time, had assigned a story on Mr. Epstein to the writer Alexandra Wolf, whose father was Tom Wolf. This is for Newsweek, the magazine that is on the stands, not the website, Mr. Hay explained. He offered to help. He told Mr. Epstein that the planned article was to be about his reemergence in New York after your previous problems. He suggested providing names and numbers of pro-Jeffrey power brokers for Alexandra to call. Mr. Hay went on to note that the reporter had already checked in with a few people in Mr. Epstein's orbit. The private equity titan Leon Black, the Victoria's Secret billionaire Leslie Wexner, and Mr. Trump. Reached by phone on Friday, Mr. Hay insisted that he never ended up doing any publicity work for Mr. Epstein. No, of course not. Suddenly, nobody ever knew the guy. Nobody talked to him, really. I barely knew him. It was a professional contact, blah, 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 blah. He added that he only contacted the financier at the behest of a mutual friend, Jonathan Farkas, a department store heir who was included in the email dump. By the time Mr. Hay reached out, Mr. Epstein was a registered sex offender. He also faced a number of lawsuits and was under investigation by the FBI. Mr. Hay said that, like others who moved among Manhattan's elite in those days, he was not fully aware of how heinous Mr. Epstein was, adding that he felt bamboozled by his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, why? Then you're a moron if you are actually moved by anything that this woman said. Like, as far as I can tell, these people were fucking boobs to the extent that I've even watched interviews with them. Like, the reason why they were trusted to me is like has more to do with the fact that they had like people propped up faith in them because they knew they were well connected, and that was carrying them forward. It's not that they were like particularly charismatic or intelligent. Obviously, again, if you read any of these emails, Epstein seems like a fucking moron. I wasn't aware of how heinous he was. It's like, again, he was already a registered sex offender, dude. I admit that I, too, along the way, had been blinded a little bit by the glamorous facade that Jeffrey and Ghislaine put on in social circles in New York and in Palm Beach, he said. Dude, like, what? Like, again, it's just the... I admit, I'm a moron. I'm easily duped. If you jingle shiny keys in my face, what can I say? In his attempts to improve his public image in 2011, Mr. Epstein also emailed with Ms. Siegel, trying to get her to lean on Arianna Huffington to publish some pro-Jeffrey content on the Huffington Post. What is this hyperlink to? Okay, Arianna Huffington's leaving Huffington Post. This was reported in 2016. If you rewrite your last email in better grammar, Ms. Siegel wrote, I can cut and paste and send it to Arianna Huffington from me. Like, again, they finally remark upon it. This dude, like, could not write for shit. And I don't even think he has, like, higher education or anything like that. Ms. Siegel said Friday that she never did forward that email to Ms. Huffington. So why then did she tell Mr. Epstein she would? People say things just to get people off the phone, Ms. Siegel said. Okay, true. I was never contacted, said Ms. Huffington, who co-founded the Huffington Post, now HuffPost, in 2005 and stayed on through 2016. Mr. Epstein was also in contact with Landon Thomas Jr., reporter at the New York Times from 2002 to 2019. Mr. Thomas, who wrote a feature story on Mr. Epstein for New York Magazine in 2002, left the Times after his failure to abide by our ethical standards, according to a Times spokeswoman. Care to elaborate? The lapse came when Mr. Thomas was found to have solicited a donation from Mr. Epstein for a cultural center in Harlem. Again, like, to the extent that people are under the spell, it's literally just as simple as he's well connected, he had a lot of money. As print began to fade, Mr. Epstein hired a digital consultant to try. And I mean, I guess people have to paint themselves as like, I was an idiot. Like, I was duped by it. I was brought in by the allure of all the glamour that he carries with him. And it's like, you have to say that, right? You have to be you have to present yourself as just this wide-eyed, naive moron. Otherwise, you would have to admit that, yeah, I was pulled in by the fact that he had a lot of money and was well connected, and I kind of wanted to get in on that. As print began to fade, Mr. Epstein hired a digital consultant to try to squelch out negative articles about himself from search results, but it didn't seem to work. Mr. Epstein sent a series of screenshots to the consultant in 2014, showing that when he searched his name from a new computer in the Virgin Islands, the results remained the same. Mr. Wolf popped into Mr. Epstein's inbox often to brainstorm about how to shape his media coverage, suggesting publications that might accept an opinion piece or a reporter that could prove sympathetic. This is also so weird to like even think that the way that you should improve this is to like flood the media with a bunch of articles instead of just trying to get people to forget. Mr. Wolf was also offered up his own column Inches to help his friend. He had joined USA Today as a freelance columnist, and he mentioned in 2015 that he could use New York Magazine. In 2016, Mr. Wolf advised Mr. Epstein to try to do some reputational repair work with an appearance on Charlie Rose's PBS talk show. Mr. Rose would lose that job. I was going to see if they mentioned that. He was like, me too. Not to mention his anchor job at CBS in 2017 when multiple allegations of sexual harassment were made against him at the height of the #MeToo movement. And why this is supposed to support that Epstein being held to account had to do with the Me Too movement. Like, you're pointing to other examples. Again, Harvey Weinstein, Charlie Rose. Yes, they were examples of men that were powerful and held to account, probably because of Me Too and the momentum that propelled, but not Epstein. From the vantage point of Mr. Epstein's inbox, the revelations concerning the abusive behavior of men in power played out like a psychological thriller. Mr. Epstein wrote to one confidant, "So many guys caught in the Me Too, reaching out to me asking when does the madness stop." To another, he wrote, "Brett Ratner now, oi." Mr. Epstein was referring to the film director and producer who had stepped away from a $450 million deal with Warner Bros. After the LA Times reported on allegations made against him by 6 women. Mr. Ratner has since resurfaced as the director of Melania, a soon-to-be-released Amazon Prime documentary about Melania Trump, which the First Lady is producing. In case you haven't noticed, nobody really goes away anymore. There's kind of just like a hiatus, and then most of them come back just fine. Louis C.K., anyone? Mr. Epstein and Mr. Wolf also emailed about another director whose reputation had sagged, their mutual friend, Mr. Allen. Mr. Epstein fretted to Mr. Wolf that Mr. Allen's brain trust wasn't savvy enough to help him fight back in the digital era. "They are all old thinkers," Mr. Epstein wrote, adding, "no social media strategy." In 2018, someone forwarded to Mr. Epstein that year's program from Miss Brown's Women in the World Summit, which boasted a powerful packed agenda of remarkable female newsmakers sharing their stories of male misbehavior. "Let's do a Men of the World conference," wrote Lawrence Krauss. Great idea. A prominent theoretical physicist at Arizona State University who would soon depart the university after being accused by several women of sexual misconduct. Yeah, okay. His proposed summit, he wrote, would include Kevin Spacey, Bill Clinton, Al Franken, and Mr. Allen. This would have hell of a lineup, man. Toward the end of his life, Mr. Epstein expressed amazement about the sudden cultural shift in an email to Joy Ito, who ran the media lab at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology until he resigned in 2019 over his connection to the befouled financier. In addition to losing his MIT post, Mr. Ito stepped down from the board positions at the MacArthur Foundation, the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, and the New York Times Company. With all these guys getting busted for harassment, I have moved slightly up the reputation ladder and have been asked every day for advice, etc., Mr. Epstein wrote to Mr. Ito. So many of these people whose names appear in the recently released emails have now left the public stage, but not the man occupying the Oval Office. Epstein was a Democrat and he is the Democrats' problem, Mr. Trump wrote in a social media post on Friday. He then set his sights on the former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers and the venture capitalist and Democratic political donor Reid Hoffman. Ask Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, and Larry Summers about Epstein. They know all about him. Don't waste your time with Trump. I have a country to run. Love it. Well, would he always? Yep. Wasn't aware, dude. I don't think that carries any water. Yeah, like this whole, like, I was ignorant. I didn't know who he was. Give me a break, dude. Give me a break. Especially the 2010s. Like, what are you talking about? You don't know who you're talking to. Summers was always a piece of shit. Oh, you were a staffer for Summers, and that's how you knew he was a piece of shit. I think people probably kind of share that sentiment. He was LARPing as a genius mathematician, economist. He wasn't just LARPing. Like, at one point, he did have a position at, like, Columbia University or something like that because nobody bothered to check if he actually had the credentials he was boasting. So did they ever write, like, the New York Times? If I put Trump Bubba, did they ever write about this? How could they not? Okay, they wrote, Trump did not have sexual relations with Bubba Bill Clinton. This is New York Magazine, though. But I guess, was that really the New York Times? That's all they had to say about that in light of everything that was released in the last week? Trump did not have sexual relations with Bubba Bill Clinton. This is by Margaret Hartman. A couple days ago. Last week, Congress released more than 2,300 emails Jeffrey Epstein sent or received between 2008 and 2019. The most substantial revelation, as highlighted by Democrats in the first leak, was that the late sex offender once said of Donald Trump, of course he knew about the girls. Of course you don't hear about that at all. In the first article that we just read, they're talking more about, did you know that they're talking about a bygone era in New York City and like this Italian restaurant that was really hard to get into, and these people whose names, like, again, they're having to tell you who all of these people are because it's not readily apparent because they're not really, I don't think they were really ever as relevant as that article was trying to make them seem. Or I should take it in the context of, like, being a big deal in the, like, New York City social sphere or just New York in general, But a 2018 email Mark Epstein sent to his brother Jeffrey may ultimately have the most impact. The one-sentence question about someone named Bubba has gone viral, spawning a new conspiracy theory and forcing us to ponder appalling questions we never thought we would. Specifically, did Donald Trump have sexual relations with that former president, Bill Clinton? The evidence for this theory, such as it is this one March 2018 email exchange. Mark checks in with Jeffrey asking, how are you? How are you doing? Jeffrey says he's with Steve Bannon, Trump's former White House chief of staff. Then Mark says, ask him if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba. To many, this was obviously a joke. In March 2018, questions about whether the Russians had footage of Trump engaging in taboo sex acts were very much part of the national conversation. This is like the P-tape stuff, if I remember correctly. Days before the email was sent, The New Yorker published a story that began, of all the allegations about Donald Trump contained in the ex-British spy Christopher Steele's infamous dossier, the most notorious remains a secondhand report that Trump consorted with prostitutes in 2013 while staying at the presidential suite, the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Moscow, and that at his request, the prostitutes urinated on a bed in which President Barack Obama and his wife had previously slept. Bubba is a well-known nickname for Bill Clinton. The former president was impeached over an affair with White House intern Monica Lewinsky. It's a little bit more complicated than that. It's because he lied about having that affair, not because of the affair itself. His defense partly rested on his claim that receiving oral sex does not count as sexual relations. Thus, Mark Epstein was conflating two presidential sex scandals to humorous effect. But some people weren't alive in 1998, and it shows. Okay, it's not that. Do they actually? This person who's like writing this article is like thinking that people actually truly believe this. I mean, like there are people that do, but one, I don't even think that you're crazy to, but I think most people are just kind of taking the piss out of it. By Friday, posts asking who is Bubba were going viral, and search terms like photos of Trump and Clinton were exploding. A lot of the engagement with this tale of star-crossed presidential romance was clearly just about the lulz. Multiple Trump-Clinton montages set to Chappell Roan songs were posted to TikTok, and there was even a Bubba reference on SNL. However, some online posters seem to think the email had actually exposed a shocking new angle in the longtime feud between Trump and the Clintons. A video, like, even if it doesn't, like, the fact that they're joking about it is newsworthy. A video of Trump grabbing Clinton's crotch was suddenly all over the internet. The image of Trump and Clinton golfing together in 2020 is real, but the handsy video it spawned is AI generated, which I saw. In an interview with The Advocate, U.S. Representative Robert Garcia, the top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, called the Bubba message a very, very interesting email and suggested we simply can't tell what that's in reference to without some more context. There's a massive cover-up at the White House and the DOJ right now over the files, he said. Those are the documents that we need for us to fill in the blanks and actually put this together. But while Jeffrey Epstein is dead and has absolutely no credibility, conveniently that is not true of the person who actually sent the emails. On Sunday, Mark Epstein released a statement to the Daily Beast, Newsweek, and other outlets saying he was just joking. Trust me, bro. Recently, emails from 2018 between my brother and I, were made public. They were simply part of a humorous private exchange between two brothers and were never meant for public release or to be interpreted as serious remarks, Mark said. Okay, case closed, but the statement continued. Are they joking or not? I can't tell. I mean, they don't seem to think anything happened. For the avoidance of doubt, the reference to Bubba in this correspondence is not in any way a reference to former President Bill Clinton. Then Ali Clark, a spokesperson for Mark Epstein, told The Advocate in an email that Bubba is a private individual who is not a public figure. So who is this other Bubba? Do we really have to go down a rabbit hole on Ghislaine Maxwell's horse? And how does the line, ask him if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba, make sense if it isn't a reference to the Lewinsky scandal? Okay, so they don't believe him. It's almost like he's lying. We may never have the answer to these questions, but Mark Epstein's broader point is clear. He was definitely not suggesting Bill Clinton and Donald Trump were involved in a torrid romance. The White House is not addressed on the Bubba email specifically. When people asked for comment, they replied with a statement broadly dismissing the Epstein emails as a hoax and a distraction. Distraction from what? Apparently, I guess the Democrat shutdown that's already ended, whatever. However, these two TikToks posted on Friday do seem to say, for the record, the president is madly in love with his wife, a woman who is not Bill Clinton. Oh yeah, is this going to link to like... Where is it? Oh, this, like, the most iconic duo. Is a single BJ really a torrid romance anyway? In the 21st century? That's kind of been redefined, you know? That is beyond bizarre. Okay. But then, pressure mounts. What's her name from Phoenix is sworn in. Or from Arizona, not Phoenix. And this gets into, like, the rift that is played out between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Trump. And I want to see what she said when she was on the House floor. Let's see. Marjorie Taylor Greene unleashes on cover-up of rich, powerful elites before Epstein vote.
5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Georgia, Mrs. Greene.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proudly rise today in a bipartisan effort to release the Epstein files, finally, after 5 administrations have covered it up. Earlier today, I attended the press conference where the survivors, they're not victims, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's
It's so funny to watch her have to correct herself and use like woke terminology, because the survivors thing, that's definitely a post-Me Too era type, syntax. She would never have used that otherwise.
Sexual abuse and
that's actually something that, like, again, I could see her behind the scenes, not publicly, making fun of.
Sex trafficking, told their stories. And they told stories about how it started back in 1991, 1996, and they continued on through the decades. And they told stories about how they told someone and tried to get help. They told the FBI and they weren't listened to. And they told law enforcement and no one did anything. And these women don't just number a few. These women number around 1,000 women. And they are victims of something that's unthinkable. And this should have never, ever happened. This was the biggest fight I think I've seen in Washington, D.C. This is my 5th year here. And this was a fight that we should have never had to wage. It should have been the easiest thing for every single member of Congress. It should have been the easiest thing for the Speaker of the
I wonder if she's doing some deep reflection behind the scenes about just why exactly it has been so hard to get these released. Again, what was voted on and passed, what's becoming a law, really, like it didn't need to happen that way. Trump at any moment, at any time, could have directed the DOJ, the FBI, whoever, to release these. They didn't need Congress to force them. It's just like a pressure tactic.
The House. It should have been the easiest thing for the President of the United States to release all the information, every single file, on behalf of these American women. These American women aren't rich, powerful elites. They do not have someone paying for their airline tickets or paying for their trips or paying for their expenses every time they try to do something to get this information out. These are your average Americans.
Okay, so Michael Tracy is obviously on the warpath with all of this stuff. His favorite thing apparently is to the extent that he ever can, anytime that there's victims talking that he's in close proximity to, is ask them, so how old were you when Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficked you, abused you, etc.? Because he knows that a lot of the victims that make allegations or have made allegations about Jeffrey Epstein were over the age of 18, because he really likes to dispel the narrative that it's a child sex trafficking ring, because yeah, they're minors. It was girls under the age of 18, but I guess he doesn't like that, because when you think child, you're not thinking 16-year-olds, even though 16-year-olds are kids. But when she says, they're doing this out of they're paying for all of these things out of their own pocket, I can just hear Michael Tracy being yeah, but because they want to get a big payout.
And you want to know what the Epstein files represent?
They're investing.
Cover-up represents to average Americans. It represents the failures of the federal government and Congress to the American people. And that is what people rose up about in 2024. They wanted and demanded transparency from their government, and for Americans finally to be put...
The president's been distancing himself from Marjorie Taylor Greene lately. Understatement of the year. I mean, he's literally calling her Marjorie Taylor Greene.
First. And today, with this vote, we are finally putting these victims and these survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and the cabal of rich, powerful elites that expands not just here in the United States.
Okay, Marjorie, you're not helping yourself when you say stuff like that. This is where the QAnon roots and the the Jewish space laser shit comes out. But if there was anybody who was going to break from the Republican ranks on this and actually force it as an issue, even though, again, as far as I can tell, Marjorie Taylor Greene's family or she herself, I've looked into it before, how she had the money to fund the congressional run is because she was a small business tyrant, or her family was, and that's how she funded it. But 5 years ago, or 6 years ago, before she was even in Congress, the reason why she got interested in this is because of Facebook, memes and shit. So...
States of America, but to other countries as well. We're putting them last.
How likely do you think it is that Trump's directed investigation to Epstein, specifically the Clintons, just a ploy to block certain files get released surrounding his ties to Epstein, and this is why he did a 180 on the release? I think he did a 180 on the release because he saw he was losing control of the party, and that it was going to pass because there were too many Republican defectors, even though they had been fighting it. So he caved, and honestly, I think it comes down to him throwing a hissy fit. I really don't even think that I think it's giving him too much credit to think that Donald Trump has some grand strategy here. I think they're really just playing it by ear. And all of these investigations, maybe they're going to be able to, delay the release of some of the most salacious stuff. But again, to the extent that you'd be able to delay it, wouldn't you be delaying the transparency and release of the people that you're investigating, aka the Democrats? You wouldn't want to do that if you want the unless I have that wrong, right? But the stuff that would be delayed and being released is anything negative that pertains to Democrats. And then that's just more media attention and time that can be devoted to anything that implicates Republicans or higher or like Republican donors.
And that is exactly what Americans want. You see, for far too long, Americans have been put last, and they're sick of it.
Tracy is so insanely contrarian on this issue. I can't even be mad at it. It's kind of like his whole thing. He's like, he loves to be contrarian because he's been right every now and then, and he just like gets a really big high, I think, off of when he's like vindicated.
They're sick and tired of it. And this is why they don't trust Congress. This is why they don't trust the government. And here's the problem. All of these women who have suffered in shame for years and years and years, women who were terrified, They
will also censor based on national security. Yes, but if you actually read the language of the bill, it's kind of future-proofed that excuse being used to just blanket redact a bunch of stuff. Because one, even if they were allowed to redact the files that heavily, then the public is going to render a very guilty verdict against them and be uncharitable because they're going to assume that it's not plausible that all of these documents that you've released, that all of the information is sensitive and couldn't be released to the public. People are going to read the worst into that. So they have to make the calculation. Is every single redaction worth the social capital that we're going to have to, the political capital that we're going to have to use, instead of trying to deal with the backlash from transparency about what's contained in these documents? And every single redaction that they make, they can't just redact it and not say why. They have to provide a summary of what was redacted and justify each individual thing.
Who were intimidated, women who were threatened, just like Virginia Giuffre. And now she's dead. And these women should have never faced that, for this information to come out. And we, especially the 4 Republican members of the House of Representatives, we should have never faced intimidation and threats for us to get this vote to come to the floor. Never forget.
As far as the only Republicans that deserve any credit on this whatsoever for actually holding to their word, unfortunately, Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, and help me with the 4th, you guys.
4.
But no one else. They were all against it until they literally could not be. So anybody who's trying to be like, I voted for it, I was fine with it. Nope. All those other Republicans were not saying anything, or they were completely fine with it. Not coming out.
Myself, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert. We had to sign a discharge petition.
What is the future of Nazi Barbie? Does she have juice? You mean Marjorie Taylor Greene? I think unfortunately she does. And the reason why is because Marjorie Taylor Greene can at least see the writing on the wall, and that, this administration is very, very unpopular, and there is going to be there's going to be a Republican Party beyond MAGA, which kind of starts and ends with a personality cult related to Trump. And there's not really a clear ideological successor to that. Even if there were, it wouldn't necessarily, the cult of personality that exists surrounding Trump wouldn't necessarily transfer over to this newly anointed successor. I don't think Vance is going to pick it up to just overnight like that. So I think that she has higher political aspirations. How far she'll go, I'm not sure.
And we had to fight through intimidation.
Marjorie Taylor Greene or JD Vance for a 2028 Republican ballot. If she tried to get on it, I don't think she would win. I think she would struggle to even get a seat in the Senate, to be honest.
And we had to endure it for months to push that discharge petition. Finally,
Republican voters don't seem to mind their officials claim credit for things they voted against, like Build Back Better. Well, they don't know. But to the extent that they know, yeah, I don't even think that you're wrong that they don't care. But Democrats should not make it easier for them to take credit for it.
218 to get this vote to come out. This is what the American people are sick of, and rightfully so. Now, where does this go from here? The question will remain, will the Department of Justice release all the information? Will a judge in New York release the information? Will the CIA release the information? And will foreign governments release their information? Or will this continue after this vote today be a cover-up? A cover-up of the rich, powerful elites that bond together in sex and human trafficking abuse in all types of global business that enriches them but never serves Americans. The American people will know, and the victims, actually the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, will know because they know the list of names. And I remain dedicated to my promise to read those names here on the House floor if those women ever find them in a place that it needs to be done. I yield back to Mr.
Gentlelady
Mace.
from Georgia yields.
What did,
So, Mr. Speaker.
Let's see, who's who? Okay, I want to see what Thomas Massie said.
Reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield myself a minute and 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute.
I want to thank the generosity of Jim McGovern, Representative McGovern, for granting us this time. I'm embarrassed for my own party today. I'm embarrassed we withheld swearing in a duly representative of the people for 49 days just to avoid this vote.
I mean, it's also not a coincidence that the ones that are the most in the Republican Party that are speaking about this most freely and kind of candidly are Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who do not take money from AIPAC and other key Republican donors that would otherwise probably have a chilling effect on what they'd be willing to say.
It's finally going to happen today. I'm embarrassed that my own party isn't going to yield me time to
The Plaskett situation? What's that?
debate this, even though they say they support it, and I authored it. They don't even want to yield me time to debate this during the bill debate. But I'm thankful. Let me tell you who I'm thankful to. These three brave women, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert, they have been threatened. They have been intimidated. Physically,
Lauren Boebert is the fourth.
politically, it's disgusting. And not by the far left. They have been intimidated by people in our own party. And for what? For seeking justice for these victims. So my hat's off. I congratulate them for standing strong. I've always wondered, where were the Republican men during this battle? We've taken 5 months. These three women and I have had to drag our party to this floor today to even vote on this. And Ro Khanna is the most to be thanked here in an extraordinary display of bipartisanship. He did not hesitate when I asked if we wanted to bring this bill to the floor together, if he would stand in the trenches with me. He said yes. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Other good news, Texas gerrymandering was struck down by a court. If it holds, it'll be a crazy backfire, leaving the GOP with less seats, LMAO. Yet that has been a really good silver lining to all of this, is that, like, if you thought the Democrats ending the government shutdown early and collaborating with MAGA was a massive L and faceplant, Greg Abbott basically said, hold my beer, because that shit is so embarrassing and completely unforced error on their part.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself.
Oh, Plaskett was a Dem rep who got exposed for texting Epstein for coaching during. Yeah, this is like, didn't Raskin defend this person? Also, the second Jamie Raskin L. I don't even know why he is doing this. He is like very quickly eroding my image of him.
Much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Boy, we need to get facts straight here. President Trump's DOJ, in his first term, arrested and prosecuted.
Okay, I'm not helping this lady, and even though it will be unbearable to hear, we're listening to this at normal speed for her.
Jeffrey Epstein. We on our side want justice to prevail in this case and in every case. Speaker Johnson has always been clear that if the discharge petition reached the necessary signatures, that the House would consider the legislation. And
I mean, he's always been clearly a hypocrite on this, like calling for I support the release left and right, and then doing everything in his power to make sure it doesn't fucking happen.
That's what we're providing for in our rule today. In fact, as soon as the petition hit 218 votes last Wednesday, House Republicans offered a unanimous consent request to pass the legislation then. However,
the Democrat
leader would not give consent to do that last week.
Right.
Why? Because they're not really interested in this. They're interested in some other things. And, Mr. Speaker,
I mean, you want to know who's not interested in this? Donald Trump. Because, again, these could have been released at any time if he wanted them to be.
I have to correct the record. Mr. Massie did not request time from me. I'm the person who controls the time.
Okay, hell yeah, he's going to respond to this.
On the Republican side, and he did not request time from me, or I would have given him time. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I'd like to now recognize the gentlelady from South Carolina for 5 minutes, Nancy Mace.
Gentlelady from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Trigger warning, Nancy Mace.
And I want to thank my colleagues today for the time, Mr. McGovern and Mr. Khanna, for the 5 minutes on the floor to speak about an issue that is not political for me.
Can we skip Nancy? No, I need to see how much she virtue signals.
Being the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and his horrific, gruesome, brutal sex trafficking ring is deeply personal. And while we often have many disagreements about a lot of issues, maybe most issues, today they are allowing us to speak on the floor. And I want to thank my
Beans warning.
colleagues, Congressman Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert, the four of us making history today over the discharge petition and delivering justice for those who have desperately fought for it for, in some cases, almost 30 years. I wore white today because I wanted to reflect on the innocence of the young women who had their innocence stolen from a demon named Jeffrey Epstein, from demons, friends of his, rich and powerful people who stole their innocence as young
I'm sorry,
as
it's just
14
like, how can I make this about me more? That's why I'm going ew.
Years old. It was taken from them, and they've never
Nancy's, you know what, are hard. She's so into. I'm pretty sure it's just like a fake boob job.
gotten it back.
Or like just like a breast augmentation.
Wearing white today to recognize the courage that it takes for women to come forward, the sacrifices to them personally, professionally, financially, the embarrassment, the humiliation, the shame that we still deliver on the backs of women who have been brutalized, who've been raped, who've been assaulted. The shame that the media pours over their heads, that their colleagues, their friends, their neighbors, their loved ones, because you come forward and because you talk about sexual assault, you are not a slut. It's not because of what you wore. You're not a whore. But that's how women are treated, and you're not lying. And I want every woman to know, every Epstein survivor to know, every woman across the country who is a survivor, who is a victim of assault, that today we see you. And this fight and this vote tonight, I see it is about the Epstein victims, but it's about much more.
But it's also about me and being able to use this time to virtue signal.
The Epstein victims. This is about the powerless, taking power away from the very powerful.
And make no mistake, this is literally just a way for her to not only self-aggrandize and virtue signal off the back of these women and their victimhood and literally center herself, but also to avoid having to discuss her party's like broader complicity in this outside of like, why aren't we doing this sooner? This is not good or whatever. But she's not really being as like forceful as Massie is being, for example, saying that like, yeah, shame on my party for not for trying to cover this up or for, you know, like supporting the obstruction of the release of these files.
This is about giving women who never had a voice, giving a voice to the voiceless. This is about their sacrifice. This is about having and recognizing their courage. This is about justice for the Epstein victims, but it's also about hope. Earlier this year, I gave a speech right here on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, detailing trauma that I experienced, endured, and am a survivor of, that I accidentally uncovered 2 years ago, almost to the day. And today, I still don't have justice, like millions of women across the country.
Me, I, this is about me and Nancy Mace.
When I spoke out, I got attacked. When I spoke out, I was shamed. When I spoke out, I was defamed and smeared, and that goes on today, right now, in the present.
Trauma that I endured while getting a handshake. What is she referring to?
God sure has a funny way of working through us. I, like many of the Epstein survivors and many other survivors across the country, I don't think I will ever heal from the destruction my abuser did to me. But I can heal by being a vessel and being a voice for all those who need it, and that's why we are here today. That is why I will never abandon
a single survivor.
Okay, like I'm not trying to shame her for any of this or like be ridiculous. I'm not skeptical. It's like I'm just like the idea that she spent the majority of that time talking about herself is just stunning.
And I will never waver. I spent my morning talking to law enforcement and others about another potential Jane Doe number 5, who may be another sexual assault victim in the case that I uncovered 2 years ago. It's very difficult for us to come forward, but I want to thank the women who have, the Epstein victims, the victims in the case that I uncovered. I want to thank all of you for being a voice, for giving me hope. Maybe one day I too can get.
Thank the victims? Okay, whatever. Bizarre. Let's see. Okay, so obviously Congress, then the Senate overwhelmingly vote, with one holdout being Clay Higgins. Congress overwhelmingly approves releasing Epstein files. This was reported last night. The House on Tuesday approved a bill directing the Justice Department to release all files related to its investigation into the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in a near unanimous vote that was a stunning turn for an effort that Republicans had worked for months to kill. Keep this in mind always. Hours later, Senator Chuck Schumer, Democrat of New York, and the minority leader won unanimous agreement for the Senate to pass the measure as soon as it arrived in the chamber, which would clear it for President Trump's signature. Mr. Trump, who toiled for months to derail the bill but reversed himself once it was clear it would pass overwhelmingly, which Dancer Vile and YouTube chat, like I really do think it just comes down to the fact that like he saw no path forward to stand in opposition to it. He'd lost control of the party and his ability to whip the no votes, so he just said like he's going to pretend like, oh yeah, I always supported it. And to the extent that I didn't, it was because it's a distraction for my agenda, and the Democrats just want to release information on victims because they're perverts or whatever. That's probably going to be the rationalization. He has said he would sign it. In the House, the 427-1 vote came after Democrats, joined by a tiny group of Republican defectors, succeeded in forcing the legislation to the floor over the vehement opposition of President Trump and GOP leaders, in particular Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. It reflected how the Epstein affair and the president's handling of it has fractured Mr. Trump's political coalition and suggested a slip in his iron grip on his party. I think people are being too premature. I've heard people say like, "Oh, Trump is he's like a lame duck already into his second term." But chill. I wish that were the case, but I don't think that's the case just yet. The sole lawmaker to vote no was Representative Clay Higgins, a far-right Republican from Louisiana. Even as they voted to demand the release of the files, Republican leaders dismissed the measure as a political show vote driven by Democrats who were only feigning interest in the Epstein saga in the hopes of inflicting political damage on Mr. Trump. It's so funny to watch this be reversed for once and they have to put themselves in the position of voting for like the virtues, what they're trying to label as like the virtue signal bills, right? Because there have been so many times where they have brought to the floor stupid virtue signal bills that Democrats went along on, like, oh, let's make it illegal for non-U.S. citizens to vote federally, a thing that was like already illegal, and the Democrats vote for these bills, or like either they vote against them and then they have to explain why, and then that still ends up being used as like fodder in attack ads, or they can vote for them, but then you're legitimizing a scheme that it exists to waste the American tax, the American voters like tax dollars, and also just like you're just giving Republicans things to talk about, like. It's lose-lose, but it's so funny to watch all of these Republicans get mad about this, but nonetheless have to vote yes for it because they'll face too much backlash if they don't. And even though the president has said he would sign the bill, if it were to reach his desk, its proponents raise questions about whether the Justice Department would ultimately release the files. And before we move on, I just want to say this is Clay Higgins this was 3 months ago, and this is where I found this clip, or I remember watching this clip, where he tried to prevent a key Epstein vote, just absolutely shamelessly. This was July 24th, 2025. This is when this conversation kind of first started heating up.
Where the Republicans are in this saga. Now, I want to return to the thing that was mentioned in the article and the thing that was the subject of the first clip, which was this 3-minute exchange in this House Oversight Subcommittee in which Democratic ranking member Robert Garcia, the man who replaced the late Jerry Connolly. Okay, and this is, by the way, again, a solid step in the right direction. Garcia is young, he's fiery, he's smart. And we're seeing now, even though he's only been the ranking member for a couple of weeks, he's actually delivering results because he just defeated the Republicans and forced them to capitulate, to issue a subpoena to order the Trump administration to turn over the entire Epstein files. Obviously, the Trump administration may not play ball, but you're going to see these 3 minutes unfold. And take careful note of what the Republican chairman, Clay Higgins, tries to do here to evade this.
Again, 3 months ago. Keep that in mind.
to the record listing the members of this committee and their individual calls to release the Epstein files.
Shona, without objection. The subcommittee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Point of order.
Oh, you said you wanted to do a vote? Actually, it's time for recess. We got to go to recess, you guys.
Are we not going to take the vote?
We're in recess. That was a previous order.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, we need to take the vote from the motion.
We're in recess pursuant to the previous order, which passed without objection. So we're in recess, and we will move to those votes.
So first, they're trying to put the subcommittee in recess to avoid taking the vote, and he's being called out on it.
Sorry, this is out of order conversation. I'm just being polite. We had the previous order that we moved without objection. Votes would be moved until.
So even though he didn't clarify how long this recess was going to proceed or any of that, you can't talk to him right now because we're on recess and this is out of order conversation, folks.
After deliberation. Well, subject to call of the chair. Our hope is today we have plans. We have plans.
We have forever recess.
We have plans.
So when is the actual? When are we back in session for this subcommittee? After votes?
That's subject to the call of the chair, as I stated. So
We're at the
reflective of the previous order. So stand by. And
So again, recess to avoid taking the vote. They come back, and the issue is pushed again.
now,
Like, I don't even know why he did this. It's not even like a smart filibuster delay tactic. It wasn't going to do anything except cause bad clips for him.
we will be calling up Ms. Lee's motion as amended. All those in favor?
I learned today that Clay Higgins is friends with a man who was convicted of an incestuous relationship with a minor. Did you know that he has admitted to voting for David Duke in the 90s? This is also that same person.
Say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the, pardon?
The ayes have it.
In the opinion of the chair, the no has it.
So even though the ayes definitely have it, Higgins, who voted no, is saying, actually, no, the
Like,
no's
how he didn't get more shit for this at this time is insane.
have it. So they force him to do a vote, like an actual vote instead of a voice call.
Recorded vote, sir.
Recorded vote is
Like, I would be laughing too if I were in this room if it weren't just so fucking shameless and disgusting.
called for. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Gosar. Mr. Biggs.
Nancy Mace's face.
Ms. Mace. Aye. Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Ms. Boebert. Mr. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Jack
Bobert absent.
votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms.
Bad Brain, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. Really, really appreciate it.
Lee votes yes. Mr. Bell.
Aye.
Mr. Bell votes aye. Ms. Simon. Aye. Ms. Simon votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Chairman. No. Mr. Chairman votes no.
You just hear that forlorn no,
No.
when he realized the math ain't mathin'.
Mr. Biggs is not recorded. Mr. Biggs votes nay.
I think C-SPAN audio might be worse than leftist audio. This is pretty bad.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 8, the nays are 2.
So
like, again, if I knew about this, so anybody who knew how much of an issue Clay Higgins, like, tried to make this and embarrassingly tried to block it, like, I wasn't surprised that he continued to. The lone vote saying no, and the reason why is because he thinks it's, like, there's not precedent for it. There's no reason. I can't even remember it wasn't even convoluted. It was just appealing to something that I don't even think is, like, historically or factually grounded, saying that, like, we don't need to do this, is under the jurisdiction of the DOJ, and also there's victims implicated or something like that, trying to frame it like, oh, I care about these people. I really, really care. And then also Mike Johnson, this article is talking about, like, the vehement opposition of GOP leaders or whatever. It's like, dude, even after they voted, they were still sweating. This is Mike Johnson after he voted for this bill.
To Leader Thune, you seeing the bill without adding amendments or changing it?
I am deeply disappointed in this outcome. I think I've been at the state dinner. I don't know. I was just told that Chuck Schumer rushed it to the floor and
again, the predictable outcome once Trump realized he was calling for it and that he had lost control of the party and he could not whip no votes for this.
out there
And he couldn't whip the votes either.
preemptively.
And Thune didn't really seem interested in staking out his reputation on this and trying to get the no votes either. Like, Thune had said days before, I'm probably not going to amend it. I don't know why. He actually seems kind of genuinely surprised that Thune didn't help him out. I want this to go away. Whatever. Thune denies Johnson's demand for Epstein bill changes. This is last night at 9:20 p.m. Speaker Mike Johnson said he voted for the Jeffrey Epstein disclosure bill Tuesday based on his hope that the Senate would make changes he's been demanding. Again, there was nothing stopping Mike Johnson from speaking up and trying to make the changes himself. Why he tried to push it on to Thune and then get mad at him when he didn't do the thing he had already signaled to him, I'm not going to be doing that, beyond me. Senate Majority Leader John Thune shot that down. Thune said Tuesday evening that while he had talked with the Speaker about the bill, he and Senate GOP legal counsel decided the legislation was sufficient. The Senate effectively approved the legislation by unanimous consent mere hours after House passage Tuesday afternoon, without provisions sought by Johnson, including additional victim and whistleblower name protections, which is I'm sure he cares about. Yep. I talked to the Speaker a bit, and we've been in consultation, obviously, with the White House on this for some time. Again, this was not new. Thune told reporters the conclusion was that when it came out of the House, 427-1, that, it was going to pass in the Senate. Thune's refusal to amend the bill was just the latest setback Johnson had faced in the Epstein saga, where the Louisiana Republican sought a rank-and-file member of his own party, Representative Thomas Massie, a Republican from Kentucky. Isn't this also where, Rand Paul is from? Why are all the libertarians from Kentucky? Pull off a stunning legislative end run despite the Speaker's months-long opposition campaign. Johnson said after House passage Tuesday that he would insist upon changes. I talked to John Thune over the weekend. I just texted him, we're going to get together. We'll talk about this. Didn't happen. Johnson told reporters as he left the floor, there's an easy way to amend the legislation to make sure that we don't do permanent damage to the justice system, which Republicans definitely care about, what with their dear leader who ignores federal court orders, who ignores his own Supreme Court, who, doesn't care about whether or not Congress allocated funds for him to gut or this guy, you care about permanent damage to the justice system. I'm going to insist upon that. Asked if he would press Trump to veto the bill if the Senate didn't amend it, Johnson said he would cross that bridge if necessary, so let's see if he actually does that stupid shit. He also raised national security concerns about the bill Tuesday. Thune said Senate Republican lawyers examined the legislation and determined it could go forward without being amended. Our lawyers obviously had looked closely at some of the issues and had concluded that the bill, I think, was, sufficient to accomplish what needed to be done here, and that is to get the information out there as quickly as possible, Thune said. Earlier this week, Johnson told reporters he had received some comfort, quote unquote, from the Senate that the chamber would make the changes. Again, he was up at night at the idea that the bill that he would vote for without challenging, God forbid, it actually becomes law. God forbid the thing that you voted for and say you support actually, went forward and became legislation. But Thune never publicly indicated he expected the Senate to revise the bill and even warned earlier Tuesday that changes were unlikely. The only short-lived whiff of resistance that appeared in the Senate Tuesday came from Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, a Republican from Oklahoma, the greatest state, who appeared to raise concerns at the last minute but did not block the effort. We were trying to see if we needed to change language to protect the victims, Mullen said to reporters. Again, if they actually thought that language would protect the victims and wasn't obviously going to show that their real agenda is just trying to prevent it being released or trying to get everything redacted or whatever, they would have done it. But they're all trying to, nobody wants to be willing to actually, hold the hot potato long enough to fucking do it. They're all trying to pass it off to one another. Shortly before, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer sought unanimous consent to greenlight the bill. Mullen said that there had been a quote-unquote conversation with the administration about what the Oklahoma Republican characterized as technical changes, which ultimately didn't get made.
It needed amendments. I just spoke to the president about that. We'll see what happens.
Ellen C. Fig, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1. You've been subscribed for 5 months and you're on a 5-month streak. Really, really appreciate it. And Mosby, thank you for subscribing at Tier 1. You subscribed for 3 months. Gang, and thank you again for subscribing to my Tier 3 that one time, which is why we have YouTube Premium.
So do you think he may veto it? You say you spoke to the president?
I'm not saying that.
Is he supportive of it in its current form?
We both have concerns about it, so we'll see. I was standing there with the Crown Prince. We couldn't call him.
Are you frustrated in the majority leader? Are you upset with the majority leader? Any reaction?
Let's see. A Justice Department spokesman declined to comment on the bill on Tuesday night. I've been opposed to it all along, Speaker Mike Johnson said at a morning news conference before the vote, standing next to a poster board with 5 bullet points citing the quote-unquote dangers of a measure that he ultimately supported, along with his entire conference. Okay, if you're so opposed to it, why didn't you continue to oppose it? Acknowledging the reason he had tried 4 months to keep the bill off the floor, Mr. Johnson said he had no choice but to support a piece of legislation he considered deeply flawed because of the political blowback he would receive for voting no. At least he just comes out and says it. None of us want to go on record and in any way be accused of not being for maximum transparency, he said. Yeah, but like all of your other actions betray that. So your yes vote doesn't mean shit. That doesn't instill confidence into anybody who's actually paying attention to what you've been saying surrounding this for months. The same dynamic was at play later in the day in the Senate, where Mr. Schumer's swift move to call for the House-passed bill's immediate passage effectively dared any Republican to object and go on the record against it. None did. Thomas Massie, the Kentucky Republican who co-sponsored the measure and led the charge to force a vote on it, said the vote was overdue. The speaker was dragged to it kicking and screaming, but here we are, he said. It's not necessarily a rebalancing of the branches of government, but a rebalancing of the people against the executive branch. Proponents of the measure worked to keep pressure on Mr. Trump to follow through and release the files, something that does not require an act of Congress, but that he has chosen not to do. Yeah, exactly. Trump has the power to release the Epstein files with or without Congress. The president has reversed himself and encouraged lawmakers to vote for compelling the Justice Department to turn over investigation documents, but he never really needed their approval. The real test will be, will the Department of Justice release the files or will it all remain tied up in the investigation? Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Georgia Republican who broke hard with Mr. Trump on the Epstein matter, said at a morning news conference outside the Capitol, which we can watch next. There, she was joined by some of the victims of Mr. Epstein, the disgraced financier who died in prison in 2019 while facing sex trafficking charges. Standing outside the Capitol, some of the survivors directed their remarks at Mr. Trump. While I do understand that your position has changed on the Epstein files, and I'm grateful that you have pledged to sign this bill, I can't help to be skeptical of what the agenda is, said Haley Robson, who met Mr. Epstein when she was 16 and has said she recruited friends to a sex trafficking ring after being abused herself. The vote capped a months-long effort by Republicans to make sure that this day never came to pass. Mr. Trump leaned aggressively on 3 Republicans who signed a petition that made it possible for the proponents to circumvent leadership and force the floor vote to happen. He called the holdouts personally and had White House officials issue warnings to the rank and file that support for the discharge petition would be viewed as a hostile act by the administration. But the pressure campaign backfired. In the case of the 3 hard-right Republicans, all women, who refused to remove their names, people familiar with their thinking said it only caused them to dig in more. In the House, Mr. Johnson vociferously opposed the petition. He claimed that the bill did not do enough to protect victims' privacy, even though it included language that did so. He said it was unnecessary given that a House committee was investigating the handling of the Epstein case, and for weeks after her special election victory in Arizona, Mr. Johnson refused to see a representative from Arizona who had said she would provide the final signature needed to force the vote on the floor as soon as she was sworn in, which she did. And again, this was like the longest. Again, it says like, and for weeks, it was the longest anybody had refused to sign in, somebody who had been elected. Hold on. Arizona. Yeah, he set a record for refusing to seat an elected U.S. official. 36 days, and this was October 29th, and it still continued after that. Easily won a September 23rd special election in the deep blue southern Arizona district, who formerly represented by her father, who died of cancer in March. But Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, had refused to swear her in using a range of excuses, the most frequent of which is the federal government shutdown, which began October 1st. But then Johnson initially promised to seat her whenever she requested it, but then backtracked and said he'd only do so after Democrats in the U.S. Senate agreed to support a stopgap spending bill to reopen the government. So he just kept pushing changing the fucking goalpost. Mr. Johnson finally did so last week, and she signed, putting the petition at the 218 signature threshold to represent a House majority and guarantee a floor vote. Unwilling to take what was certain to be a humiliating loss on the House floor, Mr. Trump then reversed himself on the matter and called on his party to back the bill. Many Republicans in Congress followed suit, embracing a bill they claimed to have supported all along. Because again, even if he had still said no, vote no, vote no, vote no, all of those people probably would have tried, well, I can't say this for sure, but I could see there being enough voices in the Republican Party saying, well, Trump can do this at any time. He doesn't actually need our votes. So I voted no for this because I want to support the party line. But in reality, he should go ahead and release it himself. And if he doesn't like the legislation that's been proposed by Democrats, he should come up with some alternative. Many Republicans in Congress followed suit, embracing a bill they claimed to have supported all along, which is factually wrong and a lie. And they're upside down telling Mr. Trump had consistently fought for the release of the Epstein files, and so had they. And even looking at this, there have been times where Trump has like reluctantly said like, yeah, sure, I'll release it. I'll look into it. Fine, whatever. When he was pressed on it. But if you actually like look at the majority of the time that he was interviewed or like talked about this, he really never had enthusiasm for it. It was all these other Republicans that did. It was Vance. It was like the Marjorie Taylor Greenes of the world, the QAnon type influencers that made it into Congress that were saying shit like this. Imagine any other president responding with that. Crazy. It would literally be a career ender, but not for him, of course, because he's graded on a curve. Representative Steve Scalise of Louisiana, the number 2 House Republican, said the action was an important vote to continue to show the transparency that we've delivered. Okay, I mean, Steve Scalise is insane, but he right now, out of all the Louisiana representatives, is sounding the least insane, which is not saying much. On the House floor on Tuesday before the vote, Democrats noted that Mr. Trump did not need a vote in Congress at all to release the files and accused Republicans of having tried to hide behind procedure to block the vote, which they 100% did, and were even, you know, as far as I'm concerned, breaking the law. Like Mike Johnson should not have been allowed for over 40 days to stall swearing in the Arizona representative. That's just, it should be criminal. Donald Trump could release these files on his own, said Representative Jim McGovern, Democrat of Massachusetts. He accused Republican leaders of trying to block the vote for months and months and months and months. Republicans, in turn, highlighted the fact that their own oversight committee investigation led to the release of a trove of documents from Mr. Epstein, though they did not mention that it was Democrats who had forced them to begin the inquiry. They claimed that they had opposed the vote because they wanted more justice for Epstein victims, right? We now know that Epstein himself hated President Trump, said Representative Virginia Fox, Republican of North Carolina, referring to emails Mr. Epstein wrote in his associates regarding the president. It's in black and white. I can't even remember if this is true or whatever, but at one point Epstein said that he and Trump were like best friends, basically. So do with that what you will. But the fight has left lasting rifts and grudges within Mr. Trump's coalition. On Tuesday morning, Ms. Greene defended herself against Mr. Trump's charge that she was a traitor for backing the release of the Epstein files. What does this link to? Olive Branch. I do support him and his administration, she said in an interview on CNN State of the Union, just days after the president publicly rebuked her in a social media post, laced with insults over her recent breaks with him, including her support for the release of Justice Department records related to the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. But the fight is left lasting. We read this. A traitor is an American that serves foreign countries and themselves, she said, standing in front of Mr. Epstein's victims. A patriot is an American that serves the United States of America and Americans like the women standing behind me. Later on the House floor, she laid out why the Epstein episode had resonated so strongly with Mr. Trump's populist base, even as the president has sought to change the subject. These American women aren't rich, powerful elites, which we just saw, Ms. Greene said, speaking from the Democratic side of the chamber. She added, these are your average Americans. She said the Epstein files represented the quote-unquote failures of the government and Congress to their citizens. For far too long, Americans have been put last, and they're sick and tired of it. This is why they don't trust Congress. This is why they don't trust the government. Ms. Greene noted that she and 3 other House Republicans who forced the vote endured attempts at intimidation for months. This is what the American people are sick of, and rightly so. Some of Ms. Greene's colleagues were more interested in simply falling in line, as usual, Mr. Trump, and they were not ashamed to hide it. Representative Troy Niels, Republican of Texas, who had staked out on a firm no position on the release of the files just days ago, dismissing it all as the Epstein hoax devised by the Democrats to distract us from the winning of President Trump and his administration. Oh, yeah. Was unapologetic about his about-face. He conceded that he was merely doing what Mr. Trump had said to. It is a hoax by the Democrats against Trump, Mr. Neal said on Monday evening, lighting a cigar on the steps of the Capitol. So then why support it? Why not? He replied. Trump just said, release the damn files. He said, do it. Release the damn files. I mean, they tell them themselves. Amazing. Let's see. Did they include like a video of it? No, let me see. I want to see like a video of what it looked like.
And after months of back and forth, the House has overwhelmingly passed a bill ordering the Justice Department to release the Epstein files. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Just moments ago, the House making history with a near unanimous vote that brings us justice.
He has them all out here looking especially stupid. How can you stay loyal to someone who isn't consistent? It's absurd. I mean, because they benefit from it more in the short term, and they're not thinking about like the long-term implications of this.
Step closer
like you're only rewarded for like doing whatever Trump wants, when again, like MAGA is just a personality cult movement. There's like not actually any ideological underpinnings to it.
DOJ's files on convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and his...
Hi, Goonie. Long time to talk. Hope all is good. Yeah. I've just about had enough of this Epstein shit. The women should just say who the culprits are. Enough games. Are people still trying to tie Trump and Epstein? Okay, but Goonie, if he is not tied or implicated in this, why won't he just release this? He could have, without this legislation, he could have unilaterally released it at any time. He just didn't want to.
Underage sex trafficking ring. Here's the moment the vote was officially gavelled out.
But he is tied to it regardless. His names are all over the files, but that's not really a revelation. Like, we've known that.
On this vote, the yeas are 427, the nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
And then it became news. Jay O'Brien joins me now from the Hill.
They had 11 months to scrub it. LOL. Yeah, but they can't, because that would actually involve so many people from the Justice Department to be co-conspirators for that it would be absolutely impossible for there to not be whistleblowers or leaks. That's what they were attempting to do with those documents. So even if they wanted to, even if they were actually willing to put in the work to meticulously go through line by line to try to edit it or come up with plausible explanations as to why 90% of it needs to be redacted, there would be leaks. And I'm saying that as somebody who does not, have that much faith in American investigative journalism at this point. I still think that would come to light.
Along with our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, also Washington managing editor, Catherine Falders, and law professor and contributor, Kim Whaley. So, Rachel, what's the reaction been on Capitol?
Is there a legal reason the victims don't start listing out names? I don't know. Maybe it could be that, you could face, lawsuits potentially for, naming allegations that you're not willing to escalate to court. Sometimes it might be the fact that, it's, it's true and it might have happened to you, but these are, if they're people that are powerful or whatever, they could face reprisal and just be scared of that. There's lots of different reasons why.
Capitol Hill, you've been out there. Who have you seen come down the steps? What have you learned?
Yeah, we're still waiting for a number of lawmakers. And excuse me as I turn around, because the chamber, of course, is just right through those doors right here. We're waiting for lawmakers to come back down. They had another few votes that they wanted to take before the House is going to officially recess for the day. But so far, the reaction that we have...
How bad do you think the files are actually for Trump, given how much he's been trying to hide them? Well, the fact that, again, they keep continuing to make the choice to spend political capital on trying to not have these released instead of just... and deal with the fallout from that, instead of allowing them to be released and deal with the public fallout of whatever's in those files, tells me that they were making the calculation that taking up this fight of trying to oppose it every single step of the way, trying to filibuster it, trying to delay it, trying to not seat elected representatives was still better than what they're going to have to deal with now that it's going to come out.
I've heard from Republicans especially has been a sigh of relief, especially for those that have been pushing for this effort for quite some time. And there was just an immense amount of pressure on a handful of Republicans that were moving forward, not only to co-sponsor this legislation, but really force that discharge petition that allowed this vote to even come to the floor. Just take Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, for example. I mean, she was summoned to the White House Situation Room to meet not only with the FBI director, with the Attorney General about this vote. I had an opportunity to catch up with her just yesterday. I asked her if she felt a lot of pressure to ultimately back away from her position supporting this bill. And she said, look, no. She said this was a candid conversation that she was having with Trump officials, but the president did not mince words. I mean, he did not want Republicans to move forward with this effort. Ultimately, in the final hours, he reversed course, just acknowledging the political reality that Republicans were going to vote for this anyway. And so when you think about Congressman Thomas Massie, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congressman Ro Khanna, a Democrat, who have had very close and intimate conversations with so many of these Epstein survivors, many of whom watched this vote from the chamber. They went through extraordinary lengths to be able to get this on the floor, so they are definitely breathing a sigh of relief. But also here comes the anticipation, because now it heads over to the Senate, and there are big questions about what's going to happen there and how quickly this could get to the president's desk if it does, Kira.
Why can't the left just admit they fell into Trump/Elon's trap? Goonie, what is the trap? How is it that you think that the Democrats look worse now than the Republicans, who at every step of the way opposed this until they literally could not anymore?
All right. And Jay, this was almost unthinkable as recently as last week. How do we get to a vote of 427 to 1 today? Just, tell us about this lone holdout, Clay Higgins, that actually Rachel told us about via the statement that he put out, and how so many Republicans.
The lady was texting Jeffrey during the hearing asking for, oh my God, no. If you actually think that that's been what's stalling this entire thing, is some random person some representative from the Democratic side that you didn't know about until the last 48 hours, I promise you are so off on your analysis. Wait till I tell you, if you think that that's scandalous, the relationship that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein had when he was still alive. Just wait till I tell you that.
got on board with Democrats in this final vote.
Yeah, and remember, Kira, this is a vote that had to be forced to occur. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, did not put this legislation on the floor.
Yeah, it all leads back to a non-voting representative from the Virgin Islands. That's really, foiled again.
For a vote through the normal order of business. He had opposed this legislation at every single step of the way. And this was...
What relationship? They used to attend the same parties. You know that Jeffrey Epstein has literally said at one point he and Donald Trump were best friends, right?
In a sense, a mutiny. It was all House Democrats signing on to what's called a discharge petition, which forces this vote to occur. A handful of Republicans, as Rachel mentioned, signing on with them as well, going against the wishes of the White House, going against the wishes of Speaker Mike Johnson, forcing this vote to occur. And it was only after the tea leaves started to really show that dozens of Republicans were going to break ranks with the White House and the Speaker over the weekend and vote for this, that the president came out and said, oh, in fact, I want House Republicans to vote for this legislation. All of that was not enough to get Clay Higgins' vote. He was the lone Republican no vote at this hour.
Didn't it just come out saying that Jeff thought Trump was evil and scum? Yeah, but it doesn't change the fact that, because that did come out in the emails that, he didn't like Donald Trump, but I'm saying, feeling that relationships are dynamic, they can change over time. But at one point, they were on good terms. And I'm not just basing that off of the fact that they have been photographed together. There's videos of the two of them together that Trump has repeatedly been shady around, discussing what his relationship was with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. It's a fact that Jeffrey Epstein at one point was saying this to people, that there is no undoing that, even if later their relationship soured.
He said that in his view, this legislation would only serve to further victimize those who were abused by Jeffrey Epstein by allowing information about their cases, their identities to come to light, things of that nature. Now, the proponents of this legislation dispute that. They say, first, that there have been many victims who vocally want these files to be released, including those.
I've met some very bad people, none as bad as Trump. Yeah, is that what he said or whatever? And that only makes Trump sound bad. Again, if there's a reason to take Jeffrey Epstein at his word or whatever, but let's just do that for the sake of the argument briefly. You did something that shocked the conscience of Jeffrey Epstein then, potentially, if that's how he's talking about you.
Who spoke at a press conference this morning on Capitol Hill, but also the proponents of this bill say that they have...
Yeah, they were best friends for a while, and then they had a falling out. Let's act like we've been on this planet for more than 10 years.
Taken painstaking efforts to ensure that the identities of the victims don't come out, information about this.
Can you admit that this is bigger than Trump or no? Yeah, 100%. I know it's bigger than Trump. There's a lot of people implicated in this. I think that's also a reason why Republicans and Trump himself didn't want it to, because again, even if Trump was willing to, for whatever reason, field the bad publicity and fallout that's going to result now that these files are going to be released, doesn't change the fact that he has, business ties and other people in his circle that could be implicated that's going to, not bode well for them. And in a roundabout way, it impacts him, which is why he's willing to defend them or look out for them at all.
Case or confidential witnesses and things like that do not come out. But that's been
Chomsky innocent or problematic fave? Problematic fave. I've never liked Chomsky's answer to why he was on that plane. It's he was none of your business. It was very weird.
That the Speaker and other Republicans have made against this bill too, but they voted for this bill, Kira, despite the fact that they believe that it's flawed because of the immense pressure that they were under, in part from their constituents and in part from their own colleagues.
And Catherine, the Department of Justice has been in possession of these files, we know, for years. But do we really know what we are going to see now, if indeed this makes it all?
Exactly. 4 PMs from Israel royal family actors, Nobel Peace Prize holders. It obviously goes beyond Trump. That's not a new revelation. It's uncontroversial to assert. This has never started and ended with Donald Trump. But you would think that based on the way that Donald Trump acts, he does himself no favors by obstructing this as much as he has.
All the way to the end of the line here, and they're all released.
Well, it's a good question, and we don't know what is in the trove of these files in its entirety that the FBI and DOJ have, hence why, obviously, we are...
He's nearly 80 and in poor... Isn't he older than that? And in poor health, it's not like he has much longer to live. He pretty much won the game of life, as much as it pains me to say. If you mean Noam Chomsky, maybe he's the It's Always Sunny meme where he was like, I was on the island, but I was just snorkeling.
Discussing here today about making them public. We do know, Kira, as you've reported as well for months, that the administration over the past, frankly, 6 months has been worried about these files coming out. In fact, according to reports, we know that Pam Bondi, the attorney general, briefed Trump that
Trump said he knows he's probably not going to heaven. He said that a month ago. Yeah, but he says that because I'm pretty sure Melania is religious and he is not. And so it's just to the extent that anybody around him who is religious is saying you're not getting into heaven, I don't think he takes it very seriously.
Name was included in the files.
Yeah, Chomsky's 96. I knew he was older than 80.
She briefed him back in May about that. Now, this doesn't mean that there was any wrongdoing by the president or other people, but they found it serious enough to alert Trump to that. So we don't know what's in these files. Hopefully, we do, see them at some point. But I think the question that Mary asked to Trump today is the million-dollar question, and worth asking to the White House consistently. We don't need this congressional procedure to see these documents publicly. The DOJ, the FBI, the administration can release these. They haven't yet. And the question is, why is that? They spent quite some time trying to get members of Congress to take their names off of a petition that forced this vote that we just saw. They were unsuccessful in doing that. But obviously they did that because the administration ultimately didn't want this vote to happen today. And here we are.
Well, Kim, even if the House and Senate do vote to release these files, it doesn't guarantee the full release will even happen. We
already know the full release is not going to happen because if you actually look at the language of the bill, there are carve-outs for there to be censorship. So that is unambiguous even before the DOJ and Trump's admin makes the redactions beyond that. It's built into it to protect victims.
Any legal way, though, to make sure it happens?
Yeah, that's really the question. We're in a time period under which the Department of Justice is at the hands of Pam Bondi really answering to a single man, not so much to the rule of law or the Constitution. It's the fact that there's this kind of enmeshment between prosecutors and Donald Trump's interests is really unprecedented. So the question will be, if the Senate does pass this bill and Donald Trump signs it into law, it's not like there's a box sitting in a closet, Kira, with all these files. This means searching the DOJ database, various sources, to see if there's anything responsive to the legislation. And then in addition to that, there will be legal limitations under the grand jury secrecy rules under Rule 6. There will be legal protections for victims in addition to whatever's in this particular legislation. Congress can lift some of those protections, but lawyers will have to go through all the DOJ and FBI files to decide what actually gets released. And then the question is, will they actually comply with the letter of the law?
And the thing that sucks is that there's not really an enforcement mechanism for this because this is not going to be subject to some sort of independent committee review or anything like that. It's totally at what they redact. And even though they have to summarize what they have chosen to redact in every single instance, that is largely at the discretion of the DOJ. And as far as I know, that unless somebody wants to sue them to counter their redactions, but they could just pretty sure they'd probably win that they have jurisdiction over that, and it's a matter of national security because they say so. There's the enforcement mechanism is not great, but.
Or more so loyalty to Donald Trump, who obviously doesn't want anything that could be incriminating. And we know he was part of Jeffrey Epstein's inner circle. We know there's already some troubling documents that have been released through Congress that implicate Donald Trump in Jeffrey Epstein's world. I think it's highly unlikely we're going to see coming out of this Justice Department any smoking gun that points any fingers, assuming it theoretically exists, we don't know, of any kind of actual criminal wrongdoing by Donald Trump. So then it would be moving it to the courts to file something to say, listen, the Justice Department has not complied with its obligations under the law. But that's an uphill battle in theory if they don't really know what they don't know. So we'll just have to see. The good news, Kira, is that this demonstrates the United States Congress is working to actually come together and move legislation, even if it's not.
Okay, no. You should not take that conclusion from this Congress just because on this one thing you're seeing bipartisan support for once. Again, and that's leaving out that Republicans fought it every step of the way. So this is completely wrong.
Consistent with what this president wants.
Well, I'll tell you what victims want. They want justice, and they have held compelling press conferences even as early as this morning and throughout the day. They have met with lawmakers. Rachel, you have talked to a number of survivors. I understand you were able to catch up with some of them that were there paying attention to this vote live on the Hill. Just give us some perspective here of how these women coming together.
96. Oh shit, he's old as fuck. This is actually Chomsky's statement and reason why he was on the island.
You guys can help me with my thing. We got to shred a bunch of documents.
What are you talking about, man?
Well, the thing of it is may or may not have been the official beverage supplier of Jeffrey Epstein.
What?
Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, but before you judge me, know this. Yes, I was on the sex island, but only for the snorkeling. I didn't know anything about the kid stuff. No, look, 95% of what went on down there was not pedophilia.
Oh, yeah?
No, the other 5%, that sullied the whole operation.
Yeah, it sure did, Frank.
Yeah.
Well, it ain't just me. You guys' names are on those documents too, remember?
What? Still?
God damn it!
Son of a
Frank,
bitch.
No, I don't have time for this.
Well, come on and be quick. It's only a couple boxes.
Shit.
And we have to write a song about not delinquent. Yeah, that was the White House's response.
God Damn it!
Let's see. Classic. Let's see. And then Bondi updates from today. Let's see what this witch had to say. Bondi says she will follow law on Epstein files, hints at, quote, new information. The Senate officially passed the Epstein files bill Wednesday morning. This was reported today.
Breaking news, the Senate has formally passed the bill to release the Epstein files, sending it to the president's desk. President Trump has said he will sign it, but he's also had the power to release the files all along. Now some are questioning whether he will actually sign the bill and whether the Justice Department will try to withhold some of the files or redact content from them. White House correspondent Karen Travers and ABC's Jay O'Brien are here for more on that. Jay, House Speaker Mike Johnson said he was deeply disappointed the Senate approved this bill without making any changes. And he says he and President Trump both have concerns. Is he laying the groundwork for a veto here?
He seems to be, Diane, and the Speaker had made no secret yesterday of the fact that he believes there are deep flaws with this legislation. He said that over and over again yesterday, despite the fact that he voted for it and every other member of Republican leadership voted for it and every other member of the House Republican Conference, except for one, voted for it yesterday as well. All of that to say, Johnson made it clear yesterday that he wanted the Senate to rewrite this, and that's incredibly rare. Usually the House sends legislation over to the Senate and they cross their fingers and pray that the Senate doesn't make any substantive changes. What Johnson said yesterday when the House was passing this legislation or poised to pass it is that he wanted the Senate to make significant changes. He said he believes that the bill doesn't do enough to protect the identities of victims or confidential informants that participated in investigations into Jeffrey Epstein, and the list goes on and on and on. But Senate Majority Leader John Thune, even before this legislation officially passed the Senate, made it clear that he wasn't really in the mood for any changes. He said that when the House passes something with that broad of a bipartisan margin and the president signals that he would sign it, that there really isn't any room for changes to the legislation. So it sailed through the Senate yesterday.
I mean, like, he's not, even if he's saying that cynically, that there's no room for changes to the legislation, when in reality what he's talking about is like my personal political career cannot take me being the one to institute or call for these changes, which wouldn't be I would not be unsurprising or, put past him. Really, it is very, very straightforward. It carves out the necessary exceptions for victims' privacy. Like, I don't even know what sort of amendments, Mike Johnson is interested in looking for as far as like beefing up the national security aspect. Because if they really thought that that was a salient point, he would have done it himself.
Formally passes today when it was transmitted over from the House to the Senate, and now it heads to the president's desk, where it's really up to the president on to whether he's going to make good on his promise to sign this, or if he's going to veto it, or if he's going to try to sit on this legislation.
Karen, President Trump fought.
If he vetoes it, again, I feel like that would just be really, really stupid, but this is Donald Trump we're talking about. He would do that and it receive little to no benefit except creating headlines where it's like he vetoes it only for it to go back to his desk with almost no changes, and then he would probably be forced to sign it into law anyway.
Against this effort for a long time before he then reversed course.
Or sorry, he would be forced to sign it into law, but it would just end up passing anyway because they have the votes.
When it was apparent that the bill would pass anyway. So what happens if he does follow through and sign this bill?
So, and that's the if right now that we're waiting for. The White House has said that the president is preparing to sign the legislation.
Is there a mechanism to force him? Nope, other than public pressure.
Earlier this week when he was asked about this before they had moved to the...
And it's unconstitutional for presidents to do like line item vetoes, even though he's literally done that before. So he can't like strike out certain things, but then sign the rest of the bill into law. It's a like all or nothing type thing. But if he says no, then it goes back, and then they have to get more votes. But they already have those votes because of how many people voted for it in the first place. It would be stupid for him to do that unless he could get enough to Republicans to defect yet again. But
vote, the president said, sure, I would. But as Jay noted there, he could sit on it for a little bit. There's no indication that this is going to happen imminently, but perhaps it could. The White House hasn't indicated a timeline. If he does sign
I mean, they'll probably wait, like, they could wait up to like 10 or 11 more days or something like that. But if he waits past that, it like de facto becomes law.
Legislation, making good on what he said earlier this week to reporters. Then there's a 30-day countdown for when the Justice Department would be compelled to release
Isn't it veto proof? Yeah, but that's assuming if all the same people, if everybody votes the same way that they did, were it to head back to Congress, then yes, it would be a veto proof majority. But there could be defectors. You never know.
Classified information, and that includes documents, communications, other investigative materials included in the Epstein files. But they could also redact some of the information there, things related to victims' identity or other high-profile people, and that's something that we, of course, will be looking for. There's the other big unknown with all of this, Diane, is that the president last week called for the investigation of high-profile Democrats that he says have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. The Attorney General moved forward on that, and because of that, because it's written into the legislation, they can always say, because of an ongoing investigation, we are not going to release any or all of these files.
They would have to say all, because if, again, to the extent that they would do any, you would just end up shielding the Democrats that you're investigating from public view, and then all of the attention would just be on everybody else who's implicated.
Jay, Epstein survivors celebrated when the bill passed the House. What are they saying now?
Yeah, and there was also this striking moment, Diane, too, where they were holding this vigil for Epstein survivors who were there at the Capitol, others who were not, and then some who have passed away. And as they're holding this vigil with Democratic lawmakers yesterday, after the legislation had passed the House, they got news that it had passed by unanimous consent in the Senate, and there was this cheer that erupted. They have fought for years here, Diane, to pass some kind of legislation to this effect, and then more broadly, just for more transparency into this Epstein case writ large. They have said today that they hope the president signs this, that he makes good on his promise to sign this. And they also had some choice words for President Trump yesterday, where they had that emotional press conference on Capitol Hill. And by my count, there were at least 2 Epstein survivors who have said in the past that they voted for President Trump, but they don't like the way that he's been handling this situation. One Epstein survivor just yesterday called the president's handling of this matter, and she said she voted for the president, a quote-unquote disgrace. And so we've heard today that they're watching the president's actions very closely here, but also they're keenly aware that there was a long arc to the release of these files, because as Karen notes, even if the president puts pen to paper today and signs this bill into law, it doesn't guarantee that all of these files will be released unredacted, or that some wouldn't be held back because of investigations. And really the ball here, in a way that it has not been up to this point, is squarely in the administration's court. Previously, the administration has been looking at releasing files and been promising transparency, in the words of some Epstein survivors, falling short. But there's also been this dual congressional action, this legislation that they've been trying to force to a vote. Now Congress has voted this legislation fully out of the Congress, and it is entirely on the administration on how to proceed here.
Karen, meanwhile, President Trump is set to give remarks at a Saudi investment forum within the hour. What can we expect there after his big meeting with the Crown Prince yesterday?
Diane, he's going to be focusing on Saudi investment here in the United States. This is actually the second Saudi business forum he has.
Yeah, this is fucking insane, and it's so unfortunate that his comments to the ABC journalists who asked him about Jamal Khashoggi are being overshadowed by the Epstein thing. We'll look at that next.
Done just this month. He traveled to Miami for one a couple weeks ago. But yesterday, the president was touting the $600 billion that the Saudi crown prince says he will invest in the United States. The president pushing him to get that number to $1 trillion. That's something that they had first talked about when the president traveled to Riyadh in May. But of course, looming large over all of this is the president's family business and their own ties to Saudi Arabia. Yesterday, our colleague Mary Bruce asked the president about this, whether there were conflicts of interest for his family to do business.
Okay, hold on. I want to get the full clip for that. Not just what they'll show. Okay, this is like the full clip of him being asked about the Khashoggi murder.
Appropriate, Mr. President?
Let's see.
President, for your family to be doing business in Saudi Arabia while you're president, is that a conflict of interest? And Your Royal Highness, the U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are here in the Oval Office. Why should Americans trust you? And the same to you, Mr. President.
Now, who are you with?
I'm with ABC News, sir.
You're with who?
ABC News, sir.
Fake news. ABC fake news. One of the worst in the business. But I'll answer your question. I have nothing.
And Trump was particularly cranky on this day because I'm pretty sure this is like in the last 24 hours. Probably because of the Epstein shit, but this is also not like the day after he did that quiet piggy shit.
To do with the family business. I have left, and when I've devoted 100% of my energy. What my family does is fine. They do business all over.
Right.
They've done very little with Saudi Arabia, actually. I'm sure they could do a lot. And anything they've done has been very good. That's what we've done. We've built a tremendous business for a long time. I've been very successful. I decided to leave that success behind and make America very successful. And I've made America more successful by far than it ever was, and that it ever could have been, no matter who was president. There would be nobody bringing in
Canada is the larger economy and largest trading partner, and this moron is hosting the Saudis. I don't get it, because the Saudis are like flagrantly and openly corrupt, so he obviously has a lot more in common with Saudi business leaders than he does with Canadian business leaders.
$1 trillion, that I can tell you right now. As far as this gentleman is concerned, he's done a phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial.
Why link me this instead of link me shoe on head being like, shoe symbolism is here in response to this clip.
A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen, but he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guest by asking a question like that.
Just yes, Mr. President, you allow me to answer. You know,
like, why is he defending the murder and dismemberment of Jamal Khashoggi? There's literally no reason for him to be doing this outside of his business interests. There is not a contingent of the Maga movement or the American public or anyone out there that cares about, to the extent that they care about Jamal Khashoggi. They think he had an untimely end. He was a respected journalist, and then a dissident of the government, as well as like, there's just like nobody who thinks that he needed to be assassinated.
Painful about the families of 9/11 in America, but we have to focus on reality based on CIA documents and based on a lot of documents that Osama bin Laden, he used Saudi people in that event for one main purpose, is to destroy
Your CIA concluded MBS. Yeah, like it is fact that this man personally ordered the assassination of that journalist.
This relation, to destroy the American-Saudi relation. That's the purpose of 9/11. So whoever buying that means they are helping Osama bin Laden's purpose of destroying this relation. He knows that strong relation between America and Saudi Arabia, it's bad for extremism, it's bad for terrorism. And we have to approve him wrong and to build our relation, to continue developing our relation. It's critical in the safety of the world. It's critical against extremism and terrorism. About the journalist, it's really painful to hear anyone that been losing his life for no real purpose or nothing illegal way, and it's been painful for us in Saudi Arabia. We've did all the right steps of investigation, etc. in Saudi Arabia, and we've improved our system to be sure that nothing happened like that, and it's painful and it's a huge mistake, and we are doing our best that this doesn't happen again.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President.
And like, again, the Republicans put up with like Trump simping for like the Gulf state and stuff like this, because they see those Gulf states as like strategic business partners. They're not people to be like openly embraced. Like Trump doing that is kind of creating like a new party line that most of them probably don't want to be observant of, because again, you have to remember how many neocons there are in the Republican Party. And again, it has always been a tenuous, like, frenemies type alliance with the Saudis and those states. It has never been this kind of open embrace like we have with Israel. That's why you even heard some, like, pundits and others, like, complaining or, voicing some trepidations about Trump receiving the fucking jet from Qatar. But, like, Wickoff's son is openly stated, like, we need to be more like these countries, Let me see if I can't find it. I put, let's see. Where is this? This was like literally one of the largest political scandals, and I feel like it totally went under the radar, unfortunately. But I can't remember what was happening at the time that it did. Where are you? I have like my list of... I'll have to find it later. Like where... Let me see, like... Trump, admin, business ties not previously reported. The New York Times. I think that's the name of the article. This had to do with like a chips deal. Or like let me see, microchips or something like that. Yeah, the UAE got chips. The anatomy of two giant deals. The UAE got chips. The Trump team got crypto riches. A lucrative transaction involving the Trump family's cryptocurrency firm and an agreement in giving the Emiratis access to AI chips were connected in ways that have not previously been reported. So whatever about this, but the reason why I'm thinking of it is because of that person who's like, why doesn't he deal with the Canadians? How come he does it with them? This is Zach Witkoff, is Steve Witkoff's son. Listen to what he said. We really need to take a page out of His Highness's and the Emiratis' book, Zach Witkoff said at the Dubai conference. They are just an amazing example of how you can lead with innovation while also maintaining your family values. The family values here, what? Being flagrantly, openly corrupt and clearly just trying to use public office to line your own pockets. Yeah, you live up to that, dude. You have a lot more in common with them than you'd like. Then, I mean, he's not even hiding it. He's like openly saying at that point, like, yeah, we have a lot in common with these, the Saudi fucking royalty and the Gulf state royalty, because they're just openly corrupt and nobody can do anything about it. And then also this, like, the fucking Quiet Piggy clip going around. Oh my god. They got rid of... Now I have to go find it on YouTube. This.
Yeah, if there's nothing incriminating in the file, sir, why not quiet. On Venezuela, sir, you've had a lot of meetings on Venezuela. I know you can't tell us what your next steps will be, but can you say that you've made up your mind on what you'd like to do for as far as action? I sort of made up.
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 400 bits. The timing of this is chef's kiss. Oh yeah, also Trump's former spiritual advisor just got 6 months for sexually abusing a 12-year-old girl. A lot of stuff going on.
I'm just happy that it is over. I feel good about it. It's behind us. What does this feel like? I don't know that I have words for that yet.
Yeah.
I'm on. You have. But I can't tell you what it would be, but I started it. What do you say to some of your supporters who might not be excited about another foreign campaign? Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, I can't tell you what it is, but we've made a lot of progress with Venezuela in terms of stopping drugs from pouring here. But we have a Mexico problem. We have a Colombia problem. Feeding Colombia the country. We're doing very well. Drugs coming into our country are greatly slowed.
Okay, dude. I want to see Marjorie Taylor Greene's statements at the press conference afterwards.
I woke up this morning and I turned to my weather app to check the temperature, and it was 32 degrees. And my first thought was, hell has froze over. I want to...
And I'm not watching these. I'm watching a lot of Marjorie Taylor Greene clips. It's not because I stan her. It's not because I think her pivot is anything other than cynical and self-interested. It's literally just because I want to track the dispute that's going on between her and Donald Trump.
Speak goodness and love and hope into the women standing behind me and all of the other survivors whose names you don't even know, but stand with these women. They are survivors. And
wait, who would think you like Marjorie Taylor Greene? Well, you have to remember, I'm an up-and-coming conservative streamer, so people just let me in with her, even though that's not my brand of conservatism that I'm repping.
They are strong, and they are courageous, and they are daughters of God. They are not victims. These women have fought the most horrific fight that no woman should have to fight, and they did it by banding together and never giving up. And that's what we did by fighting so hard against the most powerful people in the world, even the President of the United States, in order to make this...
Hasn't Marjorie Taylor Greene been on the revenge tour for months, though? Why was this breakup news? Because Epstein, I think, was the red line in the sand for Trump being willing to field like criticism and opposition for her, which has always been couched. If you actually look at the statements that she's made, every time that she was speaking out and like breaking from party lines, she was still reaffirming her commitment to Trump and the administration and his agenda and blah, 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 blah. And you're not even seeing too much of that. Like she was still willing to do it. Like, again, this was reported November 16th, so just 3 days ago. Marjorie Taylor Greene extends an olive branch to Trump. She still was not trying to personally go to war with him. That was not what she wanted to do. She could have been a lot more outspoken. The difference is that she has now like provided like an integral what is it by like defecting. She even made it possible for the vote to come to the floor, which is a headache for Trump. And now he's openly calling her a traitor.
Vote happened today.
So I'm like, him calling her a traitor is like escalation on his part that is really making it all come to a head.
I was called a traitor by a man that I fought for 6 years for. And I gave him my loyalty for free. I won my first election without his endorsement, beating 8 men in a primary. And I've never owed him anything, but I fought for him for the policies and for America first. And he called me a traitor for standing.
She defended him for the love of the game
with these women and refusing to take my name off the discharge petition. Let me tell you what a traitor is. A traitor is an American that serves foreign countries and themselves. A patriot is an American that serves the United States of America and Americans like the women.
The day after she was called a traitor, she still kind of defended him on CNN. So what changed? Was my timeline fucked up? No, I want to look into that next to like really piece together like where, like what and how, and like what really led up to that.
Standing behind me.
And the CNN interview is something that I want to view next.
And I want to tell you that this only became...
Ox motherfucking Box. Thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1. You've been subscribed for 3 months, so you were on a 3-month streak. Thank you very much.
Possible today because the American people whom we serve.
If people wonder why I highlight my messages so much, it's because I have 37,000 Straighterade points and I don't know what else to do with them. What are Straighterade points? I don't even understand how like highlighting messages and all this shit works.
As representatives here in Congress demanded that this vote happen, and they put more pressure on every single elected politician in this city than has ever been put on them. And today you are going to see probably a unanimous vote in the House to release the Epstein files, but the real fight will happen after that. While I want to see every single...
Didn't this all blow up over Israel funding bill? But she's consistently voted against that, and it's never been an issue, unless you're speaking to some specific incident that I'm not aware of.
Name released so that these women...
Because, like, as she would do that, as she was voting against funding Israel's genocide, which is objectively good, she would undermine that so much because she would call the squad, like, the Hamas caucus. She, like, literally went out of her way to try to censure Rashida Tlaib, and the same statements that she would be decrying today, she herself has made in the past when she's been like, how dare they... She basically has done the, like, how dare you do a blood libel against Israel by accusing our great ally of genocide or whatever. Like, she's literally made statements like that in the last 2 years. Just doesn't get brought up.
Don't have to live in fear and intimidation, which is something I've had a small taste of in just the past few days.
Aren't you a Twitch veteran? I'm not even a Twitch partner. And I have been around in this like online space for a hot minute, but I never watched on Twitch.
Just a small taste. They've been living it for years. But the real test will be, will the Department of Justice release the files? Or will it all remain tied up in investigations? Will the CIA release the files? Will a judge in New York release the information? That's information that needs to come out. And will the list of names that these women privately hold, and they hold it because of their fear in their heart of what would happen to them if they release it on their own, will that list of names come out? That's the real test. So I want to thank Thomas Massie and Roe.
It's smart of her to mention the ways he might sabotage the release. 100%.
Hannah, for your bravery in doing something that is much needed in America, crossing the political aisle that has become bigger than the Grand Canyon in America. But these men crossed that aisle on behalf of these women. And that is more of what is needed today in America than ever in our history.
You guys have Sadiq Khan.
Oh my God. Okay. Hold on, PVD. We'll get to you, dude. We'll get to you. So this is the bill, Epstein Files Transparency Act. This is the summary. The bill requires the DOJ to publish in a searchable and downloadable format all unclassified documents, records, communications, and investigative materials in DOJ's possession that relate to the investigation and prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein. And to the extent that you see a lot of it, I wouldn't even be surprised if individuals that are implicated in this or businesses, like again, JP Morgan Chase, like, does that mean that those sorts of materials that touch on, like, you know, banks' involvements in this, are those going to be released? Do they have legal standing to challenge this? I guess we're going to find out. This includes 1, materials that relate to Ghislaine Maxwell, 2, flight logs and travel records, and 3, individuals named or referenced, including government officials, in connection with the investigation and prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein. DOJ is permitted to withhold certain information, such as the personal information of victims and materials that would jeopardize an active federal investigation. Additionally, not later than 15 days after the required publication, DOJ must report to Congress 1, all categories of information released and withheld, 2, a summary of any redactions made, and this is going to be big. They're going to have to weigh every single redaction with, like, again, is it better to, like, should we even try to obscure what's happening here because we're going to have to disclose anyway, but, like, they're not really going to have oversight. They have, like, pretty much total discretion, as far as I'm aware, to make these summaries, and nobody can say if they're inaccurate or not. And 3, a list of all government officials and potentially exposed individuals named or referenced in the published materials. The thing is that there's also a future incentive for them to not stray too much as far as what they choose to redact and summarize, because, again, this was always under the jurisdiction of the head of state. Donald Trump could have released these at any time. So all it would take is a new president a new administration coming in and ordering the full release of this. So they kind of have to future-proof it to make sure that they don't make a fool out of themselves by, saying, oh, we had to redact it for national security reasons, and then it comes to light in like 4 or 5 years when these people are so young enough that they're going to be active in Washington that, oh, so you were just lying and your summary wasn't accurate at all. And that also could have been released and unredacted, and you just chose not to. Let's see. So the bill officially says to require the AG to release all documents and records in possession of the Department of Justice relating to Jeffrey Epstein for other purposes. No later than 30 days. Okay, so no later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this act, the AG shall, subject to subsection B, make publicly available in a searchable and downloadable format all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials in the possession of the DOJ, including the FBI and United States Attorney's Office that relate to 1, Jeffrey Epstein, including all investigations, prosecutions, or custodial matters. 2, Ghislaine Maxwell. 3, flight logs or travel records, including but not limited to manifests, itineraries, pilot records, and customs or immigration documentation for any aircraft, vessel, or vehicle owned, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein or any related entity. 4, individuals, including government officials, named or referenced in connection with Epstein's criminal activities, civil settlements, immunity or plea agreements, or investigatory proceedings. 3, I'm interested if, like, Acosta's name is going to be brought up on this, Jim Acosta. 5, entities, corporate, nonprofit, academic, or governmental with known or alleged ties to Epstein's trafficking or financial networks. And again, you will see in the news which of these entities try to fight the release of documents that pertain to them. Any immunity deals, non-prosecution deals, plea bargains, or sealed settlements involving Epstein's or his associates will be unsealed. 7, internal DOJ communications, including emails, memos, meeting notes concerning decisions to charge, not charge, investigate, or decline to investigate Epstein or his associates. 8, all communications, memoranda, directives, logs, or metadata concerning the destruction, deletion, alteration, misplacement, or concealment of documents, recordings, or electronic data related to Jeffrey Epstein, his associates, his detention, and death, any investigative files. And this is what's going to be really interesting, is any email correspondence that the FBI, the DOJ, like any that we're involved in with respect to Epstein could come to light, or they could try to redact it and summarize it poorly or to obfuscate the truth. Documentation of Epstein's detention or death, including incident reports, witness interviews, medical examiner files, autopsy reports, and written records detailing the circumstances and cause of death. This will be particularly juicy because this is what Kash Patel, the QAnon influencer, before he entered into the Trump cabinet, going on Joe Rogan to say, I've seen it, man. He really did just kill himself. B, prohibited grounds for withholding, and this is what they have sanctioned is okay to be redacted or censored. 1, no record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. C. Permitted withholdings. The Attorney General may withhold or redact this segregable portions of records that A. contain personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files and similar files, the disclosure of which would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. B. Depict or contain CSAM as defined under the section of the law. C. Would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution, provided that such withholding is narrowly tailored and temporary. D. Depict or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury of any person. So again, images of like Jeffrey Epstein are like not going to be released from this because it'll just censor it. C. E. Contain information specifically authorized under criteria established by an executive order to be kept secret in the interest of national defense or foreign policy and are in fact properly classified pursuant to such executive order. This is where Trump is going to try to chew on the wires with this. 2. All redactions must be accompanied by a written justification published in the Federal Register and submitted to Congress. 3. To the extent that any covered information would otherwise be redacted or withheld as classified information under this section, the Attorney General shall declassify that classified information to the maximum extent possible. A. If the Attorney General makes a determination that covered information may not be declassified and made available in a manner that protects the national security of the U.S., including methods or sources related to national security, the AG shall release an unclassified summary for each of the redacted or withheld classified information. I can't wait to see this, to actually see these people have to be forced to put pen to paper and justify all of their decision making with respect to each individual redaction that they choose. 4. All decisions to classify any covered information after July 1st, 2025 shall be published in the Federal Register and submitted to Congress, including the date of classification, the identity of the classifying authority, and an unclassified summary of the justification. Section 3. Report to Congress. Within 15 days of compliance of the release required under Section 2, the AG shall submit to the House and Senate committees on the judiciary a report listing 1. All categories of records released and withheld. 2. A summary of redactions made, including legal basis. Again, they also have to have a legal basis. It cannot just be at the... It's supposed to not just be at the personal discretion, but obviously they have a lot of leeway there. 3. A list of all government officials and politically exposed persons named or referenced in the release materials with no redactions permitted under subsection B1. So I think that the language of this bill is comprehensive. They have put the necessary carve-outs for victims and for sensitive information, privacy, CSAM, etc. So if any this is why, again, like, what is wrong with this? John Thune really didn't have anything else that he could have added to this. I don't even know what Mike Johnson thinks could have been added to this that isn't already covered by the language and the provisions of the bill that he voted for. So they aren't going to release the damn jail cell footage. Well, they're going to claim, oh, we already have, even though Wired exposed that that's been altered in some way. It wouldn't pass. Like, if you tried to submit that in court, it wouldn't pass like a chain of custody test. I remember some crazy celeb names being claimed on the list, and that's going to come to light. I bet there would be whistleblowers. Yeah, if they tried to do it, like, it would require so many co-conspirators that, like, again, with how leaky this admin is, I can't see them not coming to light if they tried to, like, alter shit at the last minute, you know? So, prove this, prove the language. And this is an article from Axios that I saw this morning that I'm curious about. Why the Epstein files won't be released as soon as the law is passed. Okay. President Trump may soon sign the Epstein files bill into law, but don't expect his admin to actually release documents quickly. The bill's loopholes for quote-unquote active investigations and national security give Trump officials broad cover to delay or heavily redact documents. Trump said, but again, they have to provide summaries about why and a legal basis for each redaction. Trump said Monday he would sign the bill if it reached his desk, but he has yet to do so. Speaker Mike Johnson said Tuesday night that the president had concerns about the bill despite its passage. He previously suggested Senate Majority Leader John Thune had issues with the bill too, but Thune deemed the legislation sufficient. And again, I don't know. Uh-oh. Lycan's cooking, guys. Hold on. Okay, we're good. I don't know what happened. Don't let him cook. It doesn't smell smoky in here. I can smell him like cooking something, but it doesn't smell bad or burnt. Scared me half to death. Sorry, guys. It's a directional mic. I wouldn't think that it could pick up something like that, but I guess it's loud enough that it can. They're after you? Yeah, because I'm covering this. Let's see. Driving the news, the House and Senate voted to pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act on Tuesday, sending it to Trump's desk. The bill would compel the Justice Department to release all files and docs, including flight logs and unclassified records about convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein to the public, with some major exceptions. Reality check, several roadblocks stand in the way of the public seeing the files in their entirety. But we kind of knew that because, again, they carved out exceptions that most people would be on, by most people, I mean literally 99.9999% of people would be on board with. The only people are going to be annoyed that like, oh, there's not going to be photos of Jeffrey Epstein's like corpse or anything like that released, but the CSAM stuff, victim privacy, who's going to object to that, obviously. DOJ's active investigation into Clinton's others. The Epstein Files Transparency Act language outlines how the Attorney General could hold off from sharing the files. The bill says that any records or info that would jeopardize this can be withheld. We know that Trump called on the DOJ to launch investigations. AG Pam Bondi later confirmed the DOJ would investigate Epstein's ties to people and institutions, including LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman and economist Larry Summers, who resigned from OpenAI's board. Wednesday, what they're saying, Massie, the sponsor of the bill, told ABC's This Week that the DOJ's new investigation would be a smokescreen and a last-ditch effort to prevent the release of the Epstein files. Let's see. I can't. I guess I have to find this on Google myself. Or it just doesn't want to let me do it. Okay, fuck you. Guess we can't see that. Sorry, guys. It doesn't want to load. If they have ongoing investigations in certain areas, those documents can't be released, he said. Ty Cobb, a former White House lawyer during Trump's first term, told CNN that Trump and Bondi could use the investigation to avoid releasing files. Let's see. What's this? He's like the Confederate soldier in the trench with dead Union soldiers on Appomattox Day trying on their uniforms so he can say he's on the winning side. It's sick. CNN's Aaron Burnett talks to Ty Cobb, former Trump White House lawyer, about President Trump's about-face on releasing Epstein files.
He is the former Trump White House lawyer. And Ty, always grateful for your time. So when you hear what the judge raised today in terms of the questions, do you think the DOJ's case against Comey is dead?
I do. I think it's dead for two reasons. First, I think it's dead because of the illegal appointment that is before another judge, Judge Curry. But Magistrate Judge Fitzpatrick's opinion today will be taught in law schools for 50 years as the epitome of prosecutorial misconduct.
So when we know the reason of this could be, right, that the prosecutor who signed off on it was not actually formally and officially the prosecutor and no one else did. And so the whole thing might go up in smoke. That's Lindsay Halligan. Is she specifically to blame for this case falling apart?
She, in large part, yes. But this opinion today is, it's really extraordinary. Misconduct at this level is, almost never seen. And the judge,
I don't know about that,
was not solely focused on Ms. Halligan, but focused on the FBI's wholesale abuse of the Fourth Amendment and their rummaging around in privileged information and mishandling of the privileged information. That alone would be a basis to exclude evidence, but it's also.
Are they just not going to address the mustache? I get Aaron is slacking here.
Basis, given how intentional it was, as the judge noted, given the fact that the FBI general counsel and the agent who went in.
I haven't been following this. What are the cliff notes? They launched some sort of indictments against James Comey that have absolutely no merit or really any legal standing. I suspect Trump literally appointed somebody who has no history with prosecution to get this off the ground, because he is trying to settle petty political grievances from the first term. Because James Comey, there is literally no reason for him to do this. There's no political or strategic or realpolitik reason that makes this anything other than he's just stepping on a rake for no reason other than just to be petty and to make James Comey's life worse.
To the grand jury, were both informed prior to the grand jury appearance that
because again, there's little to no legal standing for it. Comey's pleading not guilty. If it doesn't get dropped, and it probably will get dropped, they're not even. And there have already been missteps from the person who is trying to lead the case against him. They
had been exposed to serious privileged information, and they used that to shape their presentation to the grand jury. That's fundamentally wrong. But also on the Halligan point, her time in the grand jury is extraordinary. She told the grand jury basically that Comey didn't have a Fifth Amendment right at trial.
It's Tobias Funk in a senator costume.
To refuse to testify, and therefore he would be able to, give his explanation as to the events and counter the government's evidence, which the judge noted appropriately was burden shifting. And moreover, she told the grand jury in an extraordinary statement that not to worry about the record with which they had been presented because the government had better evidence at trial. That's like saying, please indict this person because we don't have time to indict innocent people. It's just way, way, way out of bounds. And frankly, it would be a basis to have her disbarred. And because Pam Bondi twice affirmed the legitimacy of her presentation, it would be a basis to have Bondi disbarred as well.
Stunning. Which is really stunning. I mean, we know Halligan, of course, had not prosecuted a case before this, but to say, as you did, to put it in black and white with the implications that that could be both for her and Pam Bondi, it is stunning.
He would look better with a monocle. It would really sell the, I think, sell the look, bring it home if he had a monocle.
I want to ask you one other thing, Ty. Yeah, go ahead.
Aaron, if you don't mind, there is one other extraordinary event here, which is
why is he like reaching for his beard instead of twisting his mustache?
There's a missing 2 hours and 20 minutes, which puts Rosemary Woods
in the grand jury
17 minutes. Yes. And keep in mind that included the rejection.
And again, sorry, we were watching this clip because, again, Axios cited this because apparently he touches on the Epstein files, and it's a 5.5-minute clip. I'm waiting for him to get to that.
Action of the government's initial indictment and the submission of a second indictment. There's no record of that, and the judge makes the point it's impossible to believe that there weren't communications between her and the grand jury. Where are they?
It's like, where are the missing tapes? All right, Ty, on the Epstein files, Trump obviously has done this complete 180, right? And over the weekend, I mean, he went out with a bang, right? I mean, he fought and fought and fought, and he upped the decibel level and the derogatory level against Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, until the very last second. Then he realized it was going to be the most...
Ruthless. I turned away for 3 minutes and Santa is on the screen. What the fuck? Prospector. Aaron needs a monocle too. Do you mean me or do you mean Aaron Burnett? She would be upstaging him. I feel like that would be kind of rude.
Epic, turn against him by his own party ever. And so now suddenly he's on board with the release. Okay. That is one thing. And actually seeing the files and perhaps the videos is a very different thing. So are we going to see them?
I don't think so. I think this is really a canard on his part. I think he and Bondi have determined that they'll try to use the Trump-ordered, quote, investigation, end quote, of Democrats, but not Republicans, as he stated, involving Clinton and others as a bar to producing anything. I think it'll be a long time before we ever see anything, although there are certain documents that could be easily produced. And if Trump wanted the documents produced, he could produce them tonight. He doesn't have to wait for
there doesn't need to be a bill.
So this is silly. Yeah, this is silly. And really, this is...
I mean, there's literally... That's all you need to say about this. This is silly. Those 3 words more than suffice to summarize all of the Republicans' behavior with respect to this particular issue. Stroking a beard shows wisdom. Twisting a mustache evokes sinister intentions. This is true. This is probably something he's hypersensitive and aware of.
This is Trump, at his narcissistic worst, because it's just the mere fact he can't abide being on the losing side. He could not abide the wholesale repudiation that was headed his way tomorrow when hundreds of Republicans defected and voted to reveal these documents. So he's like the Confederate soldier in a trench with dead Union soldiers on Appomattox Day, trying on their uniforms so he can say he was on the winning side. It's sick.
Ty, thank you.
According to Trump, he can think of declassifying the files. That's what constitutes declassification, is when Trump is privy to classified information and he reads it and then it's in his head, therefore it's declassified. He has said things that suggest that that's how he understands declassification to work. Aaron is Ireland? What is going on in YouTube chat? Let's see. That was Ty Cobb, former White House lawyer during Trump's first term, told CNN that Trump and Bondi could use the investigation to avoid releasing files, which we already know. Yes, but the bill acknowledges that the withholdings must be narrowly tailored and temporary, meaning files could eventually be released. It's unclear when that would be, though, and how long the DOJ's investigation would last. I guess that is a shortcoming. Like, if it's temporary, like, how long? They didn't exactly say. So Trump could veto it. President Trump still has to sign the bill for it to become law. If he declines to sign or veto it within 10 days, then it becomes law without his signature. If Trump vetoes the bill, a possibility that Johnson did not rule out, it will be returned to the House, which can then attempt to override it with a 2/3 majority vote. The bill passed the House 427-1 with Representative Clay Higgins, a Republican from Louisiana, as the lone no vote. The Senate, which passed the bill unanimously, would then have to attempt an override vote, which requires a 2/3 majority. Only if both chambers agree to override does the bill become law without the president's signature. And again, this could always change, unfortunately. Grand jury records are still being blocked. Flashback, judges have previously blocked the unsealing of court records related to probes into Epstein and his co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. The Trump admin faced several legal roadblocks over the release of grand jury materials. The government has argued that the docs are of historical interest to the public and should qualify as a special circumstance for release. It's unclear to me why they're okay with the release of this shit, but not Epstein. Trump DOJ already released Epstein files. President Trump has the power to release the Epstein files on his own because he controls the DOJ, which could release the docs without need for Congress's approval. This has already happened as the DOJ has turned over thousands of documents to the House Oversight Committee. In February, the DOJ released more than 100 pages of documents related to the Epstein probe. At the same time, Bondi asked the FBI to investigate why more files weren't released. Where's that SpongeBob meme when you need it? When he's like talking into the walkie-talkie and like behind him the wanted poster is for himself. In July, the DOJ and FBI concluded in a memo, they were concluding, you guys, that there was no evidence that Epstein blackmailed powerful figures, kept a client list, or was murdered. The DOJ then released a video in both raw and enhanced versions of Epstein's prison cell on the night he died. And again, this was not, there was like a Wired article, Wired Epstein footage raw. It was this, where the metadata proved that it was not entirely, it was modified in some way, shape, or form, but not they don't have evidence that it was altered. So this was reported July 11, 2025. Metadata shows the FBI's quote-unquote raw Jeffrey Epstein prison video was likely modified. There is no evidence the footage was deceptively manipulated, but ambiguities around how the video was processed may further fuel conspiracy theories about Epstein's death. And there was an expert saying, working with two independent video forensics experts, Wired examined the 21 gig files released by the DOJ. Using a metadata tool, reporters analyzed both exchangeable image file format, or EXIF, and extensible metadata platform, XMP, data to identify signs of post-processing. The raw file shows clear signs of having been processed using an Adobe product, most likely Premiere, based on metadata that specifically references file extensions used by the video editing software. According to experts, Adobe software, including Premiere and Photoshop, leaves traces in exported files, often embedding metadata that logs which assets were used and what actions were taken during the editing. In this case, the metadata indicates the file was saved at least 4 times over a 23-minute span on May 23, 2025, by a Windows user account called MJCole-1. The metadata does not show whether the footage was modified before each time it was saved. The embedded data suggests the video is not a continuous, unaltered export from a surveillance system, but a composite assembled from at least 2 separate MP4 files. The metadata includes references to Premiere Project files and 2 specific source clips, and then they give the formal names of 2 MP4s. These entries appear under a metadata section labeled Ingredients, part of Adobe's internal schema for tracking source material used in editing software or exports. The metadata does not make it clear where in the video the 2 clips were spliced together. Haney Fareed, a professor at UC Berkeley whose research focuses on digital forensics and misinfo, reviewed the metadata at Wired's request. He is a recognized expert in the analysis of digital images and the detection of manipulated media, including deepfakes. He has testified in numerous court cases involving digital evidence. Fareed says the metadata raises immediate concerns about chains of custody, the documented handling of digital evidence from collection to presentation in a courtroom. Just like physical evidence, he explains, digital evidence must be handled in a way that preserves its integrity. Metadata, while not always precise, can provide important clues about whether that integrity has been compromised. If a lawyer brought me this file and asked if it was suitable for court, I'd say no. Go back to the source. Do it right, Fareed says. Do a direct export from the original system. No monkey business. He also pointed to another anomaly. The video's aspect ratio shifts noticeably at several points. Why am I suddenly seeing a different aspect ratio, he asks. Fareed cautions that while the metadata clearly shows the video was modified, the changes could be benign. For example, converting footage from a proprietary surveillance format to a standard MP4. While there may be uncontroversial explanations for the metadata artifacts, such as stitching together multiple days of footage during compilation or the routine export of surveillance footage to an MP4 format, the FBI did not respond to specific questions about the file's processing, instead referring Wired to the DOJ. The DOJ, in turn, referred inquiries back to the FBI and the Bureau of Prisons because this administration is not fucking transparent. They are as opaque as possible. They are shady as fuck, and they will never, ever, ever, in just 99% of instances, when you reach out to them for comment, they say, fuck you. Or they send you to some other, it just ends up being like whack-a-mole, trying to get somebody from this administration to comment on anything that they fucking do. The Bureau of Prisons did not respond to a request for comment. So when it says the DOJ released a video in both raw and enhanced versions, raw with a massive caveat, keeping that in mind. of Epstein's prison cell the night that he died. When Epstein files could be released, zoom out, files related to the Epstein probe could still drip out, as they have already done from the DOJ and House Oversight Committee releases, but they might still contain redactions. The DOJ can withhold classified info, including anything that should be kept secret due to national defense or foreign policy, per the bill. The bill explains that the Attorney General may withhold or redact records that include the following: 1, victims' names, medical files, and identifying info; 2, CSAM; 3, images of death, abuse, or injury; 4, classified info. So there you go. There's going to be delays, and we're going to see what they do. And what monkey business they try to employ to get out of this. But do we think that Trump is going to veto it? Do we think he's going to just let it, like, never sign it, but then after 10 days it automatically becomes law? What do we think? Let's see. I do want to see some MAGA reactions, though. Let's see the CNN interview. If it's not interesting, with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Dana Bash a few days ago, if it's not interesting, I'll turn it off.
It's the political.
So this was 3 days ago. This has 2.1 million views. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene responds after Trump calls her a traitor, because somebody was saying, oh, she still kind of defends him here, and I wouldn't be surprised. So let's see.
Breakup heard round the world.
To try and be good faith, they could also try to clean up any bizarre artifacting that might lead to bad conclusions. That could be the case, but I'm not inclined to extend any charity to this administration because they are never transparent with decisions like that. If it was as simple as that, they could have literally put out a statement and said that.
President Trump severing ties with at least one of his closest allies, declaring, I am withdrawing my support and endorsement of Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, even calling for primary challenges against his one-time loyalists and attacking her as, quote, wacky, a ranting lunatic, a rhino, and a traitor. This is days before the House of Representatives is set to vote on releasing the Epstein files. It's a stunning breach between two MAGA leaders, one of whom is here with me now exclusively for her first interview since the president cut ties, Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. Thank you so much for being here, as you just heard. And I know you saw the president says he's withdrawing support for you, encouraging primary challengers. You were one of his biggest supporters. What do you think happened here?
Is she going to say, I still am, Dana?
Well, Dana, thank you for having me on, and that is true. I stood with President Trump when virtually no one else did. Campaigned all over the country, spent millions of my own dollars helping him get elected, and I think that's incredibly important. And I do support him and his administration, and I support them in delivering the campaign promises we made to the American people. His remarks, of course, have been hurtful. However, I have something in my heart that I think is incredibly important for our country, and that is to end the toxic fighting in politics. And this has been going on for years, and it has divided our country.
When no one else did. Yeah, she was the only person who's ever defended Donald Trump. Yeah.
Split up friends and families, neighbors, and it's not solving our problems. The most hurtful thing he said, which is absolutely untrue.
It's so ridiculous to hear somebody who has contributed to this political climate that she's now decrying, saying, this is really, really bad. We need to come together, blah, 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 blah.
Is he called me a traitor, and that is so extremely wrong. And those are the types of words used that can radicalize people against me and put my life in danger.
What do you think happened? What do you think is the reason for this?
Unfortunately, it has all come down to the Epstein files, and that is
and I happen to think her diagnosis is correct in this instance. This really does seem to have been the last straw.
Shocking. And, you know, I stand with these women. I stand with rape victims. I stand with children who are in terrible sex abuse situations. And I stand with survivors of trafficking and those that are trapped in sex trafficking. And I will not apologize for that. I believe the country deserves transparency in these files. And I don't believe that rich, powerful people should be protected if they have done anything wrong. And so I'm standing with the women, and I will continue to do my small part to get the files released.
You said on X yesterday, quote, it's astonishing really how hard he's fighting to stop the Epstein files from coming out, and that it really makes you wonder what is in those files. Are you suggesting there's something in the Epstein files that President Trump does not want Americans to see?
Well, I think that's the part that has so many people confused, is that the women themselves that I have talked to have over and over again said that Donald Trump did nothing wrong. Quite a few of them even told me they voted for him. And those are the women I would like to see in the Oval Office with support. I would like to see all of the women there with support.
Do we actually think that that's going to happen? I cannot imagine these victims at any point being photographed next to Trump, being invited there on good terms, and that not ending extremely poorly. I don't even see them extending that to those victims. But even if they were to, it would look disastrous because Donald Trump cannot help but wear his contempt and frustration all over his face.
I have no idea what's in the files. I can't even guess. But
I can't in good faith say like, oh yeah, I support it, because it would be putting like the victims through, through some like encouraging that just so there could be, unfavorable moments against Trump, of which there are no shortage. But, very tempting, I'll say, to call for that.
The questions everyone is asking is why fight this so hard?
Well, before this blow up, you sort of alluded to this just now. You said you were confident the president wouldn't be implicated. Are you still confident of that?
I'm listening to the women. Those are the ones that are saying that he did nothing wrong.
Virginia, I'm just a mouthpiece for them. I never personally said this. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm not saying that Donald Trump is implicated. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just repeating what I'm hearing.
Frey even said under oath that Donald Trump did nothing wrong, and she wrote it in her book. So I'm continuing to listen to the women, and I think their voices should be the loudest.
The president said the reason
slick, Marjorie,
that you have been critical of him is not necessarily Epstein, but because he pushed you not to run for the Senate or for governor in Georgia. How and when did he do that?
Well, that is absolutely not true. Actually, I never had a conversation at all with the president about running for Senate or running for Georgia. And those were decisions I came to on my own that I don't want to have anything to do with the Senate. I think the past 2 months of the government shutdown.
This is more responding to AOC being like, hey, guess what? The reason why she's made this pivot is because she wanted to take a bid for the Senate and wasn't going to be supported. She doesn't have to have actually had a direct one-on-one conversation with Donald Trump to have heard through the grapevine that he wouldn't have supported it either way. So that's a very, very, she's making a very, very specific claim to not engage substantively with the rumor, which is that, did you catch wind that like Donald Trump, if you attempted to launch a Senate bid in your state, would not be enthusiastic or would not support it or thinks you might lose?
Should have shown America exactly why I would never want to be there. I think it's a very broken institution that serves the uniparty and doesn't serve the American people and how they vote. And I decided
the uniparty
that I didn't want to run for governor this cycle either.
Like she doesn't get to say that when she's literally a partisan. When you literally have an R next to your name, lady, you don't get to exclude yourself from that duopoly. You could be an independent.
Very much want to do the job that I'm in. Everyone else says I'm running for something, but all I want to do is serve Georgia's 14th district, and I'm very grateful for that opportunity.
So he said it pretty explicitly. Are you saying he's lying, or did he at least get that message to somebody on your political team instead?
I'm not sure. That is untrue.
I just don't know. I just don't know where it even came from that Donald Trump apparently would not have supported my Senate bid. I'd never talked to him. Who knows? Who's to say why that's out there?
True, what he said. I don't know if he's being fed wrong information. Right. I honestly have no idea in that area, but it is absolutely factually not true, nor have I called him, and White House logs would prove
Don't worry, Dems will nominate her for 2028. LOL. Okay, ignore that cringe clip from Jamie Raskin. He got pushed back for that, and I don't think that the tent, even though it has room for Liz Cheney, I don't think that Democrats will be interested in rehabilitating her because she is unstable and crazy.
That his own cell phone records would prove it. I have not been calling the president, but I did post messages that I had sent to him, and that was to protect, get involved. This is important. The American people want the Epstein files released, and I've stood with the president. I have disagreed with him at times, Dana, and
it doesn't have room for racists. It does, just not these kinds of racists.
I'm allowed to do that. I think that's the most important thing we can do as Americans, and I'm urging my party.
And in reality, it's like I think the Democrats do kind of draw the line at QAnon.
massive pressure on my party and our speaker to pass the agenda that the American people vote for. That's the agenda that I fought for. Those are the campaign promises I made. And I can disagree with the president at times, especially particularly this past Monday on the...
Can you, though? Because you disagreed with him one time too many, even though you demonstrated nothing, like you said, but complete fealty to him at all points, even his supposed low points where you were the only one doing it. And now he's calling you a traitor. So... is that really true, Marjorie?
Marines' 250th anniversary, when he honored the new Syrian president, who is an al-Qaeda terrorist and was wanted by our government for years with a $10 million bounty up until March of this year. I very much am against that. I think that was very hurtful to the great men and women who served over in the Middle East and were sent there, and many of them that were killed and injured and live with PTSD to this day from fighting al-Qaeda. So there's things I disagree with, and I'm allowed to do so.
Well, you mentioned the Syrian leader at the White House. You've also been critical of President Trump over foreign entanglements, H-1B visas. Now he's moving military assets towards Venezuela. I do want to play something that he said this week.
Don't forget, MAGA was my idea. MAGA was nobody else's idea. I know what MAGA wants better than anybody else.
I mean, he is now the head of MAGA, but like America First and like this whole Make America Great Again thing is like, does it even need to be said? He was not the first person to conceive of that.
MAGA wants to
he
see
just
our
like co-opted it and now will always be most closely associated with it.
country thrive.
Do you agree? Do you think he represents the MAGA movement as he once did?
Well, what the American people voted for with MAGA was to put the American people first and stop sending foreign aid and stop being involved in foreign wars. They very much deserve to be put first. Cost of living is far too high. Health insurance is completely out of control. And those are two issues I've been very vocal on for months and months now, long before Republicans.
As he once did with Sneaky.
Were shocked.
That's why that was a behind the back pass from Marjorie. That's why she's the best.
Those big losses came on this past Tuesday's election. So I think that the American people deserve to be put first. That's what Make America Great Again meant to me. And I think that
I thought he stole like Make America Great Again from Reagan. But if you look up like America First, no, I don't want to use my location. Google, I really don't want to do that. Okay, like this. America First Committee was an American isolationist pressure group against the U.S.'s entry into World War II. Launched in September 1940, it surpassed 800,000 members and 450 chapters at its peak. The AFC principally supported isolationism for its own sake, and its varied coalition included Republicans, Democrats, progressives, farmers, industrialists, communists, anti-communist, students, and journalists. If you want to talk about a big tent, it was this. However, it was controversial for the anti-Semitic and pro-fascist views of some of its most prominent speakers, leaders, and members. The AFC was dissolved on December 11th, 1941, 4 days after the attack on Pearl Harbor, and 3 days after Roosevelt declared war on Japan alone. It was the day of Hitler's Nazi German declaration of war against the U.S., as well as the fascist Mussolini's Italian declaration of war on the U.S. on December 11th, 1941. Their declarations of war on the U.S. brought it into the wider European theater of World War II. This resulted in U.S. joining Britain and all the British Commonwealth countries that had been standing alone at war with Germany since shortly after its outbreak in early September 1939. More history thing. The AFC argued that no foreign power could successfully attack a strongly defended U.S., that a British defeat by Nazi Germany would not imperil American national security, and that giving military aid to Britain would risk dragging the U.S. into the war. The group fervently opposed measures for the British advance by FDR, such as the Destroyers for Bases deal and the Lend-Lease bill, but it failed in its efforts to block them. It was founded by some Yale law students, so that is the ideological origins of the America First Committee. Not too much different than what you see today.
President Trump can do that if he refocuses.
Was Donald Trump's dad part of that? I don't know. I don't believe so. I feel like that would have been reported.
His effort. And I think that's what I want to see. I think that's what the country wants to see. Even if he's attacking me, I do want him to be successful for the American people.
So sounds like you're saying that he is not representing the MAGA movement that he started right now.
I can say that promoting H-1B visas to replace American jobs.
So that's a no, he's not, but she won't just come out and say it. So here's what she's going to say instead.
bringing in 600,000 Chinese students to replace American students' opportunities in American colleges and universities. Those are not America First positions. And continuing to really travel all over the world doesn't help Americans back at home. I really, and I said this to him, and I will say it out loud, I would love to see Air Force One be parked and stay home, and there be nothing but a constant focus in the White House on a domestic agenda that helps the American people once and for all.
Congresswoman, you posted on X that President Trump is, with his comments, fueling a, quote, hotbed of threats against you. Obviously, any threats to your safety are completely unacceptable. But we have seen these kinds of attacks or criticism from the president at other people. It's not new. And with respect, I haven't heard you speak out about it until it was directed at you.
Yeah, with respect, what the fuck does she have to say to this?
Dana, I think that's fair criticism. And I would like to say humbly, I'm sorry for taking part in the...
It would be so good if Dana was like, when he attacked XYZ, people... That was a moment that you were one of the only people standing with him. So do you want to retract these specific instances of you doing it as well? Not just kind of like a broad condemnation?
Toxic politics. It's very bad for our country. And it's been something I've thought about a lot, especially since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, is that I'm only responsible for myself and my own words and actions. And I am committed. And I've been working on this a lot lately.
Why did Charlie Kirk's assassination make you realize that you're
put down the knives in politics? I really just want...
Is she talking about like the backlash? How Maga was like trying to cancel people and get them fired and shit? And that's what she's been thinking about since? She doesn't say the backlash to it.
To see people be kind to one another, and we need to figure out a new path forward that is focused on the American people, because as Americans, no matter what side of the aisle we're on, we have far more in common than we have.
No, she's talking about how vitriolic speech puts a target on people's back. I guess so, right? Like that could be really the only reasonable interpretation from what she's saying that isn't like, 'cause she's not swinging too hard at Republicans at all here.
Differences. And we need to be able to respect each other with our disagreements.
So just to put a button on this, you regret the things that you have said and posted in the past, the Facebook
specific ones where she fucking has accused Ilhan Omar of marrying her brother and called for the deportation of certain people.
Post that was taken down of you in 2020 holding a gun alongside the squad, encouraging people to go on the offense against the socialists, liking a tweet of somebody calling for the execution of Nancy Pelosi and former President Obama. Just examples.
Well, Dana, as you know, and many people know, I addressed that back in 2021. And of course, I never want to cause any harm or anything bad for anyone. So
can a girl just like some tweets?
Was addressed back then, and I very much stand by my words I said then. And
what did you say then? Reiterate them now, please, in great detail.
My words today. I think America needs to come together and end all the toxic, dangerous rhetoric and divide. And I'm leading the way with my own example, and I hope that President Trump can do the same.
Okay, so on that, I do want to ask you about something you posted just yesterday on X. You questioned who and what country is putting so much pressure on Trump to keep the Epstein files hidden.
What they have is an AIPAC tracker meme that says that she doesn't take any money from them. So she tweets out, "This in the Epstein files is why I'm being attacked by President Trump. It really makes you wonder what is in those files and who and what country is putting so much pressure on him." I mean, from her, it's JQ posting. "I forgive him and I will pray for him to return to his original MAGA promises." And it's like the Regina George meme of so you admit he is straying from it. Then the Liberty scores.
Hidden. And you included a picture about donations from pro-Israel lobbying group AIPAC. What are you trying to say there?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's the question that many Americans are asking, especially when we saw information recently come out in these emails that the Oversight Committee that I serve on has released. And we saw Jeffrey Epstein with...
The uninformed voter's brain will eat this up and forgive her. We'll see.
To Ehud Barak. We saw him making business deals with them, also business deals that involved the Israeli government and seems to have led into their intel agencies. And I think the right question is to ask is, was Jeffrey Epstein working for Israel. And I'm proud to say I don't take money from AIPAC. I don't take money from any special group of people. I'm just representing my district and the American people. And so that's what I was referring to.
I just want to be clear.
I think I've looked into it before, and she did randomly take like a few $100s from like a pro-Israel group, but that's it. It never makes it into that graphic though, but generally speaking, she doesn't take them.
Are you saying Israel is pushing the president of the United States to cover up the Epstein files? And what evidence do you have that that is the case?
I simply just asked out loud, is there a foreign government? It could be any foreign government, but is a foreign government...
I'm simply just asking questions, okay?
...pushing to keep this covered up because people just don't understand the big fight against...
Well, you had AIPAC up there. It was pretty clear which government you were talking about.
That I'm questioning that government in particular,
yes,
and questioning any other foreign government.
Okay, when you're talking about lowering the rhetoric, which is...
Both of them, man. This like fucking gay joust that they were just engaged in. Like, give me a break, okay? Dana Bash is like a massive Zionist, and Marjorie Taylor Greene was obviously angling at that, and neither one of them really wanted to own the position that they were getting at.
Important for everybody to hear from you and all of our elected officials. But there is some concern, a lot of concern among Republicans about the rise of anti-Semitic hard-right figures in your movement, especially after Tucker Carlson hosted white nationalist Nick Fuentes on his podcast, didn't question Fuentes about his vile language or views. You did speak at a conference hosted by Fuentes back in 2022. You were criticized, and you said then that you didn't know about his views. Well, Fuentes...
And that was clearly a fucking lie then. There's photos of her like smiling while he's like waving. I put like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nick Fuentes. There's like no way she didn't know. This. Like, give me a break. She knows who that was.
Fuentes talked to Carlson about that in the interview. Listen to what he said.
Well, again, with Marjorie, I was a friend of hers, and she spoke at my conference, and then the day after, she pretended like she didn't know me. She pretended like she didn't know me and lied and said I had no idea the conference I was speaking at. She knew exactly what it was.
What do you say to that?
Well, first of all, I defend
like I knew of him, but I didn't know what he stood for.
Every single person's free speech rights. I think that's incredibly important. So I don't...
Marjorie, this is not about free speech.
Apologize for that, and I don't believe in canceling people, and I think it's important for...
Okay, but you believe in criticizing people, clearly, so criticize them.
People like Tucker Carlson and yourself to interview everyone. I don't believe in trying to cancel someone by refusing to interview them and question them. And I did speak at his conference back in 2022. However, I don't know Nick Fuentes. He's someone I've never exchanged text messages with or phone calls. But I did speak at his conference. That was the first time I had met him that day, and that was it.
That's what I get for opening a TikTok that was linked to me.
But I did watch the interview. I watched the full interview with Tucker, and I admire him for interviewing many people as well as exposing a lot of powerful information.
I hear what
that
you're saying.
He does on his show.
I hear what you're saying about free speech. I mean, count me as guilty as a proponent of free speech. There's free speech, and then there is hate speech. And this is a man.
Oh my God, this is so soy from Dana. I don't even disagree with her, but like, this is not even in the realm of talking about like. Free speech includes criticism of other people and discriminating against bad ideas. So this is why she's even dragging it to like, but this is hate speech though. You should you don't need to bring that up at all.
Invited on a really prominent conservative show who said even during that interview, he had a problem with, quote, organized Jewry, and he wasn't challenged on it. In the past, he has denied the Holocaust, called Adolf Hitler effing cool, talked about the fact that he thought...
Dana, you know who you're talking to. She's done not Holocaust denial, but this kind of shady shit.
Jim Crow was just fine, and on and on. So again, there's free speech, and then there's just hateful language and sentiments.
Well, Dana, again, I told you on this interview that I'm committed to ending the toxic politics, and I think I don't want to have anything to do with it. You should have Nick Fuentes on your show, and you could ask him questions about that. I myself am not anti-Semitic. I have never criticized the Jewish people or said anything about them in particular. I am critical of the government of Israel, and I can.
She almost said, "I am critical of their government."
About them in particular. I am critical of the government of Israel. And
I am critical of the government of Israel. Good one.
I can criticize any government I want to in the entire world as well as our own. And a lot of the times I am criticizing our own government for failing the American people. And I think that needs to be the focus. And that's the most important thing people care about, is being able to afford groceries, housing, health insurance, and having a good quality of life.
Yeah, and I hear you saying you're not anti-Semitic, and you've said it before, and some of the posts that you have put up, which you have apologized for, certainly have.
I certainly have heard you say you're not anti-Semitic.
Tropes in them that have been used historically against Jews. But I do want to end this conversation with a question to you, and that is, do you see a situation where you and President Trump can make up? And if not, do you think you have a future in the GOP?
Well, I certainly hope that we can make up. And there's, again, I can only speak for myself. I'm a Christian, and one of the most important parts of our faith is forgiveness. And that's something I'm committed to. That's why I can easily come on.
Yeah. Did you know if you don't trust this politician's pivot and accept her apologies, that you're actually not being very Christ-like?
Your show that is watched all over the world, and I can say things I'm sorry for, and I can try to set an example of how I think we should move forward as Americans. And so, of course, on my end, I believe in that, and I certainly hope to see that happen.
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, I appreciate you coming on this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan.
That does sound bad, not defending Marjorie, but I mean, Israel presents themselves as that, like the Jewish state, but yeah, it really is not their government, as in all Jewish people, lol. Yeah, I mean, like, depending on how charitable you want to be, which I'm not inclined to be charitable to this woman really whatsoever, even on this particular issue, almost especially on this particular issue, because she has had a past of making anti-Semitic remarks associated with Nick Fuentes. Even in this instance, like, she could have condemned him and she didn't. She chose not to do that. Tried to pivot to like, oh, that, we don't have time for me to condemn him because we need to talk about kitchen table issues, which she doesn't spend time doing either. But like, excluding the last few weeks, right? Excluding that. Okay, fine. Where she was criticizing the shutdown. That's the only instance of her doing that. But that is kind of the conundrum when it comes to Zionism, right? It's like Zionists and pro-Israel people try to say every single Jewish individual supports, Israel or whatever, but then they get mad at you for making insinuations about dual loyalty, or if you make comments like the government of the Jewish people, even though they'll say it speaks for all Jews and stuff like that. Like, how they reconcile this in their mind, like pro-Israel people, I'm sure I don't know. It has never made any sense to me.
You guys have Sadiq Khan, I think he's
PBD, chill. It's because I keep pulling stuff from my watch later, so it wants to skip right to him. But let's see. Actually, should we do PBD next? Maybe we should. But before we do that, if you're watching on Twitch and you haven't followed me yet, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. If you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe to me, hit the bell, like the stream, pushes it out to other people. If you want to support me, you can send a super chat in through YouTube, the YouTube chat, and I will read it out. If you want to subscribe to me on Twitch, that would also be super, super helpful. You'll get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. You can also give subs throughout the chat or use your Amazon Prime sub to sub to me. If you want to support me in any other way, you can follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. And next, I think we are going to be doing... Oh, wait, I did want to see actually some reactions to the Trump versus Marjorie Taylor Greene saga. Let's see. Let's see what Benny Boy had to say about this briefly, and then we do PBD. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Goonie, thank you so much for the 20 tier 1 gifted subs to my community. You have gifted a total of 85 to my channel, and I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much to everybody who just got benefited from Goonie's generousness. Please drop an emote in chat or a thank you. Really, really appreciate it. My favorite Republican. Yes, our favorite DEI conservative chatter. Thank you so much.
Marjorie Taylor Greene has been...
Okay, dude, chill. Let's see. This was 2 days ago, and Trump ended Marjorie Taylor Greene's career. So Ben has it out for her because he doesn't like the criticisms of Israel. She has said Israel is engaged in genocide. Cynically or not, do with that what you will. That is, why he doesn't like her. But let's see. Even though Ben Shapiro himself, again, he was not always some like diehard MAGA dude. Now he is. But he has criticized Trump before. He didn't even vote for him in 2016.
Been attacking the president of the United States for months now. Finally, over the weekend, the president retaliated. We will get into that. Plus, we'll talk about the affordability crisis. What can be done?
What happened with Marjorie Taylor Greene? Why she's not with MAGA anymore? She's trying her like hardest to hold on for dear life to her connection to that movement. She doesn't want to alienate them entirely. She's just not willing to break ranks, or like she just led the charge on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff from the Republican side. So that's put her at odds with Trump and the broader MAGA movement because they just follow whatever Trump does.
Why are Democrats continuing to put pressure on Republicans to spend even more on Obamacare? How can we fix it? First, this is your last chance to win my personal lifetime membership. One winner will get all access for the rest.
Oh my God, Ben, please.
Marjorie Taylor Greene and the President of the United States finally boiled over. So Marjorie Taylor Greene has been attempting to run essentially her own knockoff version, her Timu version of MAGA. She's been out retailing it to The View. She's been out retailing it to CNN and MSNBC. She's become the hot new thing in the legacy media. The Jewish space lady. That lady is the hot new thing with regards to...
What's funny is that was extrapolated from what she said, but she never actually said that. The Jewish space lasers thing is like from a Facebook post that she made where she was getting at like, anti-Semitic conspiracies and stuff like that. And it was related to like energy and how she thought energy companies that had holdings that were primarily from millionaires and billionaires who happen to be Jewish or whatever. Like that's what it's from. But it's so funny that it has carried through as Jewish space lasers.
To legacy media. They now have strange new respect for Marjorie Taylor Greene because she has decided that she is going to attack Trump full time. We've been covering it on the show. Well, the president finally noticed, and President Trump put out a statement over the weekend slamming Marjorie Taylor Greene quite properly for trying to undermine his actual administration. He said on Truth Social, lightweight Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Brown, green grass turns brown when it begins to rot, betrayed the entire Republican Party when she turned left. This is Saturday morning.
Will you cover how the Dem establishment is listening to Ezra Klein? Yeah, probably, which is funny because Ezra Klein and Matt Iglesias and all these blogosphere liberals and abundocrats go around saying they're just beholden to the crazy progressives on Twitter, even though that is literally not the case at all. I don't know if I'll cover it today, but I will cover it at some point.
This is following Marjorie Taylor Greene's repeated attacks on President Trump, particularly over Jeffrey Epstein. Back on Friday, Marjorie Taylor Greene suggested on CBS that actually the president of the United States was attempting to protect.
The American people deserve to see transparency from their government. Rich, powerful people should not be protected. That is completely wrong. And it's a message to victims everywhere, victims of human trafficking and children who are trapped in terrible situations, that the government will not protect the predators, that we will work hard to protect the victims.
Now, again, it is ridiculous to suggest the president of the United States is trying to protect predators. And finally, the president of the United States had enough. This line, of course.
Why, Ben? Why? Why is it so wrong to characterize his actions this way? Explain.
Has been retailed by a wide variety of people who are supposedly allies of President Trump, who have turned on President Trump using the Epstein files as a way of getting at him. We'll get to that in a moment because MTG is part of a broader kind of splinter effort inside MAGA to take control of MAGA because they are angry at the president's policy decisions, and now they have decided to use Epstein as a wedge. And so the president withdrew his support for Marjorie Taylor Greene on Truth Social, suggested that he might, in fact, back a primary opponent.
What he's actually talking about is the fact that for once, on very, very particular issues, they were actually in conformity with their constituents, which is that the Republican Party and the GOP broadly was held in contempt by the American public for the government shutdown that they enforced and imposed upon this country for not having access to SNAP, to WIC, to other critical government services. Federal employees were fed up with it. There are federal employees, there are SNAP recipients, not only like in these states, but primarily in red states. So when they were speaking out against Donald Trump, wanting to end the shutdown, but not actually change anything or like fulfill any of the demands or come to negotiate with Democrats for the budget, She was actually acting in conformity for once with what her constituents expect of her as their congressional representative. And Ben Shapiro could not be more livid that she was doing that.
To Marjorie Taylor Greene again.
And Clearwatch, thank you so much for the 100 bits.
Only be famous.
Why the sounds are not going off today.
For her dumb Facebook post if it had not been for the president of the United States touting her, treating her as an ally, building her up. And then, of course, she got very angry because she wanted to run for Senate in Georgia. And he pointed out to her she was going to lose by 20 to John Ossoff if she ran for Senate in Georgia.
Aaron, if the shutdown was caused by the GOP, why were Dems upset when it was over? Well, those Dems were upset because those Democrats that helped collaborate with Maga were the only reason why it was able to reopen. But they should have been doing that in the first place. Because Republicans are the ones that are in charge, that were refusing to sit down and negotiate with Democrats over what the budget was going to be. And they're not sticking to the budget in the first place. And they occupy all three branches of government. So it is their shutdown.
This, of course, ticked her off.
Like, why would you blame the minority party for the government shutdown?
So President Trump finally lost it at her on Truth Social. He said, I'm withdrawing my support and endorsement of Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of the great state of Georgia. He said, all I see wacky Marjorie do is complain, complain, complain. He said, it seemed to all begin when I sent her a poll stating she should not run for senator or governor. She was at 12% and didn't have a chance. Unless, of course, she had my endorsement, which she wasn't about to get. She has told many people that she is upset that I don't return her phone calls anymore. But with 219 congressmen and women, 53 U.S. senators, 24 cabinet members, almost 200 countries, and an otherwise normal life to lead, I can't take a ranting lunatic's call.
Oh, sorry, Clearwatch. Thank you so much for the 700 bits. I didn't realize that's each 100 bits thing represents an individual thing.
Every 4 cabinet members, almost 200 countries, and an otherwise normal life to lead. I can't take a ranting lunatic's call every day. He then added, I understand that wonderful conservative people are thinking about primarying Marjorie.
I did see the clip of Trump calling that reporter Piggy. And I think some people seem shocked by it. Like, they almost seem to think it's like uncharacteristic for Trump. But why? We know that Trump doesn't treat women well.
In her district of Georgia, that they too are fed up with her antics. And if the right person runs, they will have my complete and unyielding support. She has gone far left, even doing The View with their low IQ Republican hating anchors. So Marjorie Taylor Greene,
far leftism is when you sit down with The View.
Was excited about this because she's attempting, again, to run an anti-Trump campaign inside the Republican Party. And so she responded by saying, President Trump just attacked me and lied about me. Always playing the victim, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I haven't called him at all, but I did send these text messages today. Apparently, this is what sent him over the edge, the Epstein files. And of course, he's coming hard after me to make an example, to scare all the other Republicans before next week's vote to release the Epstein files. It's astonishing, really, how hard he's fighting to stop the Epstein files from coming out, that he actually goes to this level. But really, most Americans wish he would fight this hard to help the forgotten men and women of America who are fed up with foreign wars and foreign causes, are going broke trying to feed their families, and are losing hope of ever achieving the American dream. That's what I voted for. I have supported President Trump with too much of my precious time, says Marjorie Taylor Greene, too much of my own money, and fought harder for him even when almost all other Republicans turned their back and denounced him. But I don't worship or serve Donald Trump. I worship God. Jesus is my savior, and I serve my district GA14 and the American people. I remain the same today as I've always been, and I will continue to pray this administration will be successful because the American people desperately deserve what they voted for. For me, I remain America first and America only. And then she included a couple of texts that she sent to the president about Jeffrey Epstein. Now, this is not true.
I love that she's throwing in that like America only thing, because it's not enough to say that you're America first and have that imply that you're anti-intervention, because broadly, the America First movement as defined by Donald Trump and Maga is not an anti-interventionist America First movement. They are completely fine with intervention in South America. They are completely fine with this intervention in Venezuela. They are completely fine with intervention in the Middle East with respect to Israel. They're completely fine with all of that. And she knows that. She's going out of her way to distance herself from that and underscore the fact that, like, I'm true America first by saying I'm America only.
What she is saying here, the president
is he on 2x? No, he's on 1.15.
Trying to cover up the Epstein files. The president made absolutely clear, actually, on Sunday, that that was not the case. He put out a Truth Social in which he said, as I said on Friday night aboard Air Force One to the fake news media, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files.
I know we look at this and think it's fucking ridiculous because she has offered a very, very modest criticism of Donald Trump. It's been couched the entire time. She's always been like emphasizing her loyalty to Donald Trump as she supports his agenda, and she's always been there for him, blah, 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 blah. But you have to remember the way that Fetterman is a thorn in the sides for Democrats, or what's his name from Virginia? Joe Manchin. That's how they see Marjorie Taylor Greene right now. Okay, this is, again, they are a cult. They are a cult of personality surrounding Donald Trump. So any criticism of dear leader is not going to fly. It doesn't matter how polite it is, even though, again, like Democrats and liberals and progressives, etc., have far more reasons, far better reasons to be upset with Manchin, Sinema, and Fetterman than MAGA does with Marjorie Taylor Greene, but it hits just as deep for them. Probably more significantly so because, again, their devotion to Donald Trump.
Files, because we have nothing to hide. And it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party, including our recent victory on the Democrat shutdown. The Department of Justice has already turned over tens of thousands of pages to the public on Epstein.
Trump just said, release all the files, nothing to hide. Goonie, if that's the case, why hasn't he signed it yet? He could have signed it.
Looking at various Democrat operatives, Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, Larry Summers, etc., and their relationship to Epstein, and the House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. All I do care about is that Republicans get back on point, which is the economy, affordability, where we are winning big, our victory on reducing inflation from the highest levels in history to practically nothing, bringing down prices for the American people.
Good things take time, Aaron. Oh, right, Goonie. So explain to me why Donald Trump didn't just order his DOJ to release these, which he could have always done. He didn't need Congress to pressure him to.
People delivering historic tax cuts, gaining trillions of dollars of investment into America, a record, the rebuilding of our military, securing our border, supporting criminal illegal aliens, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Let's start talking about the Republican Party's record-setting achievements, said the president on Truth Social, and not fall into the Epstein trap, which is actually a curse on the Democrats and not us. Make America.
Trump just supports intervention in wars and benefit of America. He's not even pure isolationist. Nobody is. Yeah, of course. I mean, he was going on. I don't know I can't remember who he was talking to, but he was like, you ever heard of the Monroe Doctrine? Intervention in like Cuba and Venezuela and these Latin American companies, totally kosher. That's totally compatible with America First. No contradiction there whatsoever. They all have their lines. And I mean, I don't just mean like, oh, we should, aid Ukraine or something. Like a conflict erupts somewhere else and he feels that United States should aid or take one side over the other. He is literally saying they should initiate intervention in these regions, and that's still commensurate somehow with being America First.
Great again. Okay, so again, Marjorie Taylor Greene kept saying over and over that it was all about the Epstein files. So here she was over the weekend talking with CNN's Dana Bash.
What do you go to Cuba? Straighterade, sure, why not?
What do you think happened?
Havana seems lovely.
What do you think is the reason for this?
Unfortunately, it has all come down to the Epstein files, and that is shocking.
Okay, and then she went on in the same interview.
Oh my God, just that clip.
To slam President Trump for calling her a traitor, even though, again, she has spent the last several months just beating up on President Trump over and over and over.
The most hurtful thing he said, which is absolutely untrue, is he called me a traitor. And that is so extremely wrong. And those are the types of words used that can radicalize people against me and put my life in danger.
Unironically, she is not wrong that it is very dangerous for the head of state to be basically calling her a traitor to the United States and what that implies and entails. Like, it's one thing for me, to call these Dems traitorous, the fucking MAGA-crats across the picket line to go vote with the Republicans to aid them in reopening the government prematurely. But I'm not a head of state. I'm not Donald Trump. My word doesn't carry that much weight, So for him to go around calling her a traitor is fairly shocking, Like, that is more than just rhetoric. And also for him to cut that off because he really wants to play into this narrative though, like, she's making herself out to be a victim. Dude, how would you like it if you were branded by a traitor by the United States president, whether that be Joe Biden or Barack Obama or Trump? That's something to fucking sneeze at, for one. And for two, she goes on, either she's already said it at that point in the interview, which we saw in its entirety, or right after, she says, she basically underscores her support for Donald Trump and is like, I have stood by him at critical points, at different points in my career.
So again, the new line that's being retailed by people like Marjorie Taylor Greene is that criticism of her puts her life in danger. Okay, the president of the United States disagrees. Here's the president responding to that particular idea.
Her life could be in danger because of the rhetoric.
Her life is in danger? Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she says.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger. Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her.
All right, coming up, more on Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, Steve Bannon, the collective of people who are attempting to hijack President Trump's MAGA movement. First, and all the time I've been endorsing Pure Talk, my wireless company. I can say,
like I've been saying that, like, he hasn't at different points tried to do the same thing and exert his same amounts of pressure for his own little pet projects.
You could save. That's policygenius.com.
He criticized Trump for taking that jet from Qatar. He criticized Trump for not being pro-Israel enough at different points.
/Shapiro. Okay, so again, this is the idea from Marjorie Taylor Greene is that President Trump has basically betrayed MAGA because of Epstein, but also has betrayed MAGA because she has a different definition of MAGA. And this brings us to what's actually going on under the surface here. Marjorie Taylor Greene started caring about the Epstein files in a serious way with regard to President Trump about the time that she got angry at President Trump's foreign policy with regard to the Middle East. That seems to be the pattern here. She, Thomas Massie, and a wide variety of commentators seem to get very exercised about President Trump and the Epstein files by claiming that President Trump is in fact enthralled to Israel and that what is happening with the Epstein files, that it's some sort of Mossad agency operation. And what made them mad is that President Trump actually is not anti-Israel the same way that they are. And this is met with mainstream media approval, of course. I mean, listen, Marjorie Taylor Greene is making pretty clear what she thinks is happening here. Here she was blaming Israel for Jeffrey Epstein, again, without any evidence. And if there's evidence, present it. I'm all in favor of all Jeffrey Epstein files being released, all of it. The reason I think the president didn't want all of that released is because he was tired of talking about it and because his own FBI had...
Ben hates it. All of these neocons that are very, very pro-Israel, they fucking hate it because they don't like the conspiracism that surrounds the Epstein files and like his ties to the Mossad. They don't like the implications or the fact that it implicates former Israeli PMs, like 4 of them. He doesn't like this.
I told him there was no there. But I'm all in favor of more transparency on the Epstein files. And anybody who is involved, if in fact there was, as the sort of most ridiculous suppositions, evidence-free suppositions suggest, some sort of intelligence agency operation to underage people in order to blackmail people, which is the theory here. If that's true, whoever engaged in it is evil. Full stop. Bar none.
Wow.
That's just basic morality. But again, the evidence-free nature of this thing is the reason why it is being trafficked by people like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
We saw Jeffrey Epstein with ties to Ehud Barak. We saw him making business deals with them.
Oh, really quick. Mike K, thank you so much for the $3. Have you heard about the genocide in Sudan? The UAE is funding a genocidal militia called the RSF there, and they are an ally of Israel and Saudi Arabia. It seems like UAE, Israel, and Saudi Arabia are the actual axis of evil in that region. Yeah, I have heard about what's occurring in the Sudan. What's unfortunate is that it is only invoked ever by people that are trying to be like, why are you talking about Israel, not talking about the Sudan? They don't talk about it at any other point or the humanitarian crisis going on there. But yeah, I don't even really disagree with your assessment that you could pretty accurately characterize those 3 countries as representing the actual axis of evil in the Middle East. But thank you so much for the $3.
Also business deals that involved the Israeli government and seems to have led into their intel agencies. And I think the right question is to ask is, was Jeffrey Epstein working for Israel?
Trump means she is a traitor to him, not a traitor to the country. Imagine wanting to know which of our leaders are doing dark shit as being a traitor. Marjorie Taylor Greene should eat his lunch. Yeah, but if Trump means that, Eugene Green in YouTube chat, that is not... It is not responsible to go about navigating that criticism in that specific way, because the word traitor does not carry the colloquial understanding that you're saying he intends it to be. Even if I granted that, which I'm skeptical of, I think he would play fast and loose with it. If he were actually pressed on it, he would just double down. He has doubled down. He has said that she is a traitor. He went out of his way in a clip that Ben just showed to say she is a traitor. You know, people understand that to mean to this country, not merely a personal allegiance to him as an individual. Which, even if he was trying to say that is already some like bitch baby shit, man.
Okay, so again, she's just putting that out there, no evidence whatsoever, because she doesn't like.
Wait, what?
Right question is to ask is, was Jeffrey Epstein working for Israel?
Oh, when she's doing like Zog memes about like, is Israel pressuring the United States to not release this shit?
Okay, so again, she's just putting that out there. No evidence whatsoever, because she doesn't like Israel, and also because she has some peculiar views, shall we say, about Jews. She, of course, believes that the United States is enthralled to the Israeli, particularly President Trump. She thinks that President Trump is somehow controlled by the Israelis. Here she was on Steve Bannon's show. Steve Bannon, of course, is on the same side of this argument because he, too, would like to seize control of the MAGA movement. There is a thing that is happening in the Republican Party, an assumption that President Trump is no longer president and no longer the head of MAGA. And now there ought to be a...
Straighterade, can I send you my paychecks directly? Yes, please. You can follow the donation links in my YouTube description box or in my Twitch chat.
Fight over the pieces of MAGA. That basically, the ship is rudderless, and somebody is going to grab control. Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks she is that person. Here she is, suggesting that the president of the United States is somehow being manipulated by the Israelis.
6 months in, Steve, and here we are, turning back on the campaign promises, and we bombed Iran on behalf of Israel.
Iran.
Yes, it was on behalf of Israel.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a strange supposition, given the fact that, again, Israel was doing the vast majority of the bombing. And it's always funny, all the people who suggest that the president of the United States was being pushed into that by the Israelis. like full on pushed into it, that the Israelis got all their heart's desires from President Trump? Well,
yeah, they basically do. But I mean, they're both wrong in different ways. Like this idea that like the United States has no involvement or oversight over Israel's foreign policy decision. Obviously, that is just not the case. You can literally find, if I put Times of Israel, Yoav Gallant, a literal war criminal. The U.S. gives us too much aid. This was October 20th, 2023. Yoav Gallant saying, "We can't say no to the U.S. on humanitarian aid, given how much they do for us. We have a huge degree of influence and leverage over this country. Ben Shapiro knows that, just for the audience's sake, though, just in case anybody was doubting that. That is not even uncontroversial. That is not controversial to assert. That is just true. That is openly acknowledged by sitting members of the Knesset, by Israeli officials, high-ranking ones at that. He's being stupid here. But Marjorie Taylor Greene is also being silly to act like, oh, like Donald Trump, and that's contradicted by reporting from Reuters anyway, didn't know and like was ultimately okay with those strikes on Iran coming from Israel. We knew about that. And if we wanted to stop it, we could have, but we didn't.
No, I assume that the Israeli government would have been fully on board with the idea of toppling the Iranian regime. The president was not. And that's that. These are the same people who suggested that bombing the Fordo nuclear reactor was somehow going to lead to World War III and full-scale American involvement in Middle East warfare, which of course never happened. And again, it's not just Marjorie Taylor Greene. It is also Thomas Massie, who takes the same viewpoint. This is the reason why they're focused on Epstein. Okay, let's be clear about this. It is not because of Epstein. The Epstein files have been out there. They've been in the possession. None of these people were screaming bloody.
Oh, yeah. If they're all out there, then why are you calling for the release of them, huh? If there's nothing else to release.
Murder about the Epstein files when Joe Biden was president of the United States. President Trump comes on the scene, doesn't do the foreign policy they want. And so
getting Bibi was alarmed about Iran's nuclear yeah, he's been alarmed for 20 years.
Suddenly they start screaming at the top of their lungs about the Epstein files. Thomas Massie, of course, objects to many parts of the Trump agenda, which is why the president would like primary Thomas Massie as well. Here's Massie also accusing President Trump of some sort of cover-up on Epstein.
You know, I've never said that these files will implicate Donald Trump, and I really don't think that they will. I think he's trying to protect a bunch of rich and powerful friends, billionaires, donors to his campaign, friends in his social circles. And that's my operating theory on why he's trying so hard to keep these files closed.
Again, this is all part of an attempt to turn MAGA into something it isn't. And let's be clear about what MAGA is. MAGA is President Trump, period. End of story. All attempts to reduce MAGA.
I mean, he's not wrong here. It starts and ends with the personality cult of Donald J. Trump. Correct. This has been actually being 100% spot on, completely honest for once.
MAGA to some ideological form or fashion are bound to fail because President Trump is sui generis. He contains multitudes. That means that many people,
I don't know about that.
People who voted for President Trump disagree with him on a lot of stuff that he does. You've heard me on this program disagree with the President of the United States quite frequently on matters.
Okay, so why are your disagreements? Those are okay. That's okay. You can, but why can't she? Because again, she was not openly hostile to MAGA. She was openly hostile to other Republicans, but she never really punched at Donald Trump.
Ranging from foreign policy to domestic policy. The president defines what MAGA is. He always has defined what MAGA is. Now, you can say that there's a new movement afoot.
This little guy is totally sold out. Dustin Suggs and YouTube chat. You make it sound like there was a point where Ben Shapiro hadn't sold out, when that's kind of been his whole MO ever since he came on the scene.
To try and cobble together pieces of Trump's coalition moving forward into something different, but to sort of claim the mantle of Trumpism without Trump is a bizarre move and a ridiculous move in its essence. But that's
She's
one
like
of the,
not even trying to do that. Like if she were, I would just say it.
The things that's happening here. One of the other people trying to grab control.
If anything, like again, she is being extremely measured in this because she was trying not to draw the ire of Donald Trump, but she was still wanting to be vocally in opposition to certain things that she felt she had staked her reputation on, as far as I can tell.
Trump movement is, of course, Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon, Sloppy Steve, as the president has called him in the past.
Sloppy Steve.
He spent his entire career just glomming onto more powerful people and then using them as essentially a raft in order to jump on a bigger raft. That is Steve Bannon's entire career trajectory. Well, now he has become sort of the most quoted man in media because the media love to use Bannon as a sort of Darth Vader figure hidden behind the scenes and manipulating Republican politics.
I mean, that was because Donald Trump was an idiot. There was a point where what got him ousted is the fact that he pushed for an executive order to make it to Donald Trump's desk, and because Donald Trump is a fucking dullard who didn't even think to read the language of the executive order, he didn't realize he had actually helped Bannon secure an even more power within the first administration. Let's see if I have Donald Trump signs executive order giving Steve Bannon more power, which he denies not knowing about. And then he like reversed it. This is Business Insider. Remove paywall. This is reported back in February of 2017. Trump reportedly angry he wasn't fully briefed on executive action giving Bannon more power. President Donald Trump wasn't fully briefed on the details of the executive action giving his chief strategist, Steve Bannon, more power, according to an explosive report from The Times. The presidential memorandum, which drew outrage when Trump signed it in late January, removed the nation's top military and intelligence advisors as regular attendees of the National Security Council's Principals Committee, the interagency forum that deals with policy issues affecting national security, and gave Bannon a regular seat at the table. Top Republican lawmakers and national security experts roundly criticized the move, expressing their skepticism that Bannon should be present and alarmed that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the director of national intelligence would attend only when necessary. But Trump may not have anticipated the backlash, according to Times reporters Glenn Thrush and Maggie Haberman, who talked to dozens of anonymous government officials to get a picture of what the Trump White House looks like. For the moment, Mr. Bannon remains the president's dominant advisor, the Times wrote in its piece on Sunday. Despite Mr. Trump's anger that he was not fully briefed on details of the executive order he signed giving his chief strategist a seat on the National Security Council, a greater source of frustration to the president than the fallout from the travel ban. Retired U.S. Navy Admiral, who was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff from 2007 to 11, penned an op-ed in the Times making the case that Bannon doesn't belong there, saying it's unimportant or whatever. So, like, again, he's like Ben's over here laughing like, oh, Bannon behind the scenes manipulating it. Like, I don't even disagree that there has been kind of this great manism that's been ascribed to Steve Bannon to kind of give him outsized, like, to suggest that he has more influence over, MAGA politics, as it were, than he actually does. I don't even disagree with that. But he's like scoffing at the idea of things that have been documented to have happened, where he did get led around by Steve Bannon, but mostly because of Trump's own incompetence, not because of Bannon's, Machiavellian geniusness.
And the media as essentially a raft in order to jump on a bigger raft. That is Steve Bannon's entire career trajectory. Well, now he has become sort of the most quoted man.
The Bannon Epstein emails, are we still talking about Epstein? They were alluded to in that first dump that came last week. But there's not going to be progress on it until Donald Trump signs the bill, and then we see what ends up trickling out and getting released.
In media, because the media love to use Bannon as a sort of Darth Vader figure hidden behind the scenes and manipulating Republican politics. Now, the media love a good false narrative. In any case, here was Steve Bannon over the weekend, for example, praising Nick Fuentes. Again, the reason this is happening, we should point out, is because there is an attempt to glaze pretty much everybody who is on the
I hate hearing Ben Shapiro say glaze.
Anti-Israel, and yes, Fuentes is just an anti-Semite. Anti-Semitic side, in order to
anti-Israel, anti-Semitic.
Shift policy priorities away from what President Trump is attempting to do.
They can't help but tell on themselves, man.
Alex Jones had a debate with Nick Fuentes and Dinesh D'Souza.
Fuentes.
And you see right there, the laziness, the lack of argument, their attitude that they just own this. Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown. Because a kid shows up, he's prepped, he's ready. Not only is he on point and he's always on attack, he happens to have something called facts. And he just overwhelms Dinesh. Dinesh goes back, and it shows you this old guard who has nothing.
Again, it's fascinating to watch as all these people make quasi-allies of people like Nick Fuentes, who, again, stumped against the president of the United States in the last election cycle. It really is an amazing thing. And it is part of a broader effort.
What'd you do in 2016, dude?
To tear away at President Trump's coalition.
I share Ben's disgust with the Groypers having increasing political power, but it was always going to happen. I think Charlie Kirk's death and assassination just kind of accelerated something that I always felt was eventually going to be the natural conclusion of MAGA, because Donald Trump is an old guy. He's not going to live forever.
That's what this is. To build something else for the future, I assume. It is worth noting here that Steve Bannon, again, being part of the Epstein scandal team, the sort of, there must be something going on with Jeffrey. Steve Bannon ran ops for Jeffrey Epstein. He had a long-standing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein because, again, Steve Bannon is a leech on other powerful people. That's what he does for a living. According to the BBC.
Well, is he a leech, or was he trying to lead Epstein around?
Epstein and Bannon were frequent correspondents. They worked together. He has apparently hours and hours of footage of Jeffrey Epstein, who's trying to make some sort of documentary about Jeffrey Epstein. And all of that has been hidden. So, again, that's the thing that President Trump is fighting back against when he is slapping at Marjorie Taylor Greene. This attempt to basically declare his administration a lame duck administration and then grab control of MAGA as a movement and then pretend that the president is somehow betraying MAGA in some fundamental way. That is a unique claim, but it's a claim being made softly and not so softly by a wide variety of figures on the quasi-right, tearing apart the Trump coalition for their own particular purposes. And again, there's a difference between criticizing the things President Trump does. We all do that. He's the president of the United States. And suggesting that he has somehow betrayed the movement he built, which of course is just silly. Already coming up, affordability remains the top of mind issue for the Trump administration.
I can only press the button so fast. Still echoing like a noob. I am that. Hold on just a second. I'll get my camera going. I noted like I didn't have my Twitter up. I'm just disheveled. Hold on a second. Okay, and
I was muted.
Everybody brace yourselves.
Everyone freaking out because I had muted myself. You guys didn't miss anything. Okay. Give me a second to pull you up. How are you doing?
Oh, super. How about yourself?
Fan-fucking-tastic. I'm covering all of the shit that I missed with the Epstein files and all that. But I actually do, before we get to like her take and stuff like that, I want to see what you had added, like these clips of, is it Sirota? Questioning like a Klein or Ezra Klein person?
David Sirota was basically shitting on something that Ezra Klein had put out. They said that he said that his overall take was to try to suggest that there was a separation between Epstein's like secret shady shenanigans and his like I'm just a dude that hangs out at country clubs type shit.
Yeah.
And the conversation that he ends up having with this journalist kind of shits on all of that.
Hell yeah. Okay.
And then there was the stuff from Pam Bondi, but I don't know what you had and hadn't covered as of yet.
I hadn't seen the clips of her. I just saw that she was like, I'm going to follow the law or whatever. There we go. Okay. Give me a second.
No worries. So how have you been?
10 of 10. That's why I didn't stream for a week. I was looking into like Ben Shapiro like scolding Marjorie Taylor Greene for like making the wrong criticisms of Donald Trump and like being like she just wants to co-opt this movement for herself. It's like, dude, she's been so couched in her criticisms. Like, I'm not gonna pretend like, again, they can't, it's a personality cult, so they can't really stomach any criticisms of dear leader. But one that's rich coming from Ben Shapiro, who staked his like a big part of his reputation. Like, he literally left Breitbart and formed the Daily Wire because he felt that the Breitbart had just become like a Trump propaganda outlet. He literally said that, and he didn't want to shell that hard for him. And then he notably didn't vote for him in 2016. It was only after he governed like a traditional fucking Republican that he came out in 2020 in with support for him, because he was like, oh yeah, he governed a lot more conservatively than I ever expected him to. So,
well, not only that, I mean, it's obvious that they're going to be like trying to jockey for who's the top yapper in that ecosystem. But at the same time, I don't know if you're watching the Dana Bash
we just watched
with MTG.
This.
Yeah, but she crumbles under any kind of remotely harsh criticism whatsoever. It's almost painful to watch. She would have, I mean, her ideology set and everything else, it's in line to be somebody that could be a power player after Trump is gone. But one like combative criticism filled interview, and she crumbled like a dandelion spore. Kamala handled interviews better than she did in that example, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And that's a fucking glowing praise for me, pretty much.
Okay, let me pull up what you have of Pam Bondi because I didn't see
It's
this.
just
Okay, wait.
Oh,
First the
it-
Schumer thing. First the Schumer thing.
So the reason I had grabbed this anyway, I have So this will be kind of an interesting thing to bounce off you. Just a criticism / kind of lack of flavor, lack of seasoning. That one of the things that I don't appreciate about the Democratic Party in general. I've been accused. This is also I'm really talking about somebody else. Hand gesture, by the way. But I've been accused of being a flowchart leftist, a black pill leftist, a hater of the Democrats.
Whoever could you be implicating
And I don't.
here?
Well, no, listen. I don't. I just want him to win. I want him to stop sucking ass. That's it. That's my only thing. But so by and large, right there, if you're only gonna, I've said this before a million times, if you only have the two parties, one of them has to be effective, or else you're gonna just hand W's to the bad guys like every fucking time.
Yeah.
Having said that, I want the same level of fucking oomph, of pizzazz, of full court press out of this party that you see anytime it's an issue that doesn't involve money. As if it's an issue that doesn't involve any sort of like redistributive economic policy, if it's something that doesn't involve like an overall across the board like increase of material improvement for everybody's life, shit like that, where it's like taken from the top and given to the poors, the dirty poors at the bottom of the fucking ladder, they sleep. They're the Shaq meme.
Yeah.
But this clip, and the reason I grabbed it, part of the reason I grabbed it, well, A, it's Epstein shit, and that's all the kids are crazy about the Epstein. But B, this is I don't know who this is in this clip. This is not Chucky Schumer that I'm used to. This is a vibrant, blood and guts, balls to the wall. He's reckless. He's dangerous. He's going to make this happen.
The kid's
He's
got
young.
moxie.
So
It pisses me off more because it's like, oh, so you are capable of being this person. You are capable of being forceful opposition to the party that you say you stand against, and not just looking to collaborate with them constantly. Like, it is possible for you to actually be outspoken and unapologetic with they are doing X bad thing, and we are going to do Y thing. We're going to pursue Y tactic to oppose it. Ruthlessly and uncompromisingly. Like you're saying, when it doesn't have anything to do with, wealth redistribution or something that might piss off donors, they actually do demonstrate that they're possible of being an opposition party. So let me play this clip.
The donors.
The great news is now the House has passed it. The Senate has virtually passed it. It goes to the president's desk. I was going to say we have a lot more work to do. First, who knows how long the House will try to hold it. We should put pressure on Johnson to send it right over to us. Second, the president has said he'll sign it, but who the hell knows with him? He can change his mind on a whim. But third, and maybe most important, and I just had a meeting of 10 senators to discuss this, we got to make sure we get all of the Epstein files, all. They can't fuck around with this. They can't say, oh, we'll give you this, but there are legal reasons we can't give you that. And we are going to be pursuing them relentlessly to get everything, because I don't trust this administration. I don't trust Bondi. I don't trust Kash Patel. I don't trust the president, and they could screw around with this. It'll be all of our jobs to be on them and make sure that we get everything.
It's like you're saying, who is this?
I know at some point
they gave him like the good adrenochrome or something before he went on and did this shit, because it's like, who is this again? This is Chuck Schumer. This Chuck Schumer that is not being held at gunpoint or under duress. He is actually saying these things of his own free will and volition. It's unbelievable.
The only thing that would have made it more perfect is if he'd undone that tie a little bit. Like, he's like, I'm tired of messing around with these people. So that's like I said, that's one of my main criticisms. That's one of the areas where I would like to see. I want to see him look into a camera on behalf of the American people and be like, I'm done fucking around when it comes to people's health. Like, where's that at? I'm not saying, like, it's just weird. And I know somebody was talking about it at one point. They were talking about some of the not pundits. oh my God, Alzheimer's disease is a real thing. Consultant class. Like they were talking about some of the consultants basically saying that, oh, it's, you know, you got to let your hair down and occasionally you need to go ahead and say a swear. Go ahead, Chuck. Just let a swear out. That people know you mean business then.
It's his version of extending his hands 2 feet forward, or like not even 2 feet, 2 inches further, and like clapping. You know, like Pelosi's thing or whatever that she got Yas Queened for at the State of the Union.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so this is Bondi. I'm curious to see what this looks like because again, these like I was reading a bill or something that had passed, or like they tried to pass back in July, and the things that these people said, like Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Donald Trump, and JD Vance, all said like repeatedly over and over again about their willingness to be transparent about the Epstein files, just on Fox News, on just these random segments where they literally did not need to be saying, oh yeah, and I promise to like release this, I want to, it's on my desk, blah 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 blah. Now it's actually been brought to bear. And let's see.
You would think there would have been some sidebar conversation where they were like, "Hey, Don, you're not actually in these. Like, come on, like you're not really in there, are you?" Like there was no preparation, and then to get this close to have it actually the vote actually pass. I don't think Trump signed it yet. It was supposed to actually go to him today, but no conversation whatsoever about like, "Hey, you know, we're actually going to do this." Just nothing.
Well, I assume there has been those conversations because there was something from the Wall Street Journal that was reported back in July, like mid to late July. This is around the time that he was suing them for having released those, the knowledge of the notes that he wrote to Jeffrey Epstein, the may every day be bring another wonderful delight and
wonderful mystery,
or whatever the fuck. Like it was around there that it was reported that he and Bondi had like, you knew that he was in the Epstein files. That's not new information or anything that, you know, came to light only recently, but his involvement went from being either, you know, I don't want to say incidental. Obviously, he consciously chose to hang out with this individual, but it went from being, you would expect it because there were different allegations that were made at Mar-a-Lago, etc., to him potentially being directly implicated in some sort of crime, cover-up, or
like
untoward behavior.
10 to 15 hour plus day visits over to Epstein's house and shit like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So like that was reported. So when you're like, oh, how come no one pulled him aside? Like I assume that those conversations have happened. Hopefully they, for their sake, obviously, they happened in person and over voice and not actually in writing anywhere. Because if you read the language of the House bill, the Epstein Transparency Act, which I did just earlier on this stream, it does say any correspondence, like email correspondence from like the DOJ, the FBI, is supposed to come out with this as well.
Not good.
Not good. Not good, folks.
Epstein files. Does the new investigation by the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney prevent the department from releasing all of the remaining files?
So we have released over 33,000 Epstein documents to the Hill, and we'll continue to follow the law. And to have maximum transparency. Also, we will always encourage all victims to come forward.
That follow the law language is basically like there's enough plausible deniability there to be like, we're going to follow the law. But if the law says that a potential investigation clogs this whole thing, that's us following the law. We're going to follow it.
Yeah, pay no attention to the fact that Donald Trump is the one who's initiating and opening up these investigations in the first place, which when you think about it is fucking stupid. Because even with an ongoing investigation, they can still release any and all documents related to it if they so choose, right? So long as it wouldn't compromise the investigation.
Well, but
the thing is
he's
like,
basically, go ahead.
It doesn't make sense to bring it against the Democratic donor, Bill Clinton and Larry Summers, and then say on the basis of that, oh, we're investigating it. We have to keep all of it redacted, or we can't actually release it yet because it's sensitive and related to that. No, what that would mean is that only those documents pertaining to those Democratic linked and Democrats individuals needs to not be released, but everything else could be. But of course he won't choose to do that. But it's just stupid to me, because wouldn't that be the natural follow-up? It was like, okay, then just don't release the ones related to the investigation, release everything else.
Did you see the Larry Summers was like a big Obama Clinton guy that he's basically stepping down from like everything
OpenAI,
except for
he resigned
except
already.
for like teaching at Harvard, which if if you have allegations that paint you as some kind of like sex pest creeper, you would think the teaching at Harvard around like college students would be the thing that you would also step away from, but I guess not.
No, he probably has tenure. So fuck no, they're not getting rid of him. They probably would love to, but they probably can't. Okay, so that was one clip, and then the other one, we will follow the law.
Out of the three, I think the middle one wasn't as great, but like I said, with that one, I just love the notion of like it's that very tepid, like, oh, we're going to do everything the law tells us to do. Like you technically kind of are the law, but I guess that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. They have broad discretion over what they choose to redact, and even though it does say they have to write a summary and there has to be a legal basis for every individual sentence, paragraph, whatever that they choose to redact with anything that they release, there is really no enforcement mechanism or oversight for that because the final say kind of lies with them for now. Right? So if they say this has to be redacted for national security reasons, that's not a decision that's actually subject to be independently reviewed by any congressional committee, body, or other individual. It lays with her and her alone and Kash Patel at their discretion. They have to submit it to Congress, but I don't think Congress can say this is bad and like veto it.
Well, also, and I haven't personally looked into this yet, and I say that like I'm totally going to look into this later, but the whole thing about the executive privilege shit that the SCOTUS ruled on to say that anything that's in the confines of Trump's duties as the executive, if he turned around and just said, we're not releasing these at this point because of executive privilege or whatever the case may be, like you would almost have to wonder if it would look shady as fuck, but that's almost grounds right there. You would have to prove that he's doing it for some other nefarious reason. Like, I think there's still probably quite a bit of legal maneuvering that he could do to where he could still keep this shit under wraps.
The public and the party itself even will render a guilty judgment in place of in the absence of transparency, because they'll obviously see that if you're expending all of your political capital on still after all of this time, after the like, given that he could release this at any time, they didn't need to create a law to pressure them to do this. It's just a pressure tactic. Donald Trump could have done this whenever he wanted to. Any head of state could. Because he could just direct them to release it. He chose not to do that. He opposed this at every step of the way. So if he tries to say, oh, it's a national security concern, that's not going to look good for him. But I guess it would still be, they're making the calculation, it is still better than the fallout we'd get from any information coming to light related to this.
Well, this is kind of like the elementary school kid that's like, no, I really wanted to bring my homework in. I did do it, but I lost it on the way here. I can't, like, you can almost predict if you did hop into that, like, the mindset of like an 8-year-old to try to guess the bullshit. Go along with it. Like, your back's against the wall. Go along with it for a little bit.
It's like literally like a little kid liar, pretty much.
Issue with the new information that you just indicated. Is the department seeking information perhaps from the Epstein estate because Mr. Blanche did not have that information when he interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell? What new information, and would you limit the new investigation to just those named persons that the president talked about, or is this a broad, open-ended investigation?
I would refer to the Deputy Attorney General's post that he put out on X, and we're not going to say anything else on that because now it is a pending investigation in the Southern District of New York. But you're on point.
You're on point, Queen. Really quick. So Kerba, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Would MAGA be upset if they can't vote in the midterms, but they maintain a majority? I actually don't know the answer to that question. My first inclination, though, is to say no, because all they care about is maintaining power for power's sake. I don't think that they actually care about their personal enfranchisement that much. If it meant it could be guaranteed that, like, oh yeah, MAGA's going to continue to have rule, but beyond him, I don't think they'd put up with that. Really quick, I did cover this already, but I wanted to see did you see, this is getting totally overshadowed by all the Epstein shit, but Trump being asked about the Khashoggi murder and like his reaction to it?
It almost came across more like he was trying to show off in front of his buddy.
Yeah.
And he was mad that the reporter just put him on the spot to talk about the murder. And he's like, He's like, I'm doing this business deal here. I've got my, I have my friend come over, and you're bringing this up. He got catty with it, like super sassy.
Yeah, I know. It's like mom and dad are having a dinner party downstairs, and a little kid comes down in their pajamas and is like, I'm scared. Come up and tuck me in and read me a story. It's like, are you seriously doing this right now? Can't you see I'm fucking entertaining?
For your family to be doing business in Saudi Arabia while you're president, is that a conflict of interest? And Your Royal Highness, the U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are here in the Oval Office. Why should Americans trust you? And the same to you, Mr. President.
Now, who are you?
It sucks that they panned over, because right at the moment when she got to like the real, like the fuck you of the question, you couldn't see his face turn. I'm absolutely sure that he soured way worse in the moment, which would have been awesome to see on camera.
All they got was the what's his name, Bin Salman or whatever, his reaction.
Yeah,
but you knew that
MBS.
he was just gonna like give this like uncomfortable grimace.
He's like, yeah, I did do that, didn't I?
ABC fake news, one of the worst in the business. But I'll answer your question. I have nothing to do with the family business. I have left, and when I've devoted 100% of my energy. What my family does is fine. They do business all over. They've done very little with Saudi Arabia, actually. I'm sure they could do a lot. And anything they've done has been very good. That's what we've done. We've built a tremendous business for a long time. I've been very successful. I decided to leave that success behind and make America very successful. And I've made America more successful by far than it ever was, and that it ever could have been, no matter who was president. There would be nobody bringing in $21 trillion, that I can tell you right now. As far as this gentleman is concerned, he's done a phenomenal job.
Bringing in 21 trillion? I don't know what.
Basically, we're going to be flying around in like hovercrafts by the end of next year, because he's bringing in $137 trillion in investments by summer is the way it's coming across.
Right.
Everybody's bringing in trillions upon trillions. I can't wait for my check.
Yeah, $2,000.
What are you going to do with your money?
I'm going to obey the guy who's going to be encouraging Americans to save it, so there's not an inflationary aspect to distribution of wealth, like a stimulus of that scale yet again. Did you see that?
There was a couple of different clips where I know they're trying to push instead of actually doing the ACA subsidies, we're going to try to continue to gut Obamacare by just giving you guys at home the money.
Right. Okay.
That's 100%. Before you hit play, that's 100% what that is, by the way. Like, they've been looking for a way to defund it. They know right now that it's incredibly unpopular. So they've all, like, the Republicans across the board have taken this notion of, hey, well, we gotta make it sound like we're still trying to help. So they want to take a group of people that by and large are probably pretty debt laden and just send them a check. And then everybody's going to, go shopping around for their kidney transplant responsibly. Meanwhile, it's not going to do jack shit to anybody's actual purchasing power or anything of the sort.
No, of course. It's literally no different. So there were different, there have been times where the United States government has paid out reparations to individuals that were subjected to asbestos or lead poisoning because public housing that they grew up in was not up to building code, or if it was legal at the time for there to be presence of asbestos or lead, ended up having potentially giving them brain injuries and side effects from that. So they pay out the reparations, and so it's for once justice is done, right? Well, wrong, because a shark industry popped up of lawyers that would go to these desperate people that were getting reparations from the government for these injuries that they suffered as a result of the terrible living conditions that they were in because they're impoverished. And they would offer them lump sums in exchange for their royalty checks from the government for the rest of their life. And because these people were in poverty and they were prioritizing short-term financial gain over long-term stability, they would literally sign out, again, what would end up being over a lifetime, far more money in exchange for less than $20,000 as a lump sum. And they would just
You also just described the tariff shit to a T.
Yeah.
I think it's the Larry, is it Larry, not Larry Summers. I have Larry Summers
Ellison?
on the brain. Ellison's kids bought out a bunch of the tariff debits or whatever, so that pretty soon, if they do end up passing the thing where it's we're just going to refund it all back, it's not going to go to the people that paid out the tariffs in the first place.
Yeah, no.
It's literally going to go to his two. Well, they're not fail sons if they're actually rich, but you get the idea.
Yeah, his family.
And my prediction.
So the question is, would a $2,000 dividend check be inflationary? And so let's see what Bessett has to say about that.
Is the first quarter, second quarter, what we're going to see is we have brought the inflation down. It is curving down, and real income, the other side of that equation is real income growth, and we are going to see this from all this investment.
Would a $2,000 tariff dividend check going to people be inflationary?
Well, there are a lot of things that are going to happen next year.
Is that one of them?
And that could be one of them. And again, maybe
it's not going to be one of them. I don't even, just for posterity's sake, okay? The amount of revenue that has been brought in by these tariffs that are probably about to be deemed illegal by his own Supreme Court is not nearly as much. Like, it's like he says, to get this $2,000 for every adult. And they did, like, I saw some news article that I had pulled up from like the Daily Beast or whatever. They spoke to an economist of like, what would this look like? How much would it cost? It would cost like $300 billion. And the tariffs have only brought in like 110, maybe, I don't even know if it's $1 billion in revenue. So he doesn't have the money for that. And on top of it, he was like, we want to do the checks for all Americans, and they exclude, he says, except for high income people, even though he never clarified what that was. And so the cutoff for what they consider to be high income was any household over like $100,000. That's high income here for one. So like what, like 2 teachers? And then on top of it, it's like, he said any money left over will go towards paying off like the national debt, which is in the trillions. And we're talking about billions of dollars, but there's not even going to be money left over if you were to do that. They don't even have enough money for the checks.
Anytime you have a financial expert, and the best way that he can describe the effects on the economy is when he starts going like this with his hands.
Right.
Like, and then the profits are going to go up, and then everybody just don't do that. Figure something else out. Yeah.
we could persuade Americans to save that, because one of the things that's going to happen next year.
Yeah, again, will this have an inflationary effect? Well, maybe we could encourage Americans to save the money. Yeah, working class Americans, notoriously known for how good they are with money management and saving money when they come into it, right?
The Trump accounts, every child who was born from January 1st for the next 3 years is going to get a government account that goes into the stock market. So every American child born for the next 3 years, starting January 1st, is going to have that. They can take it out when they're 18. They're going to learn.
It's like $400, this fucking account. It's literally like nothing.
And it's the same reason that they want to privatize Social Security. All of it's an attempt to just pump more money into the stock market.
Right. The funny thing is, like, again, if you really want to get pissed off, so do we directly subsidize this for Israel? No. But if you cover a lot of their military bills or the most expensive aspects of it, that frees up money in your budget to go towards other things. And one program that they have in Israel is that if every single time an Israeli woman has a baby, they automatically create an account and for that child. And until that child turns 18, they get money from the government every single month. It doesn't matter if you have 20 kids, they'll do it for every single one of your kids. That's paid for with our tax dollars. Effectively, because again, we help subsidize so much of their fucking
I like that you've managed to get conditioned. I love that you've managed to get conditioned where you automatically give the disclaimer, like, no, we're not paying for this exactly, because you already know there's somebody in the chat that's ready to go like,
actually, we know fun that they do that. Like, yeah. It's like, yeah, but money is fungible, dumbass.
And there's going to be a lot of financial literacy around that. And I think the reason that we saw kind of the disastrous election in New York is young people don't feel like they have a stake in the economy. So we want to give them a stake in
Guts to Mamdani smiling.
The economy.
We know that.
Love that. Somebody said this guy always sounds like he's going to cry. He does kind of sound like he's always on the verge of tears. I think that's kind of just the way he speaks, though. Or he sounds nervous. He said he sounds nervous. But like, it's so funny watching Maga like influencers have to deal with, like, again, they're turning around saying the reason why they oppose Noam Mamdani is why you just want the government to pay for everything and suck off the government tea, you lazy brocialists, and all these Zoomers need to know what's what, and you can't expect handouts from the government. Meanwhile, this guy's over here talking about potentially $2,000 checks to all Americans that are not super high income, as well as, the Trump savings account as well. What is that, you know? And then Tom from PBD was saying, he was like, this is not like McGovern when he tried to do, like, apparently McGovern tried to, like, offer UBI, and then it was ridiculed during his campaign when he did that because they're like, you're just trying to buy people's votes or whatever, because he kind of had this, like, he changed it later, but this sort of, like, Milton Friedman approach of, like, let's give everybody UBI and we can gut welfare. Instead, it'll be cheaper to just give people a universal basic income, and then we don't have to have all of these sort of, like, social safety net programs. And that was ridiculed, even though I wouldn't be surprised if that actually ends up being cheaper than funding, like, Social Security or whatever. You probably get less out of it by just being given money directly from the government. But Tom from PBD is saying that Donald Trump promising these $2,000 checks, which are obviously not going to happen, is somehow different than McGovern's gimmicky promise of a UBI.
Yeah, but
even though it's the same underlying idea of, like, you can spend the money better than the government can, right? That's why we're going to give you a terrible settlement in exchange for these benefits where you would have gotten over the span of your lifetime far more out of that subsidy than if you just took a lump sum one time.
Well, all of this goes towards, or at least I should say it goes against the sort of conversation about, like, something has to be far left enough or quoting the right, like, verse of Marx or some shit. And that's not, I don't think that's what anybody's been advocating for when you talk about how you want to see the Dems run. It's just a matter of translating exactly what you want to do for people in such a straightforward way that it doesn't sound complicated, and they can latch on and say, like, yes, that sounds good, I want that. Yeah. And that's when a Republican does it, they couch it in, like, freedom bucks and liberty dollars and all sorts of fucking, like, dumb patriotic language and shit.
I mean, Trump literally signed the stimulus check, so he understands the importance of how you market these things. But, like, on the Khashoggi murder, okay, I'm going to play this clip. This is where I remembered seeing it from the first time, so I was glad that I could find the exact Michael Brooks segment where it was, where he and Matt Grossman touch on it before they get into Bloomberg. I don't know if you see this.
I've already seen this, like, 7,000 times. I still want you to play it anyway. Don't misunderstand me. But he used to play this for literally anybody and everybody that would come into the studio. It was like he would set it up. It's like the 3 questions and you had to guess. There's one where he plays it for Anna Kasparian as well. And it's funny every fucking time for every person that they did it for.
Clear watch, but essentially it's a bribe. Trump understands how to make people see him positively. Giving money is the simplest approach. I mean, literally. The thing is that, like, at the very, like, what Mamdani is promising, and this is an actual true difference, even if between what Mamdani's offering, is that it's additional assistance in addition to other social safety nets that they want to make more robust. If MAGA is doing these sorts of gambits, you can bet that the way that they paid for it is by gutting some program that they should not have been fucking with whatsoever that was already broadly popular. And that's the shut up like coupon that they hand to people to be like, see, you're getting your fucking check, even though we're gutting this critical social service. But yeah, this is how Trump talked about the Khashoggi murder in 2018.
Let's do the bad. Let's do a little Bloomberg. Well, we're going to do Bloomberg on assassination, and then we'll do his Judge Judy announcement. And then maybe, Matt, can you get into the Discord and check out some questions? But first, let's do the we have the bad opening package.
But it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good. No good, really bad for you. It looks like it could be something that will be not good.
I really love Matt's reaction to this because I know he did it to multiple people, but Matt probably laughed the hardest at his, like, little opening clips here.
Good.
Does he not know what the word, is that not in his vocabulary?
Oh, wait, do we have actually handy the Richard Wolff test? Could we do that with Matt? The other Trump sound clip, and then he could guess what Trump is talking about. Oh, yeah. I'd like to do this. Matt, could you indulge me?
Give it to me.
All right, I'd like to see.
The game here is to determine what Trump is talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, what is Trump talking about here?
Bringing the jobs back, I'm just going to assume.
Possible.
Bad deal. Should have never been thought of.
All right.
There's one.
There's one. This is, by the way, this is all the same thing. So you only have one thing to guess. All right, go.
And where it should have stopped is at the deal standpoint, where they thought about it.
And then here's 3.
And they had the worst cover-up ever.
Worst cover-up ever.
And it should have been stopped.
It should have been stopped
from the standpoint of the deal.
From the standpoint of the deal, it should have been stopped.
Phase.
Is it the Iran deal?
No. One more guess.
The Paris Accords?
The murder and dismemberment of Jamal Khashoggi.
Bad deal. It was a bad deal. It was certainly a bad deal for Jamal Khashoggi. I think we can all agree.
It should have started.
All right. Here's the first pitch. Here's our first offer. We cut your head off, and we put you in a suitcase. I'm gonna have to say no to that one.
Wait, now that you
never take the first offer, Jamal.
Never take the first offer. Don't come to our embassy to change your wedding status.
Yeah. So, like, again, anybody who is surprised by Donald Trump's comments on the Khashoggi murder with respect, like, that just happened, if you do anything about how he talked about it the first time, you really should not be surprised that he's like, doesn't sound great on this issue. He never has. It's just a whole other level now.
Wait. Can you play all 3 for him again so you can hear in these 3 clips which part that he's saying is he the most actually clear and definitive about? Like, in the sense of being the most personally offended by.
Right. Here we go in order.
All right.
Bad deal. Should have never been thought of. And where it should have stopped is at the deal standpoint, where they thought about it.
All right, ads.
And they had the worst cover-up ever.
So it's the beginning. It's the bad deal. Should have never thought of it.
Yeah. And honestly, again, it's just so now this is actually Trump being angry with them over it, as opposed to now where he's like, that's a very rude question to be asking my guest here.
Stop the cover up.
Really the worst cover up ever.
Which, if to anybody that's not aware, basically they after hacking the guy to pieces, they had somebody that wasn't even the same build put on his clothes and then walk out of the building in a huff. Like it just screamed that it wasn't the same guy for anybody, because they wanted to be seen on,
there was security camera footage.
Yeah.
What was it? Let's see.
Should have been stopped at the standpoint of thinking up the deal.
From the standpoint of the deal. Where was it? So Reuters reported the somebody leaves Istanbul. Where is it? Turkey has more evidence, including a second audio recording from the consulate where the Saudi team reviews the plans on how to execute Khashoggi. He also reported Turkish officials also did not confirm the Saudi prosecutors claim that Khashoggi was killed after they gave him a fatal dose of a drug. They say he was strangled with a rope or something like a plastic bag. But like you're saying, if I put
I didn't know they had audio. That's crazy.
Yeah. If I put footage, because again, I remember seeing that footage where they tried to make it sound like
have claimed footage.
Okay, here it is. On October
removed.
2nd, 2018, CCTV showed the suspected agents entering the consulate around noon. Khashoggi arrived about an hour later, accompanied by his fiancée, whom he entrusted with 2 cell phones while she waited outside for him. He enters the consulate through the main entrance at 1:14 p.m., as he had not come out by 4 p.m., even though the working hours of the consulate were until 3:30 p.m. His fiancée contacts the authorities, phoning Khashoggi's friend, Yashin Aktay, an advisor to Erdogan, reported him missing, and the police then started an investigation. The Saudi government said that he left the consulate via a back entrance, even though, again, he came with his fiancée in the front. The Turkish government first said that he was still inside, and it's dark, but it's like, it really is a bad cover of Jesus Christ. And his fiancée and friend said that he was missing. Turkish authorities have claimed that security footage of the day of the incident was removed from the consulate, and the Turkish consulate staff were abruptly told to take a holiday on the day Khashoggi disappeared while inside the building. Turkish police investigators told the media that the recordings from the security cameras did not show any evidence of Khashoggi leaving the consulate. A security camera was located outside the consulate's front, which showed him entering but not leaving, while another camera installed at a preschool opposite the rear entrance of the consulate also did not show him leaving. The disappearance presented Turkish officials with a sharp diplomatic challenge. Journalist Jamal Shayal reported Turkish authorities were trying to walk a fine line so as not to damage the Turkish-Saudi relationship. There is an attempt by the Turkish government to try to find a way out of this whereby there isn't a full collapse of diplomatic relations, at least a temporary freeze between Saudi Arabia and Turkey. Because if needed, Turkish authorities can prove unequivocally that Saudi agents essentially murdered a journalist inside the consulate in Istanbul, it would require some strong reaction. Analysts have suggested that Khashoggi may have been considered especially dangerous by the Saudi leadership, not because he was a longtime dissident, but rather a pillar of the Saudi establishment who had been close to its ruling circles for decades, who had worked as an editor at Saudi news outlets and been an advisor to a former Saudi intelligence chief, Turki bin Faisal al-Saud. But where, like you're saying, I remember exactly what you're talking about, where they ended up like creating somebody else who, I guess they didn't send it out at this time, but later like footage was doctored and created to make it sound like, see, he left at that time. We don't know where he went though. He's just missing. Wait, here it is. I found it. Okay, perfect. Confirmation of death. So on October 20th, the Saudi Foreign Ministry reports a preliminary investigation showed that Khashoggi had died at the consulate while engaged in a fight. The first Saudi acknowledgement of his death.
More like a fight for his life. I mean, and to be fair, this is incredibly dark, and it's only funny to the extent that like Trump is such a fucking baboon talking about this shit.
The cover up.
But, like,
I guess he's not wrong. There's a terrible cover up. On October 22nd, 6 U.S. and Western officials stated they believed that the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, because of his role overseeing the Saudi security apparatus, was ultimately responsible for Khashoggi's disappearance, and the director of the CIA, Gina Haspel, departed for Turkey to work on the investigation, quote, amid a growing international uproar over Saudi's explanation of the killing, which fucking sucked. The governor of Istanbul's office said that Khashoggi's fiance had been given 24-hour police protection. Also on October 22nd, CNN aired CCTV law enforcement footage from the Turkish authorities showing the Saudi agent Mustafa al-Madani, a member of the 15-man team, leaving the consulate by the back door. This is what you were thinking of.
If you check your DMs, I sent you the video.
He was dressed, this is going to be bad. It's going to clearly not be him. He was dressed up in Khashoggi's clothing. Sorry. Leaving the consulate by the back door, he was dressed up in Khashoggi's clothing except for the shoes. Madani had also put on a fake beard that resembled Khashoggi's facial hair, his glasses, and his Apple Watch. He was later seen at Istanbul's Blue Mosque, where he went to a public bathroom and changed back to his own clothes and discarded Khashoggi's clothes. Oh my God. Later, he was seen dining with another Saudi agent, and the footage shows him smiling and laughing. An anonymous... Did they really not think that they're... Dude, if you were going to commit to this, you would literally have to commit to it for at least 24 hours, if not like a solid week before the
he just walked to like a bathroom down the street and then changed back right away.
Surely
like,
there's
good
no
enough.
cameras anywhere
Okay,
else
close
here.
Enough, yeah.
An anonymous Turkish official believes that Madani was brought to Istanbul to act as a body double, and that, quote, you don't need a body double for a rendition or an interrogation. Our assessment has not changed since October 6th. This was a premeditated murder, and the body was moved out of the consulate. The use of the body double might have been an attempt to lend credence to the Saudi government's first version of events. That Khashoggi walked out through the back not long after he arrived, but it was a flawed body double, so it never became an official part of the Saudi government's narrative, a Turkish diplomat told the Washington Post. The body double footage bolstered Turkish claims that the Saudis always intended to either to kill Khashoggi or move him back to Saudi Arabia. A spokesman for Turkey's ruling AKP stated, we're facing a situation that's been monstrously planned and later tried to be covered up. It is a complicated murder. It's not complicated whatsoever. This is clearly pulled off by boobs. You'd think that they would think to do it if they saw that, like, oh, he brought his fiance with him. Like, now there's going to be witnesses and people that are going to realize, like, hey, he didn't leave when he was supposed to. Maybe we shouldn't fucking do this now, but no. Okay, so here was the actual footage of it.
If you jump to, there's a break, chapter
Jamal
break.
Khashoggi inside.
You don't have to sit through all the beginning.
Yeah, here it is.
Should take.
Kushner.
Also new today, CNN is reporting a Saudi agent was captured on surveillance cameras in Istanbul wearing Khashoggi's clothes.
He's got more hair.
Yeah, more hair. It literally looks like a mask and the different shoes. He's like wearing sneakers and he was wearing like dress shoes here.
Given to the network by a Turkish official. It appears to show a Saudi agent leaving the consulate by the back door dressed as Khashoggi and wearing a fake beard. The video is part of the Turkish investigation into the journalist's death. CBC Middle East correspondent Derek Stoffel has more on this ever-changing story.
That's right. Certainly extraordinary video obtained.
Really quick, I want to see what what was the media reaction like to that? It's clearly not him.
By CNN, appearing to show one of the men that the Turks say belonged to this hit squad of 15 Saudi officials. They say that one of the members of this team actually dressed in Jamal Khashoggi's clothes, including his jacket, his eyeglasses.
Can we not act like this stuff doesn't happen to journalists in the U.S. all the time? Okay, cop the knock. I realize that there is not the press freedom in this country that there should be, but I gotta say, I can't think of a time where there was a murder and dismemberment of an American journalist that happened. So that came from the government and so brazenly happened, and then a poor cover-up like came of it. If you can name somebody, I'd be more than willing to retract that. But nothing is coming to mind so far.
Glasses even put on a similar sort of beard, only the shoes appear to be different. The Turkish source telling CNN that the man dressing up in the clothes was a body double, and he's seen leaving the consulate through the building's back door. All of this, it appears, in an effort to try to show the world
Too bad they didn't have the footage where he apparently like goes to that other like establishment, takes off the clothing, and then heads to dinner.
Jamal Khashoggi was not murdered in the consulate building, that he was alive and well. And even some of the video going on to show the body double at one of Istanbul's most famous tourist attractions, the Blue Mosque.
Or if he stopped randomly at a street corner, like takes the fucking some of the shit off, like, oh, it's hot, and then puts it back on and keeps walking down the street.
Telling CNN that it appears that the Khashoggi's clothes were probably not even warm. That's the quote from the source before the body double put them on. We do know that the Turkish officials are continuing their search for Jamal Khashoggi's body. And as you mentioned, that the Turks are now promising that they'll release the results of their investigation tomorrow.
And a lot of people will be watching for that. We'll be covering it for our viewers, certainly. But with this, Saudi Arabia changing its story on how Khashoggi died, what's the latest version from officials?
Well, you'll remember, Suhana, of course, the fact that for more than 2 weeks, the official word from the Saudis was that they denied killing Jamal Khashoggi. And then that changed on the weekend when they said that
he died in a fight.
There was this fist fight inside the consulate building. And then they changed their story even further yesterday when the Saudi foreign minister admitted that, yes, this was murder. He blamed...
Again, this was like a premeditated murder. So how they did not come up with like anything better than this is kind of shocking.
A rogue operation.
Not that I want them to. I'm just like, it's like a stunning level of incompetence by a flagrantly corrupt administration that has the resources and abilities to pull this off far better than they actually did.
Let's take a listen to more of what the foreign minister had to say to Fox News.
The individuals who did this outside the scope of their authority. There obviously was a tremendous mistake made, and what compounded the mistake was the attempt to...
Tremendous mistake!
Like, I can't even focus on what he's saying, because if you told me that this is actually like a white guy who is like dressed up impersonating him, this impersonation I would believe, because at first glance I wouldn't think he was like Saudi.
There obviously was a tremendous mistake made, and what compounded the mistake was the attempt to try to cover up.
Well, at least they admit it, right?
Now, the foreign minister strenuously...
Well, but I think in his worldview, they're trying to sell to anybody listening that he accidentally walked into some Rube Goldberg machine that inadvertently took his head off, as opposed to them using a fucking hacksaw.
Whoops.
Denying that the Crown Prince had any role, that he certainly did not order the killing of Jamal Khashoggi. But we do know, in an interesting twist today, that it was the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and his father, the king, who made a phone call to Jamal Khashoggi's son, Saleh, to offer the kingdom's condolences. We also know that...
Bin Salman's father, who is like advanced dementia at this point. This is also around the time where, like, again, Trump talking to the Saudis in the first term was insane. Trump, who had never talked about Israel-Palestine, really, other than like just fucking discharging that to Jared to do whatever the fuck he wanted with it, literally said that after he had a conversation with Mohammed bin Salman's father, again, advanced dementia at this point, that he then supported a two-state solution for it. And he said, like, yeah, I had a great call with him. And that was the reason, basically, like, free Palestine. Yeah.
that several Turkish members who worked in the Saudi consulate, they sat down with prosecutors today as that investigation wraps up.
CBC Middle East correspondent Derek Stahl.
Oh my God. Okay, and then for somebody else was with the assist for the person who's like, this happens to journalists all the time. Correct. Okay, you found an example of a journalist where this happened. Danny Costalero was an American freelance writer who came to public attention in 1991 when he was found dead at the Sheraton in West Virginia with his wrist slashed 10 to 12 times. Medical examiner ruled the death a suicide, but it became controversial because his notes suggested that he was in Martinsburg to meet a source about a story he called The Octopus. This centered on a sprawling collaboration involving an international cabal and primarily featuring a number of stories familiar to journalists who worked in and around Washington, D.C. in the 80s. The Inslaw case about a software manufacturer whose owner accused the Justice Department of stealing its work product. The October surprise theory that during the Iran hostage crisis, Iran deliberately held back American hostages to help Ronald Reagan. This was literally later confirmed by the New York Times a couple of years ago, but whatever. The 1980 presidential election, the collapse of the Bank of Credit and Commerce International and Iran-Contra. His family claims he was murdered. Okay, so it's ambiguous as to whether or not he was murdered, but even if I granted it, the person who made the claim said that this happens all the time to journalists in the United States.
The examples in 1991.
And the examples in 1991, you guys. So even you would still only have one. You would, if I were to even just grant everything wholesale. But okay, let's see this Sirota shit, and then we'll move on to being value-tained. Let's see. David Sirota talking about the Epstein scandal with Klein assistant or something. Let's see.
Ezra Klein wrote a few.
So this says, the investigative reporter at JKB journalist broke open the entire Epstein scandal. I asked her about Ezra Klein's assertion that Epstein kept his sex predator network separate from his powerful friends. She was having none of it. Oh, okay, got it. I thought he was talking to somebody who was an assistant for Ezra Klein. But yeah, I remember that when, I don't even know why he penned this or what the context was, but Ezra Klein was like, seems mostly separate. I don't think there's a list.
The New York
Times. Well, I mean, and like I said, this is a little out of disjointed from some of the stuff that you were talking about earlier. But until you finally see exactly how the Trump admin is going to play after he does sign the bill or tries, I don't think he's going to try to veto it. But after the bill does get signed, and then exactly what happens as far as, do they just let everything out and then they try to do spin control? And he suggests that he didn't really have anything to do with it. The idea is, and they kind of explain it here, is there's no shot that anyone with two brain cells to rub together wasn't able to kind of put together the fact that, no, indeed, Epstein wasn't leading two separate lives, basically.
Yeah, I know.
Ezra Klein wrote a few months ago, Epstein had a lot of powerful friends, and that he was a predator and a pedophile, and those sides of his life were mostly separate. There's a theory among people who simply can't get their head around, can't believe, or don't want to believe that people in politics who Jeffrey Epstein was dealing with somehow didn't know that Jeffrey Epstein was leading some sort of secret double life. I want you to address whether that's possible, probable, or unlikely.
They are saying that he was leading a secret double life, that these two lives didn't intertwine. And all I would say about that is you haven't read all the court documents. You haven't listened to the victims. You're not paying attention. His life of taking advantage of people, and that includes...
Oh, since you joined FY Update, Trump signed the bill to release the files in the last 20 minutes. So look at that next.
...included underage girls and young women. If you look at those emails, it shows that they were entwined. You have these powerful men making jokes about Trump. His face almost went through the door when he looked at these girls that were by his pool. There's plenty of evidence that they all knew what was going on here. These emails show that they did know because they were asking him for advice about their women. So I don't think that Epstein was able to.
Yeah, this seems like Ezra Klein again. I mean, he's literally penned entire op-eds about things he clearly knew little about. See Charlie Kirk, a fucking obituary and whitewashing, where he clearly was not really familiar with anything that Charlie Kirk did or said, and didn't let that stop him or think to familiarize himself with any of those materials like he could have before he penned that fucking op-ed and sent it over the airwaves. But yeah, she's not even asserting anything new. But this idea that like, yeah, to the extent that Jeffrey Epstein was like trafficking women, that was like shielded from you. It was like, no, it was like an open secret. People that I think that people were like co-conspirators or like knew, like, no, I'm not alleging that. But like, it was not something like he was a wealthy financier and he was known to like have these sorts of predilections for younger women at the very least. Right. That was not something that was like secret.
Compartmentalize
the unfortunate reality of like our news cycle and the way people consume media, that you have to keep bringing these things back up over and over again. Just as an example, Trump admitting that he Epstein liked him young, like the commentary that he's had about that. You have to like continuously put this in front of people's faces so that it's something that registers.
With his version of sex, which was preying on young girls. Just the way the whole conversations that they had in these emails, I would invite people to really look at them. It's somewhat enlightening to see that there are these powerful men were seeking out someone like Jeffrey Epstein for romantic or sexual advice.
I would love to see Michael Tracy's reaction to it. I can't help but name drop him during all of this because he's like incredibly skeptical of so many of the narratives that surround the Jeffrey Epstein story. But okay, let's look at this. Trump signs bill to release the DOJ's Epstein files. This was reported like 20 minutes ago. President Donald Trump signed a bill Wednesday to compel the Justice Department to release files. Again, compel his own Justice Department, a thing that he could do himself at any time. He didn't need to be signing. This is literally completely pointless in theater. To release files related to Jeffrey Epstein, capping off a months-long bipartisan push in Congress that initially met resistance from the president and sparked sharp divisions within the Republican Party. I feel like they're even like downplaying the extent to which this was opposed by Trump and the Republican Party. Trump, who was announced the bill signing in a Truth Social post, had previously said he would sign the bill into law, even as he continued calling the largely Democrat-led push to release the files a hoax. And this is the thing. Like, I don't. Why are you even helping MAGA out with this shit? Because again, it's barely Democrat. Like, again, it's been like as far as the whole timeline for the public caring about this, it has been led primarily and a thing that's been hammered on. Like, it's QAnon and the Republicans that have made this their pet boutique issue, right? That they fucking care about. It's largely the Democrat-led push to release it. I mean,
well, that's the first two paragraphs are basically. They could have, like you said, if you go back up to the first paragraph, if they could have reframed it like it's forcing Trump to release the files as opposed to like this is Trump compelling. It's the language is he's doing
so
legwork for the Republicans.
He's so magnanimous to engage in this bipartisan action so there can be maximal transparency surrounding a thing. Like, again, they don't even include here. Maybe it comes later. They don't even include that, again, Trump could release these files at any given time. So this like I'm signing a bill to compel the Justice Department, again, like his own Justice Department. His own Justice Department. Like,
well, this is his fault. His followers are also the ones that think he'll go ahead and turn around and release like all of the JFK files on his own, on a whim at any moment. Yeah. But he needs to do legislation. Well, did he finally do all of them?
No, of course not. It was literally, well, two things happened with that. So he released it and it was a bunch of like, one historian said this doesn't give us any more insight into like what happened. All of this was public, or what they've released was like nonsense. They literally unredacted just like random social security numbers and like doxed people for no reason, like federal investigators that have been involved with this. It was completely pointless. And then when Trump went on Rogan and Rogan was like, so why didn't you do it? And Trump was like, I talked to a really smart guy and he told me it would, as I was looking at the files and he told me it wouldn't be a good idea. So I didn't do it. I'm not kidding. Let me see if I can find that clip. JFK files. When it says, like, again, he signs a bill to compel, or like, have you ever seen The Exorcist? Well, what's the line?
The power of Christ compels you.
Yeah, exactly. Like
splashing Trump in the face with holy water.
Yeah, he's like in the Oval Office signing this or whatever with the fervor and might of like, is it Reagan who says that in the scene? Or is it the priest who's performing the exorcism? I can't remember.
It's the priest.
Yeah, like the way that the priest is saying it or whatever. Like, you must to his own Justice Department, the power of Donald J. Trump and the Congress and everybody compels you to release this thing. You know, text notes, I could release at any given time, but whatever. And then this again, the largely Democrat-led. they're not saying this in a way, not that this is the news's job to do this, to like give Democrats credit. I'm not getting after them for that. But this framing is just, it's just misleading.
Republican but one. Yeah.
And like, again, it was Democrats who ultimately ended up being the ones to actually push for it to be released. But they kind of, they leave out, it's like, yeah, but they picked this up after MAGA made it a fucking issue. They're the ones who ran on this shit. He's the one who's installing queuing on people into his cabinet.
So it says largely Democrat led, which I guess you could see lawyer your definition of what that means. But then in the next one, they point out the sole Republican that voted against it between the House and the Senate.
The House overwhelmingly supported passing the bill on Tuesday, with only Republican Clay Higgins, a Republican from Louisiana, voting against the legislation. Later in the day, the Senate agreed to send the measure to Trump by unanimous consent, which it did Wednesday. The bill requires AG Pam Bondi to release all unclassified records related to Epstein within 30 days. The law permits Bondi to withhold or redact information that could jeopardize a federal investigation. It leaves out that, again, every single redaction has to have a summary and a legal basis as to why they are redacting certain sentences and information. Last week, Bondi agreed to the president's request for her department to investigate Epstein's connections to Democrats and others, despite the Justice Department having previously said it did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Asked during a Wednesday, at least finally some context given for a decision made by this fucking administration. Asked during a Wednesday news conference what had changed, she said new information, additional information, but did not elaborate. The Epstein files and the president's handling of the controversy have sparked rare disunity among Republicans in Congress and Trump supporters. The legislation was co-led by Thomas Massie, Ro Khanna, garnered local support from Dems and several Republican lawmakers, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, who had a public falling out with Trump. Sunday, Trump reversed his longstanding opposition. We have nothing to hide. He called it a hoax perpetuated by the Democrats. They urged the release. Please stop making this political. Marjorie Taylor Greene in that CNN interview was like, I hope he invites the survivors to the fucking White House. It's like, yeah, that'll be a great idea for all involved. The Epstein files surged into the spotlight last week when the Republicans on the House Oversight Committee released more than 20,000 pages of docs from Epstein's estate after Democratic lawmakers released emails from Epstein that referred to Trump. In one of the emails, Epstein claimed in 2019 that Trump knew about the girls, but he didn't accuse Trump of any wrongdoing. In another email from 2011, Epstein referred to Trump as that dog that hasn't barked. And, oh, that's what this referred to. I got a recommendation of, this sounds weird, but like, I guess Richard Spencer's back on YouTube and he's under a YouTube channel that does not actually identify him as Richard Spencer anywhere.
Oh, no.
And the live stream was just called...
It's named after that?
No, well, the live stream the video that I got recommended was called The Dog That Didn't Bark, and I put it into my watch later, like, why did I get this? And then I meant to look into it, but I didn't realize it was reference to this. And said that the now president spent hours at Epstein's home with the redacted name labeled as a victim. Trump has consistently denied...
Have you heard somebody explain what that line means?
No. What does it mean?
It's essentially when you're talking about like a guard dog, when someone comes into the house that's familiar and the dog does, it means that like the guard dog knows,
they're familiar with their
what's
scent.
going on and knows the person.
Yeah. Okay. Caroline Leavitt responded to the emails during a press briefing, saying that the emailed proved absolutely nothing about other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. Trump was friends with Epstein in the 80s and 90s, but had a falling out with him in the early 2000s, accusing Epstein of hiring away young female employees from his resort spa. Oh my God, I cannot believe they are uncritically, you know what the source for that claim is? That is Trump saying that. There's literally no reason to take Trump at his words that's why. And Trump has said he banned Epstein.
Girls.
Why are we taking Trump at his word? Trump has said he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. Okay, guess what? He banned him after it was already known that he was like a sex offender. He didn't do it before or anything like that. Every single time Trump has brought this up, he tries to make it sound like, oh, I knew he was up to some bad shit and I preemptively banned him. But even if you take him at his word, so it was literally over like a petty feud. It wasn't actually because you saw any wrongdoing. And two, this was long after this may not even be true. Because Trump didn't personally do it, apparently the way that the story goes, because I've actually sourced it back to what he originally said, he claims credit for this, but it's not like he personally did it. Like, either security said that, like, somebody was having complaints about Jeffrey Epstein, he was like, if he gets banned, I don't care. So it was, like, indifference. Or he just said it, he didn't really personally oversee it, he just mentioned it to somebody, and the club did it from there. But this is, like, overstating it so much, and I cannot believe they just uncritically reprint this.
Which is also, it's funny just because, and again, it's like out of the two, you don't want to really believe either because they're both pieces of shit. But the one of the three Epstein emails that they did release basically said was like, I was never a member. Like, the fuck you mean you banned me?
Yeah, somebody put, it wasn't for a year after he was arrested for soliciting a 16-year-old prostitute that he banned him from Mar-a-Lago. There are conflicting stories about why he was banned. Yep. The White House has maintained that Trump threw Epstein out of his club for being a creep. But again, why are you just reprinting what the White House says? Why don't you actually tell us what actually happened there? Epstein, but again, they don't even get into that. It's like, here's what the White House says. We're not going to counter any of the claims or tell you what's true. We'll just tell you what they said. Threw him out of the club for being a creep. He pleaded guilty in 2008 to Florida state charges of soliciting prostitution with a minor, died by suicide in jail in 2019. And those are going to be released. Wait. What was I going to look at? Oh, sorry. I thought the JFK thing really quick. Here's what he said to, oh, wait, no.
This is very interesting about...
Joe, quiet. Hold on. Wrong thing. This was where he was like, why haven't you released it? He was like, well, important people told me not to.
What I want to talk to you about is the JFK files. And one of the things that you said was that if they showed you what they showed me, this was your quote, you wouldn't want people to know it either.
So I opened them up partially. I was met with from good people. I mean, look, I mean,
why does it sound like he's talking about like I just peeked under the blouse a little bit?
Yeah.
Meeting. Mike Pompeo was one of them. He's a good person. They called me. They said, "Sir, would rather have you not." And I did open them, but I was asked by some people not to open them. There's a Martin Luther King file too, by the way, that they'd like to see. I don't know if you know, but there is that. But JFK in particular. So they called me. A lot of good people called me. People that that you would find reasonable people. And they asked me not to do it, so I said, well, we'll close it for another time. But if I win, I'm going to open them up. I'm just going to open enough time.
Why didn't you open it up the first time, though?
Because
what
times...
was the hesitation, though?
Because nice people who are still alive said, please don't. And I said, okay.
Addresses, people that are still living. There are people that are affected.
Right.
And there could be some national security reason that that I don't have to necessarily know about, but some very good, talented people.
Wait, what?
I know he's just like inserting that, even though no one said anything about national security. He just all he said is that Mike Pompeo said, "I don't think that's a good idea, sir." And he's like, "You should read into that that's a national security concern." What?
We're also overlooking that he would sit there and accept the fact that it's like, oh, I don't need. He's the commander in chief, or he would be the commander in chief for fuck's sake, and he's gonna accept this notion of like, if it's important to national security, I don't need to know. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
To do it, I opened it up, and then they said, "Would it be possible for us to do that a different day?"
What? How much of it did you read into?
I think it's going to be just fine to open it. Let me put it that way. I think it's fine. It's going to be time. It's a cleansing. It's really a cleansing. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it immediately, almost immediately upon entering office.
Well, the thing, when people look at it from the outside...
Narrator voice, he did not, in fact, decide to do that immediately upon entering office.
And you sort of imagine what could be a reason why they would not release those files. It would be there's people that were implicated in the assassination.
Yeah. Well, when there are living people, you generally tend not to want to do it. When people are still living.
Living people that formerly work for the government.
For the government, and living people that were somehow involved in it, and you tend not to do that. But it's time to open them.
God forbid anybody who's implicated in this be held to account. They are still alive after all. We have to be sensitive to this.
I can't tell you whether or not they're going to find anything of interest. And I did partially open. I think I've opened 50%, but I was asked not to do it, and I thought that was a reasonable ask, but now I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it very soon.
He literally decided that over the course of his explanation to Joe Rogan that I guess now, would be a good time to do it, right? Why the hell not? Why the hell not? So stupid. Okay, before we go on to her take, I actually want to see I'm going to expose you to the PBD boys and force you to look at the...
Oh, I don't know them. I'm not on a first name basis, mind you, but I am familiar with I have been value-tained in the past. I will be value-tained again.
You will be value-tained right now. So this was 2 days ago. Trump versus Massie and MTG, $5 billion BBC lawsuit, Epstein files shocker, plus Tucker's deep dive. This is the 685th episode of the PBD podcast, and it got 485,000 views. You would not believe how many fucking people watch this. First, we're gonna do the intro, and then I'll see what segment I want to do.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm so close I could take sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
I'm already in respect to anybody that's going to get a tattoo on their forearm like that. That's, you're a true fan.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I love how he includes in this intro the Adam. What's your point? Him scolding Adam Sosnick, this guy who like annoys him on the panel constantly, and all the comments constantly complain about.
Life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright. My handshake is better than anything I ever signed. Right here. You are a one-of-one.
My son's
I
right
didn't
there.
know how right-wing The Rock actually was for the most part.
Oh yeah.
Or like how conservative he was. And it was he went on here and he so bought into like the self-help guru Tony Robbins
like
style
bullshit.
bullshit.
Get your money up, not
And
your
then
funny
later
up, hustle
on-
culture, grind, rise and grind shit.
And then later on he ended up that was when he went on it was a Fox, one of the himbo like podcast shows, and was whining about cancel culture and shit at a time when he was going to do WrestleMania 40.
Yeah.
And I was just cringing, going like, dude, you're going to be in the main event. Shut the fuck up. He came across so
I'm being
soft.
canceled.
Yeah.
I said this before.
Just absolute fire, right? The coolest intro ever. Okay, let's see. Shocking Epstein files updates.
Okay. So crazy things are going on. Okay. Crazy things are going on all over the place. Rob, I want to start off with this Epstein. What just happened this weekend with the Epstein files, right? Emails came out.
We're already off to a great start.
With 2,300 email messages, cache, many of which mention Trump. Rob, is this the video you have on there? Let me read this and then we'll go into the video. Congress released a cache documents this week that were recently turned over by Epstein's estate.
You're reading off of printed paper.
Amongst them, more than 2,300 email threads that the convicted sex offender either sent or received between 2008 and 2019. House Oversight Committee has subpoenaed the state for all of Epstein's communication with 92 people who were named in Virginia Giuffre's 2015 defamation lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell, including Epstein's associate and assistants, as well as all of U.S. presidents and vice presidents. Not surprisingly, President Trump and Clinton are both referenced hundreds of times in what was released this week, according to a Wall Street Journal analysis. Former President Barack Obama's name appears as well. The journal's analysis didn't identify messages that any of the U.S. presidents wrote directly to Epstein or received emails from him, just references to them by Epstein or his conversation
He's got to
partner.
watch this. Like, he's got to do some measure of research, right?
No.
Or do you think he stays
No.
so blank, like white paper blank-minded on this shit? And just literally like, did something happen with this crazy Epstein shit over the weekend?
When I tell you he does zero prep for this show, I mean zero. He learns on the fly. You're watching him come in contact with this information, even though they've covered the Epstein shit multiple times. He can't stray from this article because he lacks object permanence. If it weren't in front of him, giving him a summary of everything that's happened to this point, he would not be able to summarize to you what has happened, even though they have objectively followed it as the updates have poured out over this last year. And so many times when they're like looking into stories, they don't even pull up news articles anymore. He tells the producer to ask Grok questions and they pull up AI summaries and read the AI summaries and don't ever go to the underlying source material that's linked.
Trump's name appeared in more than half of the email files, often in shared news stories about his policies during the 2016 election and his presidency, a time when Trump talks was inescapable. Epstein also criticized Trump with some friends, passed along tips to reporters, and answered questions from associates. Rob, which one is this here?
So I have CNN covering the Epstein files. I also have Donald Trump on Air Force One talking about the release of the files, and then I also have ABC News. Which would you prefer?
Let's go with Trump first. Go for it.
Yeah, ABC news outlet. No, let's go directly. Like so many times, their only sources for stuff are the statements by the president, the statements from the White House, or directly from a government source. They don't actually really engage too much with reporting on what is being said.
Congresswoman was on CBS News. She was talking about how the files should be released. We anticipate that a vote will happen in the House. And you have about the investigation today.
I don't care about it, released or not. What I think you should do, if you're going to do it, then you have to go into Epstein's friends. This Reid Hoffman spent a lot of time
that by the Democrat, and a couple of few Republicans have gone along with it.
Okay, put it up, Rob. That's fine. Okay, so you can barely hear it. But you kind of understand what the president is saying.
Just a couple of few.
Like all of them but one, but okay.
What is Kristen saying in this one here,
Well,
Rob?
to be fair to him, by this point, like Republicans obviously did not want to go along with this, but I feel like they all ended up caving because either they had run on it previously, they had mentioned or signaled explicitly that if they were to vote on it, they would support the release of these files, or when they saw that like Trump basically gave the go ahead because there were too many defectors, it gave them permission to all do it. So, like, yeah, only a few Republicans actually signed the whatever to make it to force a vote. But all those other Republicans, I honestly think, like, had it not swung that hard in the House, there would have been more people voting no, not just Clay Higgins.
This is her reporting that Trump is in the Epstein files. Caitlin Collins.
Go for it.
Jeffrey Epstein mentioned Donald Trump by name multiple times in private correspondence over the last 15 years or so. These are newly released emails obtained by CNN that showed Jeffrey Epstein bringing Donald Trump up in conversations with Ghislaine Maxwell and the author Michael Wolff. We got them after members of Congress got their hands on them after they subpoenaed Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which in turn handed over thousands of documents
as a
to
brief
Congress.
aside, whoever finally lands a conversation with Michael Wolff after all this shit is dropped, that's going to be a scorcher. Like, that'll be the thing every React Andy, every drama tuber, every fucking political that'll maybe be one of the most watched like YouTube clips on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube combined. Like,
which
maybe
is funny
ever.
because Michael Wolff has like he has varying degrees of reliability because there have been different points where he has published what come off to me as like pretty much unsubstantiated rumors, hearsay, or hearsay within hearsay. But because of his proximity to these individuals, he does have more access than most, and therefore is kind of treated as an authority. But I don't even disagree with you.
Just repeating what we just read right now. And anything else on the other one, Rob?
No,
what's
that's
going
it.
on? Okay, so Vinny, your thoughts on this? I mean, some of this stuff is new stuff, but what are you thinking? The president is now saying just release the damn thing.
Don Lemon interviewed him on Twitch this week. Is that real? And was it before or after the release of these?
Let's move on with it,
I'm
which I believe should have been the case from the beginning. It would have prevented all of these things, but you know, I understand some of the reasoning on why it happened. But what are your thoughts?
I don't. This thing has been going on for how long have we been talking about? It's like every week it comes up, it goes away, something happens, we do something.
Again, to answer your question, Ogreboy, how long? Like Vinny literally just said, "How long have we been talking about it?" But you were under the impression this is like the first time PBD has like heard about this whole Epstein thing.
Else on the global scale, and then boom, tariffs, whatever, war, bombing of Venezuela, and then we're back to this. I think, and then I just found out.
Radical Coder, thank you so much for the raid on YouTube. Welcome, guys. Ogreboy and I are just going over PBD's probably cope and reaction to the Epstein files. Shocker, as they put it.
Ghislaine Maxwell apparently is getting a puppy. She got gifted a puppy, and she's getting all this stuff. Like, think about it. She's convicted for all these freaking offenses, and now she's getting this leniency, which I think that's a whole.
While she's in prison, you're saying?
While she's in prison, Tom, she's getting a freaking like. What are you talking about? You're involved with the biggest sex trafficking, pedophile, whatever Megyn Kelly wants to or what doesn't want to call him. I think this is what I think happened. Okay. They all had a relationship with this guy. Trump was never involved with anything with underage kids. What I heard, Pat, especially through Michael Wolff and all these people, is number one, the moment Donald Trump found out that Ghislaine Maxwell was recruiting girls from Mar-a-Lago to go and hook up with Epstein or all of his clients, he banned him. He finished him. And then on top of that, I found out that a big real estate business deal between...
This is what it looks like when you want to be like ruthlessly anti-establishment and anti-deep state, but also have to reconcile that with the fact that you are part of a pro-MAGA podcast and are you yourself in the personality cult of MAGA. So again, all wrongdoing you can't chalk any wrongdoing up to Donald Trump personally. It has to be that he was either controlled, manipulated, or stupid people surrounding him made him do a bad thing, or he's malicious. But they'll never say that.
Epstein.
But Vinny has been the most outspoken out of all of this because Adam Sosnick is like very, very pro-Israel, and he hates anytime they talk about the Epstein shit. And he and Vinny have gotten into brawls over Epstein on this because he doesn't like the Mossad conspiracy baiting because it just leads to JQing and like Zog posting.
Well, I think the thing you have to keep in mind is that they're not really after Trump. The deep state is after all of us, and Trump is just standing in the way.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and Trump went south because Trump is a business guy and Trump is going to win, Pat.
That's true. Trump is a baby. Yeah, he's just a baby. He's just a little baby boy.
That's where the relationship went south. In regard to releasing the files, I don't think it's ever going to happen because I feel, this is Vincent O'Shaughnessy's opinion, not a lot, let's say a few of Trump's friends, Pat, are
he
implicated
states
in
his
there.
own name in the third person before he puts the stamp on it that it's his opinion.
Vincent Oshana.
Yeah.
But then him saying release them too, knowing the Democrats will never approve it because their main people, the Bill Clintons, the Bill Gates, all these guys,
This was before they took the vote, knowing the Democrats will never approve it. Like, again, leaving out the fact that it's Republicans that are obstructing this every step of the way.
Feel are going to be on there.
They have been covering this story.
So if one goes down, the whole house goes down. So they can't do it. They can't. You're never gonna see it. But and we're gonna get into the other stuff later. But Jamie Raskin, just really fast, Pat. Federal prison staff at Ghislaine Maxwell's facility illegally accessed and leaked her privileged attorney-client emails to Jamie Raskin, Democrat. I think Minnesota or Maryland, who then publicly released the materials to the media as part of an effort to smear Trump this past weekend. Okay, it's been revealed that he was involved in a plot where they stole her attorney. And Rob, I sent you a release of the lawyer. It's just, I don't like it. I don't like that this thing keeps coming up. I know they're not going to release it, but I guess that's the letter right there from the lawyer. They're leaking stuff to try to get Trump. If they had anything on Trump, he would have been buried.
I have not been impressed with Jamie Raskin's conduct over the last week between his defense for this Democrat that was messaging or contacting Jeffrey Epstein, who may or may not have been a client. So I haven't looked into it entirely. His defense of them preemptively in a bizarre way, as well as him being like, the tent is big enough to include Marjorie Taylor Greene. I was like, dude, please stop. Your opinion. My opinion of you is like dropping like precipitously by the minute every single time you say this stupid shit.
Already. He would have been buried a long time
language
ago.
makes me cringe every time.
And by the way, here's
I don't even know why he said that.
what Jen Psaki had to say. And very quickly, she walks it back, Rob, if you want to play this clip. Watch this one, folks.
In supporting what Donald Trump is doing.
You're talking about the other predators out there, in addition to Trump. I mean, I'm not saying he is. We don't know all the details about that. I just mean in addition to what we've learned about Epstein and others, there's other predators out there.
There are, and we have to remember
she
that
learned very quickly when she said that.
Can I ask you a question, though? What? He could still get her for being like...
Knowing Trump.
I love free speech, by the way. Oh, awesome. She misspoke. There's grounds for there to be potentially a defamation lawsuit. Trump could still get her for, insulting dear leader.
Can because of the $5 billion lawsuit.
Yeah, that right there was like a $5 million a minute.
Yeah, but while this is happening, you were talking about
these are like self-avowed free speech absolutists. BTW. No surprise there, though.
The Virgin Islands, what Epstein did with the congressman. Go ahead.
I think, and Rob, you can go, I think 13 seconds, brother. This is, I don't know, and I get Epstein's at the top of the list. How is this not the biggest headline crazy? There's a new video from the Washington Post that shows something from 2019.
Why is no one talking about the non-voting Virgin Islands representative who is really at the center of this whole Epstein thing? Definitely not, the American head of state, Donald J. Trump.
Oversight hearing with Michael Cohen's testifying about...
It's kind of like Graham Platner's tattoo. Like, nobody knew about it. Nobody knew what the fuck it was. And you had to Google it to then be mad about it after the fact.
Do you know who Seth Frantzman is?
That's not the representative, right?
No. Seth Frantzman is he's like a... Let me search him up on Twitter. Give me a second. Because this was only reported recently. This guy... Middle East security analyst, PhD, author of the October 7th War Bylines, Jerusalem Post, Breaking Defenses, adjunct fellow, FTD, executive director at the Middle Eastern Center and Gulf Israel, has 100,000 followers, lives in Jerusalem, and has embedded with the IDF and has close to ties to the IDF. This is Graham Platner's stepbrother.
I heard. Okay, no. I did hear about him then. The Noah Sampson. I think Noah was posting about him basically.
Oh yeah.
But that was the extent of it.
People are what's funny is that again, the connection is bad mutually because Graham Platner is now being accused of being a Mossad asset because of his because he is a stepbrother to this guy. And Seth Frantzman deleted a post that they had together on their Instagram after it was discovered or reported that they are step-siblings. And I'm sure Seth Frantzman is now being accused of why are you in bed? Why your stepbrother has a fucking Nazi tattoo and is anti-Israel and calls it a genocide,
so
it's a blood libel. So I'm sure they're heading for both each other.
The
at this point.
backlash, the backlash is heading in both directions.
Yes.
They're both getting shit on. Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, it's clear. Platner has to like, have a fucking. He's got to have like an old-fashioned family like barn burner in his living room, and then televise it to show that he's not okay with his stepbrother's geopolitical takes and his activities.
Graham Platner is a fraud. I am off the Platner train, you guys. I think he is too much of a fucking. I think he's a liar. I think he is like pretty much like a chronic bullshitter. If you actually look at like what his policy positions are, what his rhetoric is, who he's happy to present himself as, and how like shady he's been surrounding like these PR spins of like, you know, all of these different controversies that he's fielded or whatever, I think he's dishonest. So,
well, my position all along has been like, imagine somebody that didn't have the baggage, but just approached trying to run for office and be a public servant with that rhetoric, that narrative, the desire to, you know, like I said, it's something that would work in unseating Republicans.
The other thing, hold on, like, give me a second. Okay, this was the thing I didn't know he had said. And to be fair to him, I will show both sides of this or whatever. Like, this was something that was like this. Funny enough, this doesn't get any. No, I want you to show the image. Hold on, give me a second. I don't know why I don't want to do this. Because I sent it to Lycan.
Were you about to leak DMs?
I sent this to Lycan. Okay, so this was P Hustle is his account. This was January 2nd, 2020. Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps? Wanted to have an adventure and kill some people. Joined up in 04, did Fallujah and Ramadi and managed both. Hell of an excellent experience. And this sort of like desire to enlist and join because of it, it's part of like a broad, like even though it's charitable interpretation, like I'm like not.
But to say it in 2020, that's where you're kind of
2020. Is very, very weird. And again, the fair and balanced coverage is that he later said things that contradicted it. Okay, even on this Reddit account, because there was a Jacobin article that showed him calling. There was a comment where he was like upset about this. Like, okay, r/military by user P-Hustle. This was in the U.S. Navy will not remove blah blah blah. Some scandal that occurred November 21st, 2019. So this is like a full year or so before a few months before he would go on to post this, not year. Well, I'm an infantry combat vet, and shooting innocent civilians for fun and stabbing wounded prisoners is simply disgusting and illegal activity that wouldn't be condoned with a professional fighting unit. So you can fuck right off back to whatever disgusting little hole of cowardice and immaturity you crawled out of. So here he was like condemning like war crimes or whatever, and like take it. But like here he didn't even say like I wanted to kill some terrorists. He said kill people.
Well, he's got another blurb somewhere, and it's not worth trying to find right now. But he does put out something to the effect of like, when they bring you in to do that, like specifically that, it's not like you're building like work controls knowledge or something in engineering or communications. You're trained to pick up gun and shoot, and there's elements that he talks about like almost glowingly, where he's talking about like the problem solving, the team sport element of it. It's just that the unfortunate, byproduct at the very fucking end is that you happen to murder a bunch of people in the process. So it's a weird thing to fucking talk about, period, because how do you say anything positive about good experiences when overall everything about it is the whole goal is to like kill?
Yeah. Like, see, okay, so he says this January 17, 2021. I'm a vegetable growing, psychedelics taking socialist these days. After the war, I've pretty much stopped believing in any of the patriotic nonsense that got me there in the first place, and I'm a firm believer that the best thing a person can do to help their neighbors and live a loving life. Still got the guns, though. I don't trust the fascists to act so politely. This was in a comment r/USMC. Then he gets, like, like, I don't know. Like you're saying, like there were different points where like his motivation is like, he literally didn't even see, he says, oh, patriotic nonsense is what got me into it. But again, if you would expect him to say kill some terrorists, not people. But he sees this as just like an exercise in like marksmanship. And the way that he talked about it, what interested him is like, oh, I wanted to be part of history. And the best way to do that is to take part in a war. Don't really care about like whether or not it's righteous. It's an opportunity for me to go and do the thing. It's this like, it's this like tactile exercise. I don't know how else to put it. And this was another thing that was strange to me. So this is a profile that the New Yorker did on him a couple of months ago. Platner went to the United States Marine Corps School of Infantry and deployed to Iraq in 2005. It was a relatively calm deployment for the first few months, mostly because of the Battle of Fallujah had just happened. Much of the insurgent activity in the area had been crushed in that fight, he told me. Later, while he was on patrol at Abu Ghraib, yes, that Abu Ghraib, there was an attack on the prison. It was nearly 2 years after the human rights abuses were first reported at the prison. Platner was not involved. So I'm not trying to suggest that Platner was involved, but it's like, no, but you've still worked there after at this notorious prison after it came to light that this is the sort of shit that they were getting up to. That was my first real taste of combat, he said. It was an odd juxtaposition discussing Platner's experiences in the Iraq War while looking at the islands on Frenchman Bay. I loved infantry combat, he said. It was like this kind of high-stakes game where, oh, look, this is literally what you're talking about. High-stakes game where everything you do matters and you need to make decisions under immense amount of stress that are going to impact both your life, but more importantly, the lives of your men. It's just like a, like...
The ideology is definitely all over the place in how he presents it in what formats and forums he's putting the information in. A lot of times, one or two liners in like a social media post, I wouldn't personally put a lot of stock into. But yeah, this is again, if you're somebody that's like a left leaning at all, and you have issues with like the military service, the military aspects of it. Even some of the things that he's saying now, where he's talking about wanting to still participate in, like, make sure we're shipbuilding like a motherfucker. Yeah. Well, that's still basically just to pump into like the war machine. But also at the same time, it's something you have to weigh as a voter to be like, well, he's also talking about pointless wars. You're not going to get somebody that's like a Hassan that's going to go in there and be like, nope, all wars.
No,
stop
all
them. We're done with that shit.
But to me, what's contradictory is that he's making these statements at this point saying that like we need to have like, people need to make sure that like when they're going into recruitment that they know what they're getting themselves into and there needs to be more mindfulness. But his policy platform on his website says, I want there to be like increased funding to these things. And so to me, I'm like, okay, I understand like you've made the calculation that to get into office in American politics that you can't say I'm a pacifist, I'm anti any and all intervention. Doesn't matter if we're literally attacked on American soil, we will not retaliate. Like, okay, I get that. But why are you going to create contradictory positions for yourself where you say we need to critically examine like the military industrial complex, but then on your public profile, like on your public website with your policy platforms, make the argument that like, oh, we need to be funding this better. It's like, doesn't that cut against it? You know, or like we need to reform it. That's going to end up like you're increasing it. No?
It's still a poverty draft no matter which way you slice it. And the realities is that the junior enlisted don't get shit for compensation.
No, that's the thing that's not true. The poverty draft thing. So even like when you actually look, and this Graham Platner maps onto this pretty well, what you think about when you think about who they recruit to, you think about something like, oh, they go to impoverished areas, they're predatory, and no doubt that's a large contingent of like who it is. But the majority of the people who are enlisting at this point are actually above like the median income in the United States. Now that doesn't mean that you can't qualify to be part of the working poor, but I think people conjure up this image that like every single person that like the vast majority, like 90% of who ends up being recruited into the military are from some of like dirt poor backgrounds and stuff like that. It's just not the case. It's people who's like they're like legacy almost, like their parents did it.
I would still suspect, though, you're getting a decent mix either way.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's mostly, and even if that is the case of like your dad did it or whatever, most of those families are still in a position where like you're essentially kicking the kid out, and then you're relying on whatever like money that you're going to end up making, I would assume. Because if it's something where it's a generational thing and you're entering because your parents were in, I would have to suspect that they're not subsidizing their kid while they're also in the military because they can't make ends meet. I'm just saying.
No, yeah, that's why I'm careful to emphasize that. It's like you can still be you could still like not be like dirt poor, but also still working poor because at the end of the day, your parents are like, maybe you have one white collar parent, one blue collar parent, you know? Yeah. And that's not going to put you in like a crazy income bracket or anything like that. And I do think that a lot of these like recruitment standards ever since, I think this was passed when Bush passed No Child Left Behind, that's when they unleashed the ability for like the United States to set up recruitment offices directly in high school, which I find to be predatory or whatever. And I've debated with Lycan about this many, many times, why I think it's predatory. But because the conversation about that, if you try to debate people and like why they really shouldn't have recruitment offices directly in high school when they're minors and kind of like to me propagandizing to them before they're even 18, it stops becoming about whether or not they should be in the high schools, and then about like, is it good to be in the United States military? And to me, it's like a separate conversation. Whether it's a good career path is just still separate from whether they should be recruiting in high school.
Well, and then the other thing that goes hand in hand with that too is just, I know from friends of friends of friends that they're children. They have no life skills whatsoever.
Yeah.
They end up getting in circumstances where like maybe they get in trouble with credit card debt or any number of different things to where they kind of start to run behind a little bit. And then before long, that's motivation for them to just stay in because they know that that's going to, it's a job that'll just like keep them afloat, and then they have to worry about all the other bad choices that they've made while they've been in.
Yeah.
It's still like a trap, no matter which way you slice it.
Yeah, there's no quitting. Once you do it, there's like no quitting. Unless you want to be like dishonorably discharged and stuff like that, which most people don't, even if they want to get out of it. But like once you're in, there's kind of like no reversing that decision, and it is one that people are making right as they turn 18. Or just like in their before they've even like they can even drink, like you're making these decisions. So I don't know. The only concrete position I've taken as out of all of this, because this dude is just like this bizarre like centrist. I don't even know. We need to call for the disillusionment of Maine as a state. Okay. I don't trust a state that produces Graham Platner and Janet Mills and also Susan Collins. Okay, can you agree with me on this?
Mostly blue state that runs a Republican senator for years and years and years.
Yes, well, you can see why, because look at this guy. Every single thing, it's like one thing after the next is just like completely internally contradictory, and I don't know how to reconcile that it's the same person.
Well, that was I'm not a Mike from PA guy, but occasionally I'll see people that'll like retweet random shit that he says or does. But when the first Trump shooter, he said he'd done a deep dive into this kid over the course of a stream, and basically he said he was more confused by the time he was done than when he started, and partially because you're starting to get more and more into the realm where people's politics don't map on to like traditional norms anymore.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Like, yeah, you're either all the way left or all the way right, or, I'm a centrist or whatever. But it's like you have people with really wildly differing opinions on shit.
To me, this is why, like how do I put this? Like, I've said before, I really don't care about political labels because I think they obfuscate and confuse more than they actually clarify. Because, what a liberal means to people, like that can mean a lot of different things depending on where you are to people. And it's easier to just go position by position. But I've always said, like, if you ask somebody, like, oh, how would you identify? What's your political ideology? Just have them, at that point, just have them write it down on a piece of paper and then crumble it up and throw it into the trash. Because people, like, ideologies, they're just a grab bag of all of these random positions. It's a combination of, like, media that's informing them about, like, what to think about certain things. It's a combination of some issues that they actually have done their own research, and I don't mean in the, like, tainted way. Like, I genuinely do mean they have done... they have been more introspective and thoughtful about and arrived at a position of their own research, truly. And then other positions that they've kind of inherited as a result of like the culture surrounding them. And they never even zoom out to see how like it contradicts one another, or like they have internally contradictory beliefs. Because we're not just talking about somebody who's like basically on board with the Democratic agenda, but like they consider themselves pro-life, right? We're talking about people closer to Graham Platner, right? Where... they're like it's a genocide going on in Israel, but also like what's an example of something that might seem kind of like contradictory with that? But also, like, I like the ACA more than Medicare for all, because Medicare for all will bankrupt this country. Just like some weird position that you just like wouldn't expect, I
almost think part of that comes from just glomming on to language they'll hear from like their senator or whatever. They might have like salt of the earth opinions when it comes to some shit, but then some of the programming kicks in from like the donors they'll turn around and be like, well, we got to make sure we still have choice, and Medicare for all just completely takes over people's choice, and there's no more choice anymore by a government-run healthcare. Yeah, there was a piece, I can't even think of her name right now, but there was a piece that somebody quote tweeted, there was like a senator, some gal that went viral, and that she was basically talking about that it would be government-run healthcare, and that's where you lose your choices.
Is it the redheaded
she was
chick?
A Democrat. Yes.
Yes, I saw.
And in turn, the the person that was quoting it was basically saying this is the thing that they always lie about, because it's not government run healthcare. It would be basically all the same healthcare. It's just that the government is basically cutting out like private health insurance.
You're changing the
more
funding
or less.
mechanism. You're not actually changing people's access to it or like any of that. If anything, it's going to, again, the outcomes are going to be better. It's going to be less expensive. It's just a difference of, are you going to pull out of this bag, which is public funds, or your own personal wallet? That's the difference. But of course, when they were talking about this on the debate stage, both in 2016 and 2020, I mean, the Democratic presidential primaries, they talk about it like, so Bernie Sanders, looking here, your plan would throw X millions of Americans off their insurance, trying to make it sound like his plan was to get rid of people's coverage, was to get rid of them having access to healthcare entirely, when it's like, no, this is to literally expand it. So yes, we're abolishing private health insurance, but people's health care, which is what people actually care about, improves. People don't have the people yearn for HMOs. Like, give me a break, you know? Trying to make it sound like people have this like ideological attachment to like the bureaucracy of health insurance, rather than they broadly only care about being able to see a physician and having access to truly affordable care and not having to pay at the point of service.
Well, and then that was one of the things that I did try to point out too at the time. There was somebody on their stream that I was talking to. I can't remember who it was, but I was trying to basically say that like one of the things that Bernie did come up short on is as soon as Biden started talking about a public option and you'd be able to keep your hard fought for union health insurance, that took the legs out from under Bernie for the most part. Like, because he didn't really have a response to that. He wasn't willing to go like, you're full of shit, which was required in the moment. He kind of crumpled for what I remember. So
it's infuriating. And like when you look at, maybe it was Sirota who actually was talking about this recently, like, you want to know Obama's reasons for why he was opposed to the ACA, or sorry, to like single payer. He was like, I just couldn't help but think about all of the people that work in insurance that would have been like out of a job if we were to do that. This is somebody who like championed like the TPP and like global trade. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That you want to make sure that like jobs aren't lost as a result of like a policy proposal? Like, politicians are fine with that as a side effect all the time as a result of their policy proposals.
Yeah.
I mean, take it like sorry to use a Hillary example, but like, you shouldn't just be concerned with like jobs at all costs. That's like saying, oh, we can't end the Holocaust because think about the needy Nazi guards that are going to be out of a job, you know, if we don't have concentration camps for them to be fucking guarding. Here, this is what I saw that was sad. Somebody, LMC Figs, my Elib who I like in my chat, they were like, hey, why is Janet Mills catching a stray? Because she's listening to consultants that are telling her to do this performative shit, and it's cringe as fuck. This is uploaded at Janet Mills for Maine, November 15th. Shotsky is what this says, and this is even more cringe than you're expecting.
This is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
You know I got to give a speech later on.
Have you done this before?
No.
This takes a little cadence.
I take the fifth.
No time level, but on three we'll do it. Shotsky, count to three, Bruce. When I say
is she knocking him back?
Count.
She like spills it. Watch, it goes everywhere.
Oh no! You say governor, I say senator. Let me be the first. Thank you.
This is elder abuse.
I said last week, and I'll say it again though, for the most part, a lot of this shit is sell me on, show me her speeches, show me where she's talked about policy, show me where she gives a fuck about something passionately enough to fucking stand up there without a speech and go on about how she wants to change shit or make people's lives better. That's all you have to do. All this dumb shit and all the like, let's spend 3 hours of our stream talking about how shitty Platner is, which he clearly has a lot of fucking baggage and a lot of issues. But I don't need you to sell me on, if you're trying to change my mind, let's say you're a random liberal commentator to just out there in YouTube land, or Twitch, I don't know, whoever it might be. But if you're trying to get me to change my mind as a potential main voter, to be like, no, this fucking Platner guy's a piece of shit.
Mills pill.
I don't need you to sit and fucking shit on him all day. Just give me why she's good. Show me her speeches. I've gone and I've tried to find, you know, where she's been interviewed or where she's talked about shit. She has the charisma of a fucking wet sock. That's the issue.
Yeah.
She's got nothing to say.
that like the biggest thing under her belt is that she has been a politician in Maine that is like broadly respected as like a sensible moderate for a long time. But like, sorry, lady, you taking shots is not going to distract anybody from the fact that you are 77, which again is like one of the main lessons that needs to be taken away. And again, there are like 8 other candidates in this race. It's not only between Graham Platner and Janet Mills. So I forget even like, being Mills-pilled. I want to see other candidates emerge and come to the front that are not either of these 2 candidates, ideally. But
yeah,
okay, all of that diversion. Back to PBD. Dude, the Platner saga never fucking ends.
Nope.
Trump, with his mess with the Democrats, we're trying to turn it into a conspiracy. While this is happening, Epstein...
Mills-pilled sounds cursed. I mean, from my vantage point, it feels that way.
Is texting Stacey Plaskett from the Virgin Islands, telling her what to ask, and you could literally see her glance down, read it, and then fire off the exact question. And the timestamps on the messages match the video in the hearing. Go ahead, Rob, play this. How is this real?
President of the United States.
His level of fucking outrage is amazing.
A struggling neighborhood.
Look at her. She's chewing gum.
Priorities.
She's chewing gum. Not
He
anymore.
commented that only black people could live that way.
Stacey Plaskett, 2 minutes later.
Attorney-client privilege, yes, I will
Cohen
turn it
brought
over.
up Rona.
You, as my friend Mr. Meadows pointed out, misled this committee even today in a written submission that contradicted
She's
your
texting him.
testimony.
She doesn't
You
know what
suggested
Rona
You were
is.
going to review that. Did you review? Are you going to review it in our next break to
The
correct the record?
play-by-play,
Yes or no?
I love
Yes.
it.
Quick, you're up
Question,
next.
You helped out the
Is
president's
this an
campaign,
acronym? She's asking
or were involved
Epstein.
in the campaign.
Quick, what
as
does
a
Rona mean?
representative, spokesman,
And it's a
even
person,
in your
Pat.
words today,
That's the
was your
assistant's
idea
name.
for the campaign dating back
How
to
crazy is
2011.
this?
Is that accurate? Yes or no?
That's the
Yes.
assistant.
Wait, this is 2019?
Yes.
Crazy.
And then look-
Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump organization?
They
And
are.
are there other people that we should be meeting with?
Look, she's...
So, Alan Weisselberg is the chief
I mean,
financial
lock her up.
officer.
You gotta-
She's got to go. Clearly.
I mean, no one
Just
has
take
any.
Trump,
No
too.
one has any attachment to again like the non-voting representative from the Virgin Islands. That's why I don't understand why Jamie Raskin is like falling on the sword for this woman. I'm like, who fucking cares? Just throw her under the bus.
Give us as many
Quick,
names
she wants
as you
names,
can,
Pat.
so we can get to
Because Epstein's coaching her.
Is Ms. Rona? What is
Can't
Ms.
see
Rona?
the text just said like she was like, who is Rona? Like she was like naming things and like asking him who it was.
Rona Graff is the Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his.
Good work.
She's involved in
Like,
a lot.
I want everybody to
that went on.
understand this, Patrick. How is this not the number one? A convicted pedophile, sex offender, whatever you want to call him, was actively texting.
Wait until I tell you the relationship that Donald Trump has with this individual, Vinny.
A sitting member of Congress coaching her during a freaking oversight hearing. How is that not the top news story? And she's nothing. There's no breaking news. There's no nothing. She's still in Congress.
He's already working the veins in his neck and turning red, and he's not even talking to like Sam Cedar or Hassan or anything.
Oh,
he's
that's
already
kind of just
without
like his
any
mode in
cross-examination.
general. Yeah, that's how he is.
The Washington Post found out.
Yeah, this is as bad as the president being Epstein's best friend for over a decade.
Through all the emails and stuff that were released recently. This past all the email dumps.
Vinny on the show is tomato representation.
They timed it and they found out because they were trying to figure out what time is
While
this.
she's up there, she's
She's
getting text
in
messages
text-
from
Pat,
Epstein.
The leaks are coming out left, right, and center. You heard Caitlin Collins say they were the.
Wow.
Didn't Caitlin Collins said the emails went here and then we got our hands on them?
Yes.
How did that? What she's saying is they got leaked to CNN. That's what Caitlin Collins is saying. And now somebody is alertly putting them in order here, showing how sitting members of Congress, remember this is U.S. Virgin Island and they have a congresswoman, says it has it. That's what's going on here. And they're aligning it. Although I like the last text. We have to wrap this up quick. I got the Kamala debate at 7.
Yeah. Pay no attention to the freaking pedophile
Is that
behind
a
the
joke
curtain.
or you
That's a big joke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, and this is what is it saying, Robert? Going to the representative.
Hold on. No, he's. I like. Do you have to go somewhere? Like, what's going on?
PBD
He's like, no.
being an absolute fucking bird brain and not understanding that Tom was being sarcastic. That's like part and parcel for the show. It completely goes over my head at this point. Like all of the times where PBD is just like lost.
Emerged from public release case. So wow, it is.
Again, look. No, chatgpt.com. This is what I mean. They're just going off of like AI summaries. You don't actually read any of the underlying material.
Oversight Committee released 20,000 pages of material drawn from Epstein's communication, including email, text messages. Among
Like when people have never seen Vinny on PBD see it for the first time and go, this guy is so red. I mean, that. Did you know? Had you ever seen Vinny on like anything else?
No, I've seen him like I've
On the
seen him
Piers
on
Morgan
panels and I've
panels.
seen him arguing. Yeah.
Yeah, he loses it
and then-
there.
Yeah, that's the whole joke, right? Is somebody laughing at him while he's in the middle of like about to have a pre-stroke.
Yeah.
But there's nobody else there. There's no there. He's
like getting worked up.
Stroking out pro bono. Yeah.
Those were redacted text message transcripts that did not explicitly name the recipient, but included sufficiently time stamped and content-rich messages.
How does what did he promise her? What did he give her to be able to get access like that to her?
So plays devil's advocate. What's wrong with having that communication with Epstein if he's giving intel to her? Maybe she's getting due diligence. Maybe she's doing research. Maybe she's doing recon. What's bad about it?
Because first
the PBD playing devil's advocate. Would it be so wrong if she was communicating with Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing? What's so wrong about that, Vinny? Walk me through it. Explain like I'm 5, just for the sake of it.
He's a convicted pedophile.
Not like, again, PBD genuinely pretending like he's playing devil's advocate as if he doesn't understand like what he's supposed to be angry about. And he's like, Vinny, tell the audience, just for the hell of it.
2, you're a sitting member of Congress. You're getting coached by this pedophile because what's his motive, Pat? They want to take down Trump. And he wants to take down Trump, not because he was with him doing stuff with young girls. It's because he screwed him over on a freaking business deal and Epstein wanted to get his ass. Or maybe somebody.
They're not after Trump because he was doing the thing that everybody is suggesting he was doing. It's for some other evil Democrat reason.
Right.
Somebody else didn't want him to get in. With all the stuff that was happening with assassination attempts to come, how the FBI should be at her freaking office this morning. Let's be honest with each other, Tom.
Like, PBD can't help but tell him, so, could you hear him go, got it. Even though he's like, I'm playing devil's advocate before he started this.
Right? Attempts to come. How the FBI should be at her freaking office this morning. Let's be honest with each other, Tom. Right? Like, what are we talking?
They have bigger fish to fry.
About right now, the number one pedophile. Everything is Epstein. You're getting coached.
The number one pedophile.
Who else
Everything is Epstein.
Who else does he know in Congress?
Everything's Burger. Everything's computer. Everything's Epstein.
That's insane. I don't know how she's not getting like literally her door kicked down.
By the way, Bill Clinton responded to the Epstein probe. Rob, I don't know if you have that or not. There's President Clinton, because obviously there's a bunch of names.
Why would her door get kicked down for sending texts? I'll be real. Like, I could see it opening a line of inquiry, but he's making it sound like there's, again, a bigger there than it is.
That's coming up, and he's always been...
Obviously, the fullest extent they're ever going to do is just like subpoena phone records and shit like that, which now it can even result in this only in the Senate, but it was part of the reopening of the government bill. Did you see the amendment that was passed that basically gives them the right to sue for like 500 grand? Every time that they have to go and look at they subpoena your phone records, you can countersue now to get money off of that. And it's basically only Republicans for the most part that benefit from it.
Love that.
Yeah.
Stories. But with this one getting even closer, that things may be leaked very quickly. This one, Bill Clinton did nothing and knew nothing. The rest is noise, meant to distract from election losses, backfire shutdowns, and who else know. What's this, Rob?
I believe this is a spokesman. He's the deputy chief of staff for President Bill Clinton. This is the statement that he put out regarding Clinton's association with Epstein following the release of all of these files.
Got it. So they're saying now that there was nothing that was going on with his involvement. Those emails prove Bill Clinton did nothing, knew nothing, and the rest is noise. The direction the development follows the recent Epstein Bondi announcement came hours after Trump posted on Truth Social that he would request that she, the DOJ, and the FBI look into Epstein's involvement and relationship with Clinton, as well as former
you don't have to
Treasury
pause it,
Secretary
but I can't
Larry
help
Summers.
it. He is evil Jank.
Yeah, he is.
He's bizarro
100%.
Jank. Calm to a fault, not opinionated whatsoever. He's thinner where Jank is heavy set. He is bizarro Jank.
No, he is very opinionated, but it comes out at the like dumbest moments where he like draws lines in the sand and like what actually like pisses him off. It's bizarre.
LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman.
Think like Tony Soprano randomly getting really upset with that guy in the scene in the restaurant where the guy's wearing a hat and he like looks like he's about to fucking pummel him because he's like, take the hat off, and the guy doesn't want to do it, and then he eventually does it. That's kind of like what happens with PBD, where like he'll randomly go off, and he's like randomly gone off on Adam Sosnick for what? For cussing so much, and he said, kids watch us.
I'm not mistaken, Reid Hoffman also responded to this. Is this the tweet, Rob?
Yes.
Okay, so as I said on Friday night on Air Force One, fake news media, House Republicans should vote to release the files because we have nothing to hide and it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party.
See, this is what I mean. We're like, the way that, where are we getting the news? Let's just go to Trump's Truth Social feed and uncritically read this and take him at his word. They do it every episode.
A recent victory
I feel
Democratic
fucking
shutdown.
terrible. You don't have to. I mean, I feel fucking terrible for whoever received that dictation that had to fucking hammer that in. Because there's been clips where they show kind of behind the scenes where he's dictating a social media post, and he's like, "Now put that part all in caps." Yeah, no, 3 exclamation points. Put that in and you're just having to sit there and follow along. That would have to be the worst detail ever.
The Department of Justice has already turned over tens of thousands of pages to the public and are looking at various Democrat operatives, Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, and Larry Summers, and a relationship with Epstein. And the House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. All I do care about is that the Republicans get back on point, which is the economy affordability, where we are winning big. Or
Slotkin with my hot dogs. Did you know that Slotkin, the senator from Michigan, has an abstract painting of a hot dog in her office as an homage to her grandfather? You weren't just having a stroke. The sentence that I just said is factually grounded. I've tried to find pictures of this abstract hot dog painting, and it's not anywhere, unfortunately. No one has photographed it yet, but she said this in an interview that she did with Vanity Fair I read a couple of weeks ago.
The fucking Colbert Report Colbert Report. Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
There you go.
I guess I'm trying to just blank out his Tonight Show shit out of my memory. But the first 10 minutes that they talked about wasn't anything other than fucking hot dogs. It was such a fucking waste. It was so stupid.
Oh, this is the one where she missed the vote, right? She missed a vote that was critical for Israel.
Crystal Ball put her on the spot, said like, will you at least vote against the offensive weapons? And she's like, you know what? I think I will. And then, but missed it completely and then had to release the statement the next day.
Okay, somebody put like context. Okay. How Elisa Slotkin, a moderate Michigan Democrat, is fighting Trump tooth and nail. So this is March 12th of this year. Oh my God. Give me a break. Hold on. We're going to go to remove paywall. I don't even know why I don't just bother defaulting to this. It's never free.
I think that's the algorithm now of like how to make the money back is the older articles. You can't go back without a subscription.
Yep. At year's end, Slotkin was setting up temporary quarters on the 8th floor of the Hart Building, not far from the Committee of Indian Affairs. Cubicles overflowed with packing boxes. New hires sat on benches in a hallway. On one wall in a small conference room that Slotkin had commandeered as her office, she had hung a red and yellow abstract painting of a hot dog, a tribute to her great-grandfather, an immigrant from Lithuania, who had started what would become the nationally known high-grade meat company.
You know they make jokes that thing probably looks like a dick. Like, that's why you can't find pictures of it anywhere.
Like,
because it probably looks like a wang.
If you just put like Slot getting a hot dog painting, it doesn't, like, nothing comes up, unfortunately. Imagine if it was this. Dude, I wish.
No, that until someone proves otherwise, that's exactly what's on the wall.
It's this or it's this. Either one. Abstract. Avant-garde.
Her victory on reducing inflation from the highest level in history to practically nothing, bringing down prices for American people, delivering historic tax cuts, gaining trillions of dollars of investments into America, and it gets into the message. Adam, your position here.
Yeah, I mean, signal through the noise. What Trump cares about is getting out a message. Because he's real. By the way, I don't know if you've seen Trump's polling numbers lately. They're not looking as good as before. If you're in the 40s in America today, polling-wise, overall in anything, you're okay. You're sort of above water in regard to the national sentiment. But when you start hitting 30s is when you start having a problem.
The enshittification of everything, because he's trying to say that in the 40s is still like kind of decent.
Yeah, love that. Even though I'm sure there have been different times where you could literally pull up on this very show where they've said, Biden's approval rating's in the toilet, it's in the low 40s, everyone fucking hates him, and now now of course the grading on a curve, that's actually really good. Even though, again, we're not even, it's like he's 1 year in, and not even to the day. That'll happen in January.
Trump, but when he says, I don't care, release it if you need to release it, let's get back on message. You're seeing what's happening in the last couple of weeks with Democrats winning in these highly contested elections, especially in New York. I think there was another sort of far leftist that won in Seattle, I want to say. So for Trump to come back and reverse course, 180 and say, just release it. The challenge right now is that this is like grown-up version of Real Housewives of DC or Real Housewives of Epstein Island. If there was truly something attached to Trump, don't you think the Democrats would have released this somehow over the next 5-10 years?
If they're implicated
again, they always overestimate the Democrats. No, they wouldn't have. They don't give a fuck.
They don't like think about Adam. If they're all over
because
it,
again, they would probably. I bet if they had ever been pressed or like called on to do that by their base, it would be we don't want to be weaponizing the DOJ. So no.
Hey, the Democrats look forward; they don't look backward.
Right.
Okay?
This is all
it's like, dude, Obama with a mandate did not even though he ran being like opposed to the Iraq war, fucking no one got in trouble, and he all but said what you did, which is that we're moving forward. And if they're not getting prosecuted for like,
that's where I get the quote
perfect. Okay, like then we're on the same page. Like if we're not prosecuting war criminals, like it's not happening for Epstein. Sorry.
No, do it. No, you do it.
Bingo. But this whole slow drip of drip, I believe that sunlight is the best disinfectant. At some point, you got to rip this Band-Aid off. The only challenge I see is if some of these names or some of these stories that are being released are truly a detriment to national security. National security is where I draw the line. Sure, I want accountability. Sure, we all want...
So, as far, like, real Adam heads know, what that means is that if this implicates Israel in a way that would make them look bad... And it probably does because we've got 4 different Israeli PMs implicated in this shit. Then he's opposed to it. This is just his way of saying it.
Justice. Sure, we all want to know what's going on. But if this is going to be a net negative to the country of America, I can't condone that.
Let me ask you one, because I want to show one quick video as well. So what you're saying
it's
is...
always like the flimsiest pretext for him to not be on board with transparency related to Epstein, and it all goes back to his Israel shilling and simping.
If people of high power are pedophiles or whatever, everybody's worried about numbers, underage women and men, because I think that there was underage boys as well. We keep harping on females. Like you're saying, if it's going to hurt the country, then let the country that's built on blackmail and pedophilia keep continuing.
Well, see, it's a false equivalency. The country that's built on blackmail.
Did you read Whitney Webb's books? I did.
Yeah, of course.
One Nation Under Blackmail.
We've interviewed.
It goes deep.
To say that the country is built on blackmail and pedophilia.
Well, you're saying that's
is such a shocking, bombastic statement. Okay. These people allegedly did some bad things.
Yeah,
that is different from the country is built on blackmail.
What if policy? What about policies and bombings and this and that? We're made because somebody said, "Hey, I have a video of you with the girl."
Epstein was
they're still talking about Israel, right? Because they're deep into it in the moment.
I mean, Adam is just like, again, even though he's good job, you got Vinny on him being fucking hyperbolic or whatever. But when he's zeroing in on him like this, it's because he's doing anything to look forcefully, like to undermine Vinny without having to actually engage with like his discomfort surrounding Epstein. So he has to make it about the fact, whoa, did you just say that they're founded on pedophilia or whatever? You can't say that. Like, got him, dude.
Bad dude doing bad things. I also think
gotta be careful with your rhetoric around here. It's like, dude, they're so like unserious constantly. So if that is what you're resorting to try to like take down Vinny, it's like it's the most pathetic gotcha.
Giving him way too much credit.
I don't.
That this guy was the one running everything behind the scenes.
But that was a
the entire government is based on what Epstein was doing.
Adam,
that to me is a false flag.
I think it should come out. And if Pat, you let me. This is the Epstein survivor. They're begging Congress to release the videos.
Almost like this is going to be like a little tiny bit of a stretch, but it's almost kind of the way that people get pissed off at Arab Americans when they talk about they'll overgeneralize and they'll say like some things that people did on 9/11. And in turn is something that all Muslims everywhere have to atone for all eternity.
Right.
He's almost doing a different version of that where he's like, he's almost literally doing the thing where he's like, look, some people did a bad thing. They touched some kids or whatever, but that doesn't mean that's all Israel. Yeah. Bad things happen all the time. And that doesn't mean that's what Israel's founded on. How dare you, sir? Like he's doing the meme, but like not, yeah.
And it's so stupid because it's like, again, the actual, if he had to finish that sentence that if they knew anything about Israel, it's like, actually it was founded on ethnic cleansing. Okay, sweaty, get it right. It was not pedophilia. Try again.
Other you. Go ahead, Rob. How old are they? Watch this.
This is such a weird. This is such a weird juxtaposition off of the two of them bickering, and then you go to this solemn clip where people are suffering.
Okay, let's cut to the victims. Go.
Yeah.
I was 14 years old. I was 16 years old. I was 16. 17. 14 years old.
14.
I'm trying to find the clip where Adam literally downplayed the fact that these were, again, they were minors, so they were kids. And he was like, in some states, the age of consent is 16. But unlike, like Megan, like that blew up for Megyn Kelly, but because he was doing this like 3 months ago, it kind of went under the radar, and I'm trying to find it now.
This is me. This was me. This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein.
This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein.
There are about 1,000 of us.
1,000.
Let's check.
1,000 girls. You can stop it, Rob. That's why, Adam, I don't care. These people need justice.
Oh my God. Oh, he's such a piece of shit. He got his moment. He got his number, his statistic halfway through the fucking video. He's like, you can stop it now. I've gotten the emotional juice out of this that I could possibly get so I can own this other fucker. That's okay.
So shameless.
I don't even, yeah.
What were you going to say? You don't even what?
I don't even, like, I can't even make, I don't know the dude. So it'd be very harsh if I was like, I bet he doesn't even give a fuck about this one way or the other. I'm sure he does on some level, but he's so obviously like weaponizing the video. Like it comes across very like nakedly, like he doesn't give a shit.
No, he doesn't. He absolutely does not give a fuck. He only cares about Israel.
The ones that we don't know, I'm sorry, Adam, let it all come down. That's my opinion.
There was another point where he, like, the dig that he tried to make, and he did it again by likening all of this to, like, the Real Housewives and stuff like that. He has been like, you know, Vinny over here wakes up thinking about things that are stupid and dumb, like the Epstein scandal, but I wake up thinking about how to make money, so that's why I haven't been as focused on this. I'm not even kidding. That was a defense that he tried to pull on a few months ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, look, I get your position. I get your position. This is nasty. Every time I watch these documentaries with these girls, you go to a point where you want to hurt this guy. If that's a family, somebody related to you, a close friend of yours, you want to hurt this guy. But this is not stopping here, because I think, Rob, if you have the clip of is it Rokana, is it Thomas Massie and MTG? Is there a story there about that where do you know which one I'm talking about?
I do have this clip. Thomas Massie, he warns Republicans against voting against the release of the Epstein files.
Go for it.
I would remind my Republican colleagues who are deciding how to vote, Donald Trump can protect you in red districts right now by giving you an endorsement. But in 2030, he's not going to be the president.
This was a great fucking clip, by the way.
Yeah.
Thomas Massie's like, he's a very libertarian conservative. He's one of those guys that wants to like quote things out of the Constitution, but but you always have to remember his end goal isn't for the betterment of people. He's usually one of those people that'll try to find the hook that means like the Constitution says we can like starve kids or something. Like he'll always lean in that direction.
It's literally minarchist shit. It's like the government already has way too much power. It's like if Ron Swanson actually took his ideology seriously of like, I'm going to get into the government with the sole purpose of using like
just shutting everything down.
Yeah, exactly. But like not through obstruction, through actual by voting no on everything. That's why he's known as like Congressman No or whatever.
He's got another clip where he's calling it was right before or right after the House passed the bill and sent it to the Senate, and he started calling it. Is like, look, he goes, I don't care if it upsets some of your donors. Maybe they need to be behind bars anyway, because they're the ones that went ahead and went to Rape Island. And he started saying that like over and over again. Like he's a piece. Like I don't like the dude, but he was popping the fuck off on this.
No, yeah, like I mean, it's not a coincidence that of the Republicans that crossed the line, he and Marjorie Taylor Greene are literally 50% of it. They're the ones that are not muzzled by donors because they don't take money from AIPAC. They don't really have anything that's like holding them back. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, she takes a lot of PAC money. She downplays how much she does, but she also is like apparently like behind Sanders or like in the top 10 politicians in the country, that a lot of what the fundraising that they've done has come from small dollar donors.
Protect pedophiles if you don't vote to release these files, and the president can't protect you then. This vote, the record of this vote, will last longer than Donald Trump's.
Okay, so that's Thomas Massie. President Trump responds to Thomas Massie, and he says the following about Thomas Massie. Pretty brutal what he said to him, not holding back. The Thomas Massie sometimes referred to as Rand Paul Jr. because of the fact that he always votes against Republican Party, getting married already. Boy, that was quick. No wonder the polls have him at less than 8% chance of winning the election. Anyway, have a great life, Thomas. His wife will soon find out that she's stuck with a loser.
It's getting ugly.
Yeah. So look, and then.
But this issue did not begin here over this thing.
No, this has been going on.
Some people aren't familiar with Thomas Massie because as much as we maybe talk about him in our maybe circles, this guy's not a household name. He doesn't have national name significance. I'm not saying he's inconsequential, but the average person does not know who Thomas Massie is. Everybody knows who Trump is.
I guarantee if he keeps yelling Rape Island in the middle of the House floor, people are going to know who he is. That's a slam dunk.
He's not a lightweight. He's a fighter. He's not a guy that you can push around and think he's nobody. And here's lightweight Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Green grass turns brown when it begins to rot.
Wow.
Betrayed the entire Republican Party when she turned
The
left.
fact that they actually laughed at that, Jesus Christ.
Performed poorly on the
Bars, got
pathetic
'em.
View and became the rhino that we all know she always was. Just another fake politician, no different than Rand Paul Jr., Thomas Massie, who got caught being a full-fledged Republican in name-only rhino, make America great again. All right. While this is going on, this is her saying she wants to change her position.
Okay, I found it. We have to interrupt this because I found where Adam was like, you know, in some states, the age of consent is like 16, bro. I don't know. This is where he's like talking shit about Vinny. Let's see. This is, okay. This whole thing is just like them fighting over this shit. But let me only go back a few things. Because Vinny is like, all of a sudden he's like, what does Vinny O'Shaughnesy know that that Trump's government doesn't know? Go ahead, tell me. Wait, maybe I should unmute it, right?
It's processed.
Maybe.
Evidence remains intact. So in the Epstein case, the FBI seized Adam 300 gigabytes. That's a lot. Okay. Data on his property, videos, hard drives, CDs labeled with disturbing titles, official records. So Adam, the FBI has strict, crazy protocols.
And that's Vinny's favorite thing. Adam. Dude, Adam, come on. Like, he will say his name so many times when he's like talking to him.
What happened to all of it, Adam?
Okay.
Hold on, Adam. Whistleblowers even say that, you know, all of this was here. Now all of a sudden, Adam, it's all gone. Okay, so you know what that means, Adam? Mossad, Israel government, has all the footage. They have all the dirt,
This is going to be your fault, by the way, because tomorrow at work, I'm going to be interrupting people just for no fucking reason, going, Adam, it's going to be the new echolalia, yeah.
There's something about it that, like, it's like below, okay, people say like, oh, golden retriever energy, right? For like wholesome guys. It's like Chihuahua energy of like a dumb kind of cute dog though, that is like yapping and barking. And that's, Vinny has like the brain of a Chihuahua, truly.
Our policy, the president of the United States, Adam, has flipped and changed his tune like that.
Okay.
Like that. So Adam, I have a problem, and I'm pretty sure the majority of the losers and the idiots that you think are out here watching it are not comfortable with our president.
Okay, see that majority of the losers and idiots, that's him referencing where I told you, Adam was like, if you are concerned with this, that's female tendencies. That's basically no different than if you were talking about like Love Island.
Who we've been ride or die with them. Now changing the tune, saying, you guys are losers. I don't need your support anymore. Because Adam, I don't give a shit how many wins he stacked up. And I love that he's doing it. For him to go, don't worry about the blackmail sex trafficking thing. Just shut up about it, because I've done so good for you. That's like having a dad, Adam, that buys you the bike, gives you the ice cream, does everything for you. But guess what, Adam? He's, sleeping with underage kids in the neighborhood, but who cares? He gave you the bike, he gave you the house, he has a roof over your head. I'm uncomfortable with that, Adam, and that's why I know it drives you crazy. 1,200% of the internet, 1,200% of the internet wants to know the truth. And guess what? Nobody believes him. Okay. And nobody believes Adam that Mossad didn't have anything to do with it.
Okay. So let me just...
Is that guy? Show that picture, Rob? That's me, Adam? Oh my God. Adam,
and he's got a man bun. I've never knew that. That makes it so much worse.
You mean so much cooler.
That's who you think I am.
If you're wrong, that may very well be you.
Prove me wrong.
Well,
there's no fucking proof.
All right. So then,
where's the proof?
Okay, so then we'll go around in circles.
Go ahead.
So let me just unpack this. Mossad is at the top of the list. There's nobody bigger on this particular thing.
Meaning he was working
for
them.
The show.
Oh yeah.
So not CIA, not FBI,
so Mossad's number one. The guy's name is Jeffrey Epstein. Ehud Barak and all these guys were visiting his apartment. There's photos covering their faces leaving his house.
So because he's Jewish, obviously.
And give me a break.
Trump's fucking visiting his house for hours. You fuck.
Adam.
Hold on, because you want to go there. Adam, as of late, has Donald Trump, who was beefing with Bibi, because Bibi and them had Mike Waltz in a cabinet meeting texting Israel, trying to get us into a war with Iran. Trump was like, no. He was like, hell no. Went to the Middle East, didn't even visit him. And then all of a sudden, Adam, I'm going to go to war. I'm going to bomb. And Epstein is all bullshit. So weird, Adam. Isn't that weird?
I asked some questions before.
Yeah.
So Mossad's at the top of the list.
Yeah.
Bibi Netanyahu's controlling Trump. And Israel is dictating policy America.
Hold on.
Is that what's going on?
So you don't think AIPAC in our
AIPAC as well? Okay.
Adam, so it's not hard to put this together.
Obviously, it makes complete sense.
Yeah.
So Israel controls America.
Israel has very, very strong influence over our policy.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry that
it's so funny watching them. Again, all of the conspiracies that get thrown around on the show, usually there's almost no pushback from any of them. They're in ideological lockstep. It's the one time that Adam actually goes out of his way to try to disagree with them. And it's so funny to watch somebody who's a conspiracy theorist have to try to explain Zog to somebody who not only are they skeptical of it, but they're actively hostile to it. And there's really nothing you could ever say to Adam to convince him that that's the case, even if that were true. And so but so Vinny is, even though that should be a slam dunk from Adam. And now every time I say Adam, it's like completely poison because I just think I sound like Vinny. Adam. He's still losing to Vinny somehow because he has taken this position, not because he's trying to push back on Vinny's conspiracy posting, but be all in the service of literally just defending Israel. It's pathetic.
Hurts. Cool. We did it. We found out.
Oh, but hold on, Adam. Right. Does that make me anti-Semitic?
No, it makes you.
Does that make me hate Jewish people?
You haven't said one thing that might not be true. Okay. You're probably 100% true. But just in case you're not, let's say you're absolutely right. You did it. You, Vinny Oshana, cracked the code. If I can see that picture one more time. Yeah. You cracked the code. You did it. You did it. Congratulations. Yeah. Mossad, Epstein, Trump. He's owned. Yeah. Now
like
what?
Condescension levels like off the charts.
What do you mean?
What do you want to do now? You cracked the code.
Now what? Everybody that was involved, Adam, goes to jail. Okay. There's a trial and you go to jail.
Okay.
Look how easy that is. And Adam, you know why I can be critical as well? How much American dollars goes to Israel every year?
What is Adam even trying to suggest? Like, okay, so you cracked the code. Oh, what do you think happens next? People face accountability? I mean, he's like not wrong in a realist sense that like, yeah, even if all of this came to light, even if all of these people were dead to rights, the idea that any of them would see the inside of a jail cell or that wouldn't happen. He's not wrong about that, but he's making it sound kind of like he's swung too far in the other direction of like that there would be no consequences whatsoever, or there would be no public backlash, or it's like, even if that were true, so what? We can't do anything about it. Doesn't that like freak you out?
They're all... Just so that we're clear, they are all across the board. They're universally pro-Trump, though, right?
Yeah.
Like that's
Adam was brought on
so
as
the
guy who like, oh, I used to vote for Democrats, but I'm like slowly moving to the center, and he still calls himself a centrist, but at this point he's just like pro-MAGA.
Well, I mean, because Vinny's so obviously trying to say that like everything about Epstein is basically a lie, and he's trying to rope in Israel and everything else. I get that, or I get the lane that he's staying in. But if you weren't pro-Trump and you just were arguing this exact same argument, you would come around and go, so anybody involved should go to prison too, right? And he's like, yep. And that's when you go, also, if Trump happened to be involved, and then that would be the gotcha. But he's not going to do that because he's also a Trumper.
Criticize Trump, yeah.
Yeah.
Here. Anybody want to guess?
$4 billion. Or the most that he'd be willing to say is like, yeah, if Trump did that, that would be bad and he should go to jail, but he didn't do that. They'll be sure to like underscore, but that there's no chance of that happening.
So you know what that means? I can have any opinion I want because my money is invested in that group.
Well, there's a lot of countries that
I don't care. Then I can talk about all of them.
That's the only. So let's talk about every other country.
Jail.
So Israel's the only country that receives money?
No, go back to your point. Okay. What do I want? Adam, I want jail. Okay. And if God forbid the president of the United States was involved with it, guess what? Same for him.
Which president?
Our president.
Oh, okay, he did it. There you go. Boom. They did it.
He's on the righteous path.
He did it.
He's on the righteous path.
If he was with underage girls.
So now Adam's in the position of having to be like, oh, so even Trump, you'd put Trump in jail if he diddled a kid. Wow, dude, really questioning your loyalty here. That's what Adam's going to do.
Way to make America great again there, Vinny.
Yeah.
1,000%.
So if Trump was with a 17-year-old girl,
I'll say it again. When he was 40 years old, yes.
So you want Trump to go to jail?
Pedophilia. Hold on, let me ask you. Is it illegal? Can you have sex with a 17-year-old?
35 states.
Vinny, what is it called?
He would say they cut himself off, but let's make Adam do the actually it's a femaphile thing, which he's this close to doing, and he will do.
In New York,
the age is 16, and then in certain.
Why did he know that? Why did he know that in 35 states in this country, the age of consent is 16?
Some people do research for podcasts. Thank you. And Adam is one of them.
Yeah.
States it's 18. According to some Muslim scriptures, you could be 9.
So it's okay if he was in a different part of land.
Oh, cool. The Quran. Now we're citing the Quran for guidelines about consent for some reason.
Okay. But let me ask one last thing, because I mean, obviously, what I wanted you to do was just get it all out there. Yeah. Thank you for that. You could be right. You could be wrong. So we want Trump to go to jail. Israel's controlling the United States.
Don't say that. No, anybody that was guilty of having sex with an underage child belongs to go to jail, including the operation that
belongs to go to jail.
That was blackmailing everybody. Okay. They deserve the freaking.
I got it. So now where are you going? Now?
So no, my point is, I want
accountability. Adam's like thinks he's really done. So he's like, okay, Okay, so you think people? So you just think you're biting the bullet. You're saying that people that abuse children should go to jail. Okay, fine. If you want to take that position, fine. Like he has like that's the big gotcha here. What?
The moral clarity. Yeah. Fucking owned in the marketplace
what I'm sick
of
of people
ideas.
doing is skirting around the issues. Just say how you feel.
I've been saying it for
Yeah.
Perfect. So then last question. Last question.
Adam.
Who do you trust more? Donald Trump, JD Vance, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi.
Who do I trust the most?
Or whoever's the loudest people on the internet, Tucker, Candace, Dave Smith. Who do you trust more out of that group? No. It's
That's
a binary
actually an interesting question.
option.
No, hold on.
Who do you trust more?
Adam, I don't trust anybody that's lying to me blatantly in my face. The correlation doesn't match because those guys are asking the questions, Adam. They don't know either. They don't know 100%, but you know what they want? Yeah. Stop bullshitting us. He just nailed it. Why do you keep talking about it? We're talking about it because of you.
Okay, stop yelling just because you're...
That's actually a good answer from Vinny. It was like, hey, they're just asking questions. I'm not like saying that I believe they're uncritical assertions.
Not only that, there's also a slight difference between like if you're talking about like the list of names he just rivaled off. I guess my memory isn't that great, and you don't have to rewind it. But the idea being, if you're going to label off a bunch of like commentator types and go, who do you trust more versus like you don't have a single actual journalist anywhere in the list, that's kind of an issue. And then the other answer is you're never supposed to go, I trust this YouTube streamer commentator completely. You're always supposed to be somewhat skeptical, always, no matter what.
It's a cucked position either way because you sound insane to trust podcasters, but it also sounds insane to say I trust the government. And that's also cucked for these people because of the type of audience that they have. And just in general, like you should not have complete faith in any institution in the government, just not blindly anyway.
Bullshitting us. He just nailed it. Why you
But what he should have done is like reject the premise of the question, which is that my opinion is not coming from like Candace or Tucker. I'm not repeating it. I'm getting it from the information that's being reported on. I can't like name a journalist or whatever, but we're talking about like the allegations or like the source material, that kind of thing.
Talking about it. We're talking about it because of you.
Okay, stop yelling. Just because you're yelling, you're not
right.
right.
No, it just pisses me off.
You can be loud and you can be wrong. It's hard to be loud and wrong.
Show me where I'm wrong and I'll shut up.
But the point is you're not right. But here we go.
Where am I wrong?
Is Kash Patel lying?
He's not 100%. He's lying.
So 100% Kash Patel's a liar.
From what he said, Adam, he was in the administration. He said they had all of it.
Is Dan Bongino
That's
lying?
such an obvious, like the entire administration, and I hate even saying. I've always long-standing principle of just not wanting to differentiate MAGA from Republicans because I think that's a fail in and of itself. You should be tying the entirety of the group together so that you get rid of the entirety of the group and you get more Democrats in. But having said that, it's so fucking indicative of it just being a cult of personality. He doesn't even have anything to where he's like countering, oh, you say Kash Patel is lying? Yes, I do. And that's his like, oh, you do. It's more about you're impugning the status of these figures inside of the cult than you are actually like, oh, here's the thing he said that's actually correct.
Are you really going against the guru? Are you really going against your leader? Are you sure you want to commit yourself to that position? Are you seriously saying that you don't trust Trump's judgment? Because even if he says Kash Patel's lying, that's still an indictment because Trump hand-selected all of these people. So that is a reflection of Trump. That's a criticism of Trump. But I don't know that Adam will ever push that.
Yeah, he did, Adam.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
Is Pam Bondi a liar?
Yes. Blatantly lying in front of our face.
Is Trump a liar?
I think so, Adam.
Is JD Vance?
I think they're all lying to us, Adam.
Okay.
Yeah. Even if it's a little lie, they lie.
How about this? They're all liars.
Yeah.
Who's right? Because you probably absorbed a lot of content on X. I assume. I know X is your thing. Who's right out there? Who's your... You've already gone 99%.
Like, again, in any other context, this would be based where it's like you are clearly just spitting the shit off of headlines that you're reading off of fucking Twitter. Like, can you actually explain what you're all fired up about? But because Vinny is so clearly has at least like just like the basic moral clarity of, if there are people if there are elites, if there are politicians, if there are celebrities that have been abusing kids, I think that they should be held accountable and go to jail and removed from government. Like, that's what he's fighting him on.
Let's go 100. This person. I trust them.
Adam.
Who is it?
I don't trust anybody. 100%.
Who do you give the most trust to?
Here's my thing.
Who do you give the most credibility to?
Because he's asking you questions. So you're saying those people are lying. If they're lying, who's lying less?
The fuck is with the hat?
He's so cool.
telling the truth?
You were willing to say that the director of the FBI, the president of the United States are all liars.
100%
Who's
lying.
more right than them?
Bongino lying. Trump, you're like, I
Who's
think he's
more
lying.
right than them?
If that's 100%, who's 100% telling the truth?
Well, all the victims that were out there, hold on, all the FBI reports, all the,
but name names. But name names.
Virginia Giuffre, who said, hold on, since we're going to go back to Prince Andrew, she was underage.
I don't think he wants to say
and
Giuffre.
the prince was there having sex with me.
Yeah,
time out.
No,
time out,
hold on.
Time out.
That's
I believe her, and I believe the rest of the victims, Adam, that all of a sudden, we don't know where they are.
And if Adam knew anything about this, he could actually attack her credibility the most because she made accusations against Alan Dershowitz that she couldn't substantiate, and she tried to take those to court as well. So she has history. Some claims have been vindicated, other claims have not been able to be substantiated. But Adam doesn't know anything about this, so we can't push him on that. Oh, really? You're gonna trust a woman who's basically and falsely accused somebody else in the past? He could do that if he knew anything.
Victims don't know what the top Mossad intelligence was. So who do you think knows those answers?
Adam,
it's easy to say the victim.
Listen to me. Trump, Dan Bongino, Casper Telday, they all know what is going on. But
not the question. No,
who do you trust them? Is it Candace? Is it Tucker? Is it Dave Smith?
PBD trying to gentle parent him.
Is it Dan Bilzerian? Who do you think is this guy knows what he's talking about? Who's that person?
Adam,
is it you?
Adam.
I trust for all the stuff that I'm seeing, all the stuff that I'm reading, all the dots that we connect.
You think
I have a problem with
because
that.
to me, the moment, if you pull up Power versus Force, Rob, the chart, which one of these feelings do you currently have right now? Go to second one. Yeah, zoom in a little bit.
In my life?
What is happening?
On this particular
at this specific moment?
Yes.
At this specific moment?
Yes.
And I want you to go to the third column.
What is
I
happening?
The feelings chart.
You know where it says level? So go all the way to the bottom. Shame, guilt.
You know shit's real when they're busting out the chart, the map of consciousness. This is a regular on this show.
Apathy, grief, fear, desire, anger, pride, courage.
I'm angry.
Okay.
I'm obviously angry.
Okay.
Angry patriot.
So, by the way,
look at his shirt.
No, but by the way,
The feelings wheel.
I get it. Bless you, sir.
So
Oh my God. Bless you, sir. To him coughing. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
angry.
Yes. So pathetic.
And how many people you think are feeling that way as well?
A lot of people.
What do you think it is?
From our base.
Oh,
from our base, 90%.
Yeah,
are,
power
I have to
versus
just throw this
force.
out there really quick. So anytime you work with special needs kids at all, ever, or especially anybody with autism
This is
spectrum
apropos
disorder or
nothing.
anything like that,
Just
apropos of nothing. But the idea is part of how you kind of help them work through the circumstances. You go, are you angry right now? It's okay that you're angry. We all get angry. So I'm just saying it.
I
apropos of
frequently
nothing.
compared it to this shit. It's the red pill version of the feelings wheel. For instead of when the PBD podcast switches into the BPD podcast, but instead again they consult. It's not instead of the feelings wheel, it's the map of consciousness.
Are furious.
I don't think it's 90%. I think honestly, it's 20 to 30%. Okay, and I'll tell you why, and I'll kind of walk it through why I think it's 20 to 30%. So.
It is so distracting to have a hat that I have to where you want someone to read something on it, especially in this font. I can't stop looking at it.
Which people here, where do you put Trump right now? The way he's handling Epstein. How is Trump handling Epstein right now?
I'd put him in the acceptance and reason category in power.
I actually don't.
Not that I'm not engaged in this because this is fucking fascinating, but you realize we started down this one because you wanted the 15-second sound clip of him talking about the age of consent in New York.
Yeah, but
this wasn't even the episode you wanted to watch.
How do I look away from this? I've even covered this before, but again, you have not done the work that I have to put in the work that I have.
I'm not a true aficionado. I haven't seen the depth.
You're barely watching Breaking Bad for the first time or something like that, and I'm getting to go through fan theories or something like that, or talk about the first few episodes, and I'm like, wait, you came in at the middle. You haven't even seen this part yet. I don't know how else to put it into words, but you know what I'm getting at.
I've made a whole call center rewatch Doctor Who before, on mid shifts.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Maybe a better thing to do would be like a sitcom where it's like, oh, like I started watching, you know, like The Office because I like my friend had it on and I was like, oh, where did you start from? From like season 4. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to show you a clip from like season 2. That's how it feels exposing someone to the PBD podcast.
I'm Trump in this right on the way he's handling the Epstein.
Would you go fear?
I would put fear.
He's scared.
I think, Tom, where would you put him?
It's funny you said that. I said
They
I was
also
about
will dabble in like body language analysis every now and then.
to say fear, or I jump up to pride,
Yeah.
demanding, and scorn.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
By the way, both of you are wrong.
Cool. Truth
Both
nuke.
parties. Like, trust me.
Again, he has to position himself as the authority. So also BTW, you're both wrong. Awesome.
Angry. I'm not in the right state to decipher what's going on because I'm coming from an angry place. You know, like, Tico, where he's at and what we're talking about before.
Yeah.
How come we're like, how are we feeling? Where are we at? We're in what? We're in guilt,
Yeah,
anger.
every now and then you really just need to take a step back, take a deep breath, recenter yourself, and consult the map of consciousness, power versus force, and ask yourself, am I in a position to even make assessments, to make some big man moves, to read the news in this context?
Their camera is blocking what I'm assuming is weak in the bottom right-hand corner. But aren't you supposed to also be
Yeah.
So if force is weakness, you're acting out of force versus if you're acting out of power, you're strong. But forceful, I don't understand this at all.
I
and I feel
literally
like this
don't
is
even
such a
understand how to
fucking,
interpret this. God view, life view, level scale, emotion process, strong, weak, power, force.
So that would imply that being forceful is a form of weakness, but that's one of the things that they value about Trump.
I think force is like you're at the mercy of forces beyond. I can't even decipher this.
No. Hold on. No. If you're acting out of force, you are not being calculated, so therefore you are setting yourself up to make a mistake. Whereas if you're acting out of your power, that's also safety. So therefore that's a position of fucking strength. Nailed it.
Wow,
Fucking
boom.
absolutely nailed it.
Kind
of a little pride. Yeah, when it comes to him, I'm very like, dude.
That's right.
Yeah.
But guess what?
Yeah.
Dude, maybe we have to
He's having joy.
willing and accept the fact that he's growing up.
Yeah.
And we have to go there. So for me, when I'm sitting here watching this is what I think about.
He's growing. Are we still on Trump? He's growing up. The 80-year-old.
You've been with me in different environments, right? Okay. Where do we go to where people stop us nonstop and we can't leave?
UFC.
Okay, so UFC. If we go to UFC
Sporting.
fight, guess what it is? We can't even walk without being
insane.
stopped, right?
It's
Okay.
insane.
Give me the other sport. Like what's
Baseball.
Baseball, Yankees, we go there.
Yankees for sure.
Give me where we go.
Oh, there's like a whole book on this shit, apparently. Power versus force, the hidden determinants of human behavior and anatomy of consciousness. How'd you have the whole book to this? Is there any point where they explain like what they should explain in the source of power?
Does
Where's like force?
Does LibGen still exist? I might
Yeah,
be
it does.
Billing memes. Okay, that might have been where they found it.
Oh my god, this has been translated into many, many languages. Power versus force presents a logically compelling anatomy of consciousness that lays out the arch of human spiritual evolution from its lowest expression, shame, to its highest, enlightenment. It illumines the oneness of all creation by revealing the energy essence of everything that exists. Human and non-human, seen and unseen, all of life is revealed to be a pulsating symphony of interplaying energies. Quote, the mutual dependence and interpretation of all things is observable as one leaves duality. Oneness is central to all of the major religions and spiritual systems as the ultimate reality underlying and within all forms. This book provides...
I got a crisp $5 bill. Says none of those fucking baboons understand any of what you just read. There's no shot they look at it that way.
There's no shot that any of them have ever read any of this ever. Or even read a book in the last 5 years in its entirety. Even though PBD has literally authored books, this book provides a pragmatic and clinical explanation for certain core principles held to be true across cultures. Love is more powerful than hatred. Truth sets us free. Forgiveness liberates both sides. Unconditional love heals. Courage empowers. And the essence of divinity/reality is peace. Well, such truths have been intuitively known. The levels of consciousness, energy fields are calibrated according to their measurable effect. With each progressive rise in the level of consciousness, the quote-unquote frequency or vibration of energy increases. Thus, higher consciousness radiates a beneficial and healing effect on the world, verifiable in the human muscle response, which stays strong in the presence of love and truth. Notice that there's no citations for any of this. He's just riffing. In contrast...
Do a search for midi-chlorians, because you might find that in here too. And if you understand what I just said, you're a nerd, which is for anybody in chat as well.
What is... Did they ever explain force? Like, they don't ever define it. It's just kind of, they set up this dichotomy and you're just supposed to kind of intuitively understand it, I guess. I read Power versus Force. There was a miracle. I don't suffer from panic attacks anymore. This is an anonymous female from Canada. Intriguing.
Because you're supposed to stop and go, am I reacting in a forceful way or in a powerful way? And then you get your mind right after you do that self-check.
This sounds like, okay, look. I think you might have been onto something. Because societies lack the necessary reality base for formulation of effective problem resolutions, they fall back over and over on a resort to force in its various expressions, such as war, law, taxation, rules, and regulations, which is extremely costly instead of employing power, which is very economical. Man's two basic types of operational faculties, reason and feeling, are both inherently unreliable, as our history of precarious individual and collective survival attests. Although we ascribe our actions to reason, man in fact operates primarily out of pattern recognition. The logical arrangement of data serves mainly to enhance a pattern recognition system that then becomes so-called truth. Finally, a citation. But nothing is ever true except under certain circumstances, and then only from a particular viewpoint, characteristically unstated. As a result,
it might be also something more like power is essentially a currency. When you are being forceful, you're expelling that currency. So therefore you end up weak by the time you're done. I think it's probably a mix of the two.
Look, force cannot accomplish
that's
that
how
feat.
this yeah.
Force is experienced through the senses. Power can be recognized only through inner awareness. The energies of force. So it's like, this is getting into like force doctrine shit. So you're resorting to physical violence and like man's innate like monkey tendencies. If you're instead of harnessing your power and your energy, you're resorting to like states of war. You're descending to that, a state that is supposed to be below man.
Oh, nobody stops us.
Synagogue.
Where do we go that no one stops us? Tom, where do we go that nobody stops us?
We were at F1.
We went to F1? 5 people stopped us. Okay? So
I was going to say New York, but New York was surprisingly like people knew.
Okay, now they're just working through their feelings so we can get back to this.
Yeah.
On the rhetoric and Rob, that's a perfect clip if you got that because it's all over the place. Go ahead, Rob.
You were one of his biggest supporters. What do you think happened here?
Well, Dana, thank you for having me on, and that is true. I stood with President Trump when virtually no one else did. Campaigned all over the country, spent millions of my own dollars helping him get elected.
Like, when was there a point where Marjorie Taylor Greene was like the sole person supporting Trump or whatever?
And I think that's incredibly important. And I do support him and his administration. And I support them in delivering the campaign promises we made to the American people. His remarks, of course, have been hurtful. However, I have something in my heart that I think is incredibly important for our country. And that is to end the toxic fighting in politics. And this has been going on for years.
Loyal to him. No, I know that, but there was never a point where Trump hasn't been surrounded by sycophants ever since 2016 or like 2015 when he entered into the Republican presidential race to get the nominee. Like, he always had like kind of like a cult base, and it's just growing from there.
And it has
also,
divided our country, split up.
Sitting Cow 2 said millions, question mark. She's probably factoring in like campaign funds that she has pulled in a lot of times, and it's a little bit more complicated the way I'm going to say it, but a lot of times they can like kind of divert funds towards other aspects of the Republican Party, for example.
Yeah.
When she says that, that's almost certainly what she means.
Yeah.
Up friends and families, neighbors, and it's not solving our problems. The most hurtful thing he said, which is absolutely untrue, is he called me a traitor, and that is so extremely wrong. And those are the types of words used that can radicalize people against me and put my...
Those are the types of words that should be reserved for Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, not for me, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Life in danger.
Okay, so that's that tweet. Okay, the back and forth again, not pretty, nasty. But she was right. I mean, there's highlight reels of her going after a lot of different people.
Oh no, she's been a big Trump ally for
she has
10
been.
years,
And you know, when she won, she's a reason why McCarthy's not the Speaker of the House. So she played over here. Here's the phone. That one picture. You know which one I'm talking about? Where he's like, "Here, talk to the president." Yeah. And this is at a time where the president was not necessarily didn't fully have all the Republicans. What's this one about, Rob?
This is President Trump responding to Marjorie Taylor Greene last night about her being threatened when he calls her a traitor.
Go ahead, Rob.
There was only like maybe a month or two after January 6th where he didn't have like the full grip of the fucking party, and that went away really goddamn fast.
Oh, yeah.
He was back to having meetings in Mar-a-Lago, I think within 2 months of him leaving office. So even that's fucking bullshit.
Life is in danger. Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she says.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger. Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her. Okay.
Yeah, so that's the part of the president.
He's a monster and a ghoul, but when he's
spot.
being a catty bitch, he's so fucking funny.
No, of course, this is what he's meant to be. Truly.
Yeah.
Like, again, when you see, like, when you go back and look at his old tweets where he's, like, tweeting at Robert Pattinson to leave Kristen Stewart because she cheated on him like a dog, that's when he's in his element, you know? If he were, like just a red carpet correspondent for E! Being like, honey, that dress, I don't think so, okay? You know?
Don't like the dress. Doesn't look good.
Yeah, I would stand, I'd watch him every night, but instead, he's doing mass deportation, so do you see the issue?
Yeah.
Point. Now, what will happen? Who knows? While the files are being released and they're going back and forth and they're doing what they're doing. The one last tweet I want to show, Rob, actually play that clip. Is this the one that says Epstein wasn't a pedophile? Yeah, there's two clips I want to play. One is this one, and another clip I want to play from Julian Assange from 10 years ago. But go ahead and play this clip first, Rob. Go for it.
For Epstein.
Yeah, can we hit the Julian Assange clip, please?
I've said this before, but just
first,
as a
Megyn Kelly doing the actually it's a febophilia with Batya.
Reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And
yeah, you know, barely legal, 3 years before the age of majority, that barely legal type.
This was also a moment where a lot of the ContraPoint libs were fawning all over her on Twitter because she had some tweet or something from like 6 months ago before this, or maybe it was even longer back. But she said like we're so close to the Republicans doing the it's a phebophilia actually, and then they coupled it with this clip.
I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts.
These are 15-year-olds being barely legal. That's the facts, Sweaty. And if that offends you, that's your problem.
He wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen.
This is always how they will downplay it. Like, she will state a thing that's trivially obvious, that the abuse of a prepubescent minor under the age of like literally in the single digits is going to be acknowledged by most people as worse than having abused a teenager, right? But why are you saying that? The only reason why you could be pointing out something that, again, is trivially obvious to literally like most people is to downplay it. That's it.
Types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby. And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard from Pam Bondi that they had tens of thousands of videos of alleged.
Really quick. Critical Rad Theory, thank you so much for the 3 Canadian bucks. Yo, if you're shooting the shit laughing at PVD, I'd love to join in on the fun. Ha ha ha. Well, right now you can't because it is only Ogreboy and I's time for Just Press Play. But maybe one day we'll do like viewer call-ins and shit. I don't know how we're going to structure this, but I really appreciate the 3 Canadian dollars, even if that's not real money. It's just Monopoly money.
Forgive me, they used to call it kiddie porn. Now they call it child sexual abuse material on his computer. That for the first time I thought, oh no, he was an actual pedophile. I mean, only a pedophile gets off on young children abuse videos. She's never clarified it. I don't know whether it's true. I have to be honest. I don't really trust Pam Bondi's word on the Epstein matter
or anything else. All this boils down to when you try to defend it this way is you're bracing yourself for the acceptance that like the person you've been defending probably did do some heinous shit.
Yeah.
But then you're also even in the best case scenario where you're spinning what she's saying is like, he doesn't want to fuck the little kids. He just likes fucking the older spectrum of children.
Yeah, just
is
eighth
what it
graders
boils
and
down
beyond.
to. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah, Pam lost a lot of credibility. But what do you think about the definition?
My thing is this.
Thoughts on the definition?
If they're under 15 or under, like,
Again, we're not talking about Romeo and Juliet shit where like
You're
like
1 year off, 2 years off.
2 years off, and like it's between like, okay, a 16-year-old and her like 20-year-old boyfriend, that because they started dating when he was a junior and she was a freshman. We're not talking about that. We're talking about, again, like a 40-year-old dude who is like soliciting minors for sex, like kids that were already being like either trafficked or, again, in horribly like unspeakable conditions. If you're at the point that as a teenager you are engaged in like prostitution and like having to submit yourself to be statutorily raped.
You're going, like, if it was up to me.
Salty Squidstream, thank you for the 100 bits. Trump shut down WH. No idea if he is bill or not. Clown time, baby. Hell yeah.
The whole castration and then, put them to death. Like, I don't care how, like, definitions of what's a pedophile and what's not a pedophile. Were they underage and did you destroy their lives? Period. And mind you, this is what the insider thinks and whatever. Nobody was on that island. Nobody has seen the footage. Who knows what else they were into? If you're on an island by yourself and nobody's watching you and you're protected as all hell, as obviously that we've seen, who knows what they're doing back then? I thought about this.
Did you know there's birds that they eat out of the egg that they put towels over their head and they eat birds? That's what those rich people eat, Adam. Did you know that, Adam?
With all these people, with all these recognizable faces, you can't just let all of them just go back into society and come back to the United States or whatever. No, you have to, like, in my opinion, you got to get rid of them. Let's just say, figuratively speaking, a underage girl, 14, 15, whatever the age is with a Bill Clinton or a Bill Gates or whatever, and they know who they are and they see their face. You're going to release that person back into the United States of America and say, hey, go for it. No. The logical thing is you get rid of them. You have to kill them because they cannot spread the word of, I saw Bill Clinton. Oh, that guy? Oh, yeah. I think I can care less about.
What are you thinking, Tom?
So I think, first of all, Megyn Kelly, I'll make this quick. Megyn Kelly took a lot of heat over the weekend for that comment. She
Defend it, Tom. Come on, do it. Let's see if the Tom's,
and now for the other side, here's Tom.
Yeah, any Tomcats in chat? He's about to defend Megyn's comments. Love it.
A very legal, reasoned argument, but in a hyper emotional topic, and people overreacted that she was giving him a get out of jail free card. She wasn't, nor was she classifying him. She carefully described the source she had. She carefully couched where it came from.
So people are getting all up in, they think she's justifying, pedophilia. No, you guys, all she was doing was checks notes, downplaying it. Sweaty, get it straight. And any issue that says more about you than it does about Megyn Kelly. That you would be offended about her just reporting facts.
Yeah, it's not murder one. It's just manslaughter, guys. Like it's just a lesser charge is the way you should look at it.
She believed, and then she referenced Pam Bondi. This is the Attorney General of the United States getting caught on an open mic in a restaurant, and the next day on the drive.
That was a Project Veritas joint, BTW. Pam Bondi being asked that fucking question on in the restaurant. That was because of a James O'Keefe shit.
Way at the White House talking to the media. So on that one, I don't understand why everybody was so just out of their shoes on Megyn Kelly, who I think is a strong lawyer, and a solid individual, in my opinion, and everybody comes out of their shoes. Now, to your point, Vinny, what you have always said is if there were people of power that were on that island and they were with the underage girls, age of consent, depending on the state, but 14 is, I don't think
as opposed to them being on the island to snorkel.
Right.
And I don't want to get in trouble here. I think that Kentucky had 14 for a long time or something.
Okay.
But anyway.
Okay, thoughts on that, Tom? Why are we bringing up that Kentucky allowed adults to engage with 14-year-olds at one point?
You get to 14, 13, it's like 50 states, age of consent. If that's what was going
There's
on.
like child marriage still legal in different areas of this country.
I agree. These people should be brought to justice. I also think what's going on right now Watch this. You and your brother are texting back and forth about being out past midnight, and that was your dad's curfew, your mom's curfew, and getting drunk.
Okay.
I've got texts. I'm your brother. You've got texts.
Yes.
We both text each other. You get in hot water with dad, and then you scream, release the text.
Yeah.
Release the text. What am I going to say? No, wait.
Stop,
hang on.
Yeah.
So I think there's a little of that going on. And
Yeah, the resistance of our head of state and the entire political establishment behind him is basically the same as you and your bros wanting to evade accountability for staying out past curfew an hour or two and your parents asking to see some phones.
Yeah, and having drinking alcohol when you're probably underage, but also in this analogy, the alcohol is 17 or younger aged girls. Yeah, sure. That's a 1-to-1. If I've ever heard one.
Hey, Jeffrey Epstein on the island with these kids, we've all been in places where we weren't supposed to be. You know, sometimes teenagers, like these juvenile delinquents, they like to be troublemakers. You know, did you ever break into your school's pool? Yeah, well, that's basically the same thing that happened with this Epstein guy or whatever. He was somewhere where he shouldn't be with other people he shouldn't have been with. That's my Tom impression.
Everybody's trying to play the distraction card.
Just
Pat.
like, can we usher Grandpa back to bed, please?
JB Pritzker, he's trying to distract from Epstein. Clinton, shut up about Epstein.
Yeah.
He's trying to distract from the shutdown. It was almost that all the remember, you know when all the news media, they harmonize on the same word?
News media.
Democrats all weekend long harmonizing on distract. Oh, he's just trying to distract. Really? So
Trump literally said the release of the Epstein files was a distraction and didn't say from what.
Not appear that there is a 600 people in Washington. Excuse me, I'll do this. There was not 250 people in Congress, more than a majority, who are all together saying, release the Epstein files. They say Trump won't release the files.
Exactly.
That's always their accusation.
So
Trump won't do it, but nobody else appears to want it to go out either.
Yeah, I mean, that is... Regardless, before this clip, though, it was true that Trump was choosing not to release it because he could at any point.
Vote, and that was a point Thomas Massie's making. Nobody wants to be on.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is what it comes down to. Joe Bliss just did a super chat right now. We rarely give shout outs to super chats. Trump should have released the files.
Today we're gonna, by God.
Old people can't adapt to changing political climates. Generally, it's like asking them to use a smartphone coherently. The funny thing is that multiple times Tom has been scolded by PBD because he'll be using his phone while they're doing the show, which he's not supposed to be doing. So it's funny to watch PBD, who's like easily a couple of decades his junior, scold him. But two, Tom has even though he's old, there's something it's not young about him because he's not spry or anything, but it's like childlike listening to him stumble his way through the end of a sentence. It's the equivalent of like a kid who fell asleep in class and gets called on and is trying to give an answer because it's so clear Tom never knows where his analysis is going to end up. And he's positioned as kind of the wonky authority on this show. But it's literally just because he is old. It's not because of any knowledge that he possesses. It's not because of great recall that he has. He frequently gaffes and gets shit wrong. And his analysis is never relating anything that's happening back. Usually, I would say 9 out of 10 times, he's not trying to relate it back to another political event. Or if he is, it doesn't make sense. It's usually him doing riffing on some disanalogous metaphor that he just laid out that's completely convoluted. And it's unclear what point you're supposed to draw from it.
From the beginning, like he campaigned on. I don't think he campaigned on it. However, I do believe this could have been very easily solved if he would have done that.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah, Trump didn't campaign on this. Just literally everybody else around him. Just literally the fact that he put QAnon influencers in his fucking cabinet.
Shout out to George.
He did. He's mentioned it fucking numerous times, though. Even Trump was campaigning on it.
I know, but if you actually listen to it, there have been times where he answered in the affirmative, yeah, I'd release it. But it's the same as that JFK clip where he's not interested in doing this stuff. He has always been. When asked, he was like, I don't know about these people. They seem nice. He's made weird comments when you actually drill down on the brass tacks and the exact things that he said. He was never as enthusiastic as you'd think. And it's literally just because so many of the QAnon people around him that hype him up make him sound like he's some taking out the deep state. But it's pulling teeth with Trump, getting him to say, yeah, they should be released. It was always after a bunch of hemming and hawing about, well, I don't know, because you have people on both sides and they say these things and I have smart people around me that may not want me to do that. But also I'm considering doing that. I really don't know yet. We're just going to have to see. But he is more frequently than not, if he is asked about it, it's this agnosticism but he has the tone of somebody who sounds kind of enthusiastic about it. So I feel like people have this impression that Trump was very like rah, 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 gung-ho about the Epstein stuff, but he's actually not. He's kind of just more flagrantly displaying how he's always felt, which is that he doesn't like people's preoccupation with it.
It's Ben as well on listening to this with the FLBs. You'll say
Tom's off-the-cuff analysis, metaphors, and theories are awesome because, yeah, it's like a little kid telling you a story. And then.
And then Joe, much love to you as well. Appreciate you guys. But let me go back to this. So from the beginning, the more and more he kept trying to dodge this to not do it, it led to this. Now, it's released, it's going to move on, it's going to be done, right? So who has access to information if they could find out if anybody was...
I love how he thinks that like, oh yeah, this is the start and end of it. It's going to be released and then people move on, as if that's not the start of it. That's not where it actually starts.
Yeah.
Involved with this or not. Do you remember Julian Assange? And do you remember Snowden?
Yep.
Okay. Here's Megyn Kelly. When she was at Fox, have you seen this clip?
No.
She's interviewing Assange. And look what she asks Assange nearly 10 years ago. Go ahead, Rob.
Ask you about the U.S. election. As you point out, you're not an American citizen. You're an Australian. You know, you're clearly not rooting for Hillary. But are you rooting for Trump?
No. I mean, if we have good information on Trump, we publish that. If we have good information on Hillary, the Democrats, we publish that. It is a bit concerning, the allegations that...
I mean, what he leaked is obviously favorable to Trump. He clearly preferred her to Hillary.
By the Clinton campaign, that everyone is a Russian agent, are really disturbing. Why is that? Well, because bizarrely, Hillary Clinton, the Democrat, has become...
But everyone in the cabinet was gung-ho about it. JD was on podcast talking about Epstein. No, 100%. Trump has always been, has always surrounded himself with, again, people that totally fed into everything, like Epstein conspiracies and wanting transparency and accountability. But I just don't know what they were all like dogs chasing a fucking mail truck, and they don't know what to do once they've caught it. Because they want all these races, they want all these elections. They talked about this constantly, this like culture war issue that, again, they made an issue and they pushed to the front of the public consciousness. Then they have the power and they all get cold feet. They don't want to do it.
Has positioned herself now to be the security candidate. She's powered up with the neocons responsible for the Iraq War, and she's grabbed on to this kind of neo-McCarthyist hysteria about Russia and is using that to demonize the Trump campaign. The Trump campaign has all sorts of things wrong with it. But as far as we can see, being Russian agents is not one of them. Some people
this only fucking worked. It only worked because Trump didn't have any sort of like public office history. Like this was the 2015 Trump's the outsider. You know, he can paint himself as the guy that wants to bring peace, peaceful dove shit, all that. Like now, if you tried to paint this same thing, you get laughed out of the fucking building.
Yep.
And that should have been effective this time. It wasn't, unfortunately, but like, yeah, this is 100% playing into that, because there was enough shit at like the state level, like the way he ran his businesses, the way he fucked people over. There was enough there to suggest that like even as a public servant, he was still going to be a piece of shit. This only worked because, and I don't even necessarily think that like he was favorable to Trump. He just hated fucking Hillary Clinton, and for good reason.
I'm saying that like de facto that makes you more favorable to Trump than not. If you were willing to like if you hated Hillary that much that you were willing to again aid Trump in his election over her, then I think that makes you pro Trump. Even if like personally I don't think that you are, you know. In the same way that like so many of these like independent media people, like obviously they repeat everything, anything and everything. Or like Tim Pool, right? In his case with the Tenet Media scandal, literally getting Russian funding. But like they'll never describe themselves as pro-Russia. It's just that everything that they say happens to be on that subject with respect to like Ukraine, Russia will be pro-Russia, you know, or like Russian talking points. And it's the same thing with Julian Assange. Like, do I think he's personally a Republican? No. But the majority of the criticisms that he will make and like levy at the Dems or whatever are kind of populist anti-establishment sentiments that I see frequently from like right-wing critics of her, you know, not left-wing.
Information on Donald Trump. And of course, we're very interested in all countries to understand.
Like, I'm so in support of Julian Assange being like freed or whatever. I just don't like when people are like, he had no agenda. It was just accountability. And he doesn't have an ideology. And it's like, okay, like, chill, you don't have to say all that.
Truth about
not that I think you were doing that, but I know that there are Julian Assange defenders that want to pretend like he was free of any bias for whatever reason instead of just being like,
Assange heads at? Yeah.
You're what?
I was like, where's my Assange heads at?
Yeah, because they'll be like that. Like, no, he's just ruthlessly in pursuit of the truth and believes in transparency.
So people can understand. But it's really hard for us to release anything worse than what comes out of Donald Trump's mouth every second day. I mean, it's part of his charismatic appeal that he speaks off the cuff.
But the point,
his
that's
mouth
the
is the worst
credibility.
thing.
So
Yeah.
that's the credibility to say, if there's any guy that had anything to release on it, it's a lot of these guys. But I want to go back to something here while we're covering this, because the technicality of pedophilia and all this stuff. So Iranian military, Rob, if you can go to this tweet,
Technicality of pedophilia.
Right.
Amazing
they should have
words.
never done this. Can you first go to their tweet? They tweet the tweet of the president saying the best president in the White House. And then the Iran military monitor says, in Iran, we hang pedophiles.
Oh, really?
In the U.S., they are made presidents and senators.
Wow.
Now,
My
can you
God.
imagine? By the way, this is not like it's
Okay, and Laura on PBD, again, Iranian refugee, considers himself Persian, Iranian expat. Like, he grew up in, like, a refugee camp in Iran, but he's, like, very pro-Israel, massive Zionist. He does not like Iran, and he, like, fetishizes the reign of, like, the Shah, the guy who's installed by the U.S. That's, like, where he's coming at it from. So he's bringing that up, not to say, like, wow, Iran's, like, embarrassing the U.S. or, like, outflanking them. It's to be, like, just I'll let him cook.
small account. Can you go to the account so we see how many followers they got? 1.6 million followers.
Wow.
And it's followed by some people. So you go back, monitoring Iran's military activities and capabilities. Can you go back to the Twitter account? No, it's all good. The capabilities since 2009, independent media. So they're trying to edify Iran. Now go back and see the tweet that I brought to these guys.
You edify like that. You
One
better
more
be careful.
back, Rob. And I said the following. I said, you hang pedophiles. And Khomeini's book, who is one of the top 5 most important figures in the religion, especially Iran.
Like, I love when he, like, spotlights his clapbacks on Twitter and incorporates them into the segments of, like, look at this beef I got into with the Iranian militaries. Like, again, like, performative saber rattling on Twitter.
Tahrir al-Wasila, he said a man can marry a girl younger than 9 years old. However, he is not permitted to have vaginal intercourse with her until she reaches 9. Did you hang him? Or is he not considered pedophilia in Iran? And if you go to the bottom section, the readers, this is...
Oh, what? I don't like the what? What?
That hurt. That hurt my, like...
Iran legal...
What the fuck happened?
I don't even know. Okay.
Allows girls today under 10 to be married to adult majors of any age.
What?
Think about this. Civil Code 2007 prohibits
Because
marriage.
again, like, I'm not trying to do like I guess the gotcha here is that you have people that adhere to you have Islamists, right? That their own religious doctrine is permissive of pedophilia, which your own co-host has brought that up as a point to downplay Epstein shit, literally in the clip that we saw where Adam was like, well, in some states it's 16. The Quran even says as young as 9. Okay, you didn't do anything. You didn't fire him. So this is all just pearl clutching for PBD, for one. But for two, it's like, yeah, did you know that, like, even if he wrote that, as detestable as that would be, if the context really is just saying it and trying to normalize it or say it's fine, guess what? That is still different than taking actions. If I wrote that down, I couldn't be prosecuted. You shouldn't be prosecuted by the government for saying that, even if it is gross.
Well, also, I think this clip also highlights the conservative mindset loves the Twitter community notes. They love that shit. Like, look, zoom in on that shit. Look, he got fucking noted. He got fucking community noted.
Before the age of majority, but for girls, the age of majority is 8 years old and 9 months.
This is still happening.
This is Grok. This is, you can even go to the bottom and check with Grok.
Can't disagree with Grok.
If Khomeini did say something like that, a bunch of guys are fact checking it. So this is when Iran gets involved.
Like, I love how it sounds like he didn't even bother fact checking it before he put it up there, because he's like, you can even fact check what
Grok.
I said. Yeah, it's Grok.
Fact check.
In a story that you shouldn't get involved in.
There's 0% chance Iranian society lets children have sex. I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe like child marriage in the same way that, like, legally here there is child marriage, even if it's not pervasive throughout this country. But I feel like that would be a bigger anti-Iran talking point, the same way, like, people wouldn't be resorting to, like, hey, they throw gays off roofs. They would be saying, and also they have sex with kids, if that was, like, openly permissible in Iran. I could be wrong, though. Just because something seems improbable doesn't mean it's not happening. But yeah, I gotta be honest, I'm very skeptical of this, like, oh yeah, it's that normalized, okay?
And backfires. Anyway,
hypocrisy.
If there's anybody, watch, look at this. This one guy asked, is that true? Okay. Yes, Khomeini's book permits a man to contract marriage with a girl younger than 9 lunar years age, though it prohibits vaginal intercourse until she reaches 9. This ruling aligns with traditional interpretation. Can you imagine this? Okay. So
well, you didn't read the rest. interpretations of Islamic law on temporary marriages or mutah and puberty thresholds in some schools of thought. Khomeini did not face execution for it as he was revered as Iran's supreme leader. Okay.
Of course, on Social Reaches 9.
Not only that,
this ruling aligns with.
It was just a sick, like it was a sick dunk. That's all it was. Like it was a sick dunk, and he's got to like, oh, we gotta bust out the historic lore, the ancient scrolls. Like, okay, you killed it. You killed the joke, bro.
Traditional interpretation. Can you imagine this? Okay, so a lot of people are sitting here going back and forth. I think this could have been prevented if it was
the only thing that would have made it more embarrassing is if he was like, oh, well, he believes in Muhammad and Muhammad married Aisha, who is like 6 or 9 years old at the time or whatever. But at the very least, he had like for his donkey had something that like again ties it back to something that Khomeini went out of his way to write apparently
from the beginning. But I do think there was some relationships and some ways of holding people hostage, as well as some of the people that you're talking about. But it is what it is now. It's out. I think they're voting for it tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, right? Rob, is it tomorrow that they're voting for it?
Okay. Actually, we should maybe skip her take this week and just do like the PBD double feature because a few hours ago today they did the other part. This is part 2. Let's see. Where we go. Is Vinny gonna have to talk about the fact that again he was like, it's the Democrats that are gonna hold this up, even though Democrats are the ones pushing for it by the end, but whatever. Epstein file passes.
Get right into it. Rob, what is the audience saying is the first story they want us to get into? Let me guess. Okay, I don't even have to guess. All right, so let's go through that story. So they voted for it, and it ended up being what? 427-1 on releasing the Epstein files. And a lot has been released since there. Is this the break?
Like, no mercy.
Out of all the, no, I'm just saying, out of all the times when you needed to read the fucking room, like the what, like you should have, if you were the last dude, you should have just went, you know what, on second thought.
He's been doing this. He has been doing this. When he says like, I've been principled on this from the start, he's not even wrong. Like I was showing my stream where he did this earlier. Shenanigans a few months ago in a like smaller committee where they were trying to initiate the process of having transparency surrounding it. Clay Higgins was like shamelessly trying to avoid having to actually do it. Hold on.
And the administration may not play ball.
Okay, keep in mind this is 3 months ago, July 24th, 2025.
All and force them to capitulate, to issue a subpoena to order the Trump administration to turn over the entire Epstein files. Obviously, the Trump administration may not play ball, but you're going to see these 3 minutes unfold and take careful note of what the Republican chairman, Clay Higgins, tries to do here to evade this.
Document into the record listing the members of this committee and their individual calls to release the Epstein files.
Shona, without objection. The subcommittee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Point of order. Are we not going to take the vote?
We're in recess. That was a previous order.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, we need to take the vote from the motion.
We're in recess pursuant to the previous order, which passed without objection. So we're in recess, and we will move to those votes.
So first, they're trying to put the subcommittee in recess to avoid taking the vote, and he's being called out on it.
Sorry, this is out of order conversation. I'm just being polite. We had the previous order that we moved without objection. Votes would be moved until after deliberation. Subject to call of the chair. Our hope is today we have plans. We have plans.
Forever recess. Children will not.
So, when is the actual? When are we back in session for this subcommittee after votes?
That subject to the call of the chair, as I stated. So, reflective of the previous order. So, stand by.
And so again, recess to avoid taking the vote. They come back, and the issue is pushed again.
Now we will be calling up Ms. Lee's motion as amended. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the, pardon?
The ayes have it.
In the opinion of the chair, the no has it.
So even though the ayes definitely have it.
Like, he was shameless from the start on this and has tried to filibuster in the stupidest ways possible at every single point that he possibly could. So when you're like, oh, he like poor Higgins, he can't read the room. It's like that. He's been a dead ender on this like for a hot minute.
Also, for what it's worth, Josiah's like, he's such a like a soccer mom, but your dad. Like when he's mugging for the
So
camera and shit,
Tim
he's yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll go with that.
Yep.
Yeah, he's like Walls.
Go for it.
He's like again, you're like deep in the heart of like Missouri, and he's like the nice liberal dad. The nice liberal dad on the hunting trip.
We begin with Congress approving a bill to force the release of the government's files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. CBS News reporter Erica Brown joins us now from Capitol Hill. Erica, can you explain what happened in the Senate?
Yeah, Lindsay, just a short time ago, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer took to the Senate floor to get unanimous consent that would deem this bill automatically
Rob,
passed.
it's okay. We don't need to watch
the-
this. I thought it's like a little bit different breakdown. It's like two people sending it to each other. So it's Senate and House, Rob, right? That both said they're passing it. And then as we're going through this, the only guy that didn't, Rob, if you can pull him up, Clay Higgins, he's the only person that didn't do it. Republican representative. I want to say he's out of where? Why did I think it was Oklahoma? I don't know if it's Oklahoma.
Louisiana.
Louisiana. Okay. And if you don't mind going to his Twitter account for us to
Why'd
just
you think it was Oklahoma? Because another backwards ass fucking red state.
let him give his argument why he didn't do it.
And there was a Republican from Oklahoma who had been pretty outspoken about it and had signaled that he would vote against it, but then he didn't end up joining Higgins.
On Twitter, he explains, this is why I voted no. And I've been a principled no on this bill from the beginning.
Do you think we're going to get into the fucking community note on this statement?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Was wrong with the bill 3 months ago, still wrong today. It abandons 250 years of criminal justice procedure in America. As written, this bill reveals and injures thousands of innocent people, witnesses, people who provided the alibis, family members, etc. If enacted in this current
I don't
form,
know
this type of
why,
broad-
but I would I'd be more inclined to believe the logic, like as a principled stance, if not for the fact that it's a fucking Republican saying it. Like if it was coming from a Democrat, I would almost buy it.
Well, a Democrat would not be so stupid as to go about it in the childish ways that you just saw on display from a few months ago. Recess, you can't talk to me. We're out of session, and then like the noes have it. Like just shave. They would never do that. They would actually go filibuster and take the floor and make the same argument that he should have been making from the start, instead of as a post hoc rationalization for his behavior. Because again, nobody had any reason to think that this is where he's coming from it at, except creep shit. Because because again, he can't read the room, and how does he not get that any gap in public support that people are seeing, or any perception of hesitancy, people are loading, with the exception of giving, ultimate charity to Donald Trump because of the cult. They're not going to extend that charity to him. They're just going to think he's a fucking creep, or he thinks he's implicated, or he's falling on the sword for Trump, or some other fuck shit.
Reveal of criminal investigation files released to a rabid media will absolutely result in innocent people being hurt. Anyways, that's his reasoning behind it. Go a little bit low, Rob, to see what it says, because there's a community notes. Revenues claims misrepresent the HR 4405. The bill includes redactions from victims and uninvolved individuals. Massie explained victims can't release names due to lawsuits forcing them into homelessness. Okay, so maybe there's a little bit of contradiction there. Tom,
Suddenly we're not going to put too much weight into that community note. Curious.
Yeah, there's something in the notes, I guess. I suppose.
It's so funny that Vinny is like, Adam, why are they defending this one Democrat? Why isn't the FBI, Adam? Why aren't they busting down doors for this Democrat texting Jeffrey Epstein? But when it comes to Clay Higgins literally being the sole person to vote against the shit on quote unquote principles, and the community notes clocking them right before their eyes, we're just going to sweep that under the rug and move on really quick. Even though the question that they were asking is, why are they falling on the sword for this one Democrat? Why aren't more people talking about this? When, of course, this is what I mean when you're like, PBD is like not very opinionated. No, he is, but he just stakes it out on the dumbest things imaginable. Like this is the stuff. This is his bread and butter. Okay, this is the stuff that, again, we have to play defense for Megyn Kelly. We have to play defense for Clay Higgins. Like the stupidest hills to die on. Those are his favorite.
Thoughts with what was released yesterday? Are we going to learn anything? Are we going to see anything? Or is this just another one of those, they're going to release it just to say they did?
Well, always be concerned if your government does something unanimously, because it's
ABC. Always be concerned, folks.
It's technically a mathematical and a statistical, not impossibility, but it's highly improbable. Like if they're
loving this red tie with this blue suit, it looks awesome.
Voting on raises for themselves, all of a sudden
you can't deal with that.
I can't. I'm mad. Yeah, I wish I looked like Uncle Sam right now.
And say, hey, Senate, everybody, highly improbable. Like if they're voting on raises for themselves, all of a sudden you say, hey, Senate, everybody was like, what is it? You take all the congressmen, all the Senate, boom, done. So what has happened here is they're all voting
just incoherent. I have no idea what Unc is getting out of here.
Release it, but there's two asterisks in it. The Attorney General Pam Bondi can elect to redact it, I think, for matters of national security, A, or B, if it would interfere with an ongoing investigation. Help me out here, you guys.
Uncle C. Sam, stop.
If it would interfere with an ongoing investigation. Help me out here,
Yay,
guys.
loopholes. It's the meme of Charlie Bucket holding up the golden ticket of like, hey, look, the national security and ongoing investigations. Yay. Even though he's leaving out the fact that they have to justify every single redaction. There's supposed to be, even though there's no enforcement mechanism for this. Again, legal basis for it, and they have to summarize what the redacted material is if they don't want to show the exact contents.
I think those were the two exceptions, which means that Pam Bondi can swing by the CIA and get all those groovy black highlighters out and go through the whole thing and basically have the same situation as they had when they handed those binders to the social media people and they walked out with the binders that said Epstein files.
This isn't that.
Yeah, no. Supposedly that was that. This is now, but that had a bunch of stuff that was already released.
But that didn't go through House and that didn't go through Senate. That was just more like a marketing
Literally none of this needed to go through any of it.
stunt that they did.
It turned out to be a marketing stunt. Exactly right. But now the government's saying...
Yeah, by who? By Donald Trump's admin. They will never underscore or emphasize the fact that it was a fuck up from Trump.
Yeah,
they put this out.
It's going to end up being a marketing stunt again because Bondi's going to go over there. She's going to redact a bunch of stuff.
With all those CIA black highlighters.
Exactly.
You think it's going to be a publicity
of course
stunt.
it is.
Oh my God, this is the replacement for Vinny? Who the fuck is this? Brandon Aceto? No Vinny? No Adam? Oh my God.
After the vote went through, they both said, fuck it, I'm out.
Parties agree to this. Exactly.
Yeah, no Vinny or Adam. This guy's in Vinny's spot. This guy's in Adam's spot. What?
Hey, when
That's
they both
the logic of building right back to that
she's going to redact a bunch of stuff, which will allow the Democrats to say, you're still not showing us everything that's in.
The enforcement mechanism might be what the founders intended. The people are watching right. Meow, bigly, play the more normal games that once parallel as elections are around the corner, and maybe this time they peppered farm it. Coherent memes, no. You're incoherent memes right now. I'm telling you. If Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Donald Trump do not want to be transparent about this thing, there is no amount of public pressure that is going to be able to force them to do it, because they're constantly, with every single thing that they push back on related to being transparent about the files, they are making the calculation of, oh, is it better to just take the PR hits from us redacting it and not being maximally transparent? Is that still better than the fallout that would result from us just showing what it says?
In the files, and then the Republicans can say, no, we released the files, but we had to protect names, and the political theater goes on.
I am sad that Vinny's not here. This is when he cooks.
So you don't, Brandon, are you in a different position here?
No, I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm so burnt out by this one because we've been kind of let down and misled and manipulated so many times. I'm never going to expect to get a satisfying answer with this thing in terms of learning new information. And like they said, there's no way that 427 people would vote in favor of it if it's going to do anything damaging to powerful people in a big way. So,
okay, so I'm curious, Jeff. We've had a lot of different theories why we believe they haven't released it yet. We have our own theories.
Okay,
why
hold on. No. I get the logic of if everybody in government is for it, then obviously it's bad or whatever. I understand that as a general rule of thumb, but now you have the polarization of the two parties.
Yeah.
Right. So if your mindset is to constantly live in the lane of everything the Democrats say is bad and awful and evil and it's a hoax, then why the fuck did every last Republican also vote for it except for one fucking dude? Like that. Even if you're trying to stay in their conspiracy realm, none of this still makes sense, even as to how they're trying to process it.
Yeah, that superficially that sounds good, right? But you're saying, would you actually put it into context, that kind of just general why would the powers that be ever vote for transparency on a thing that would indict the
but
deep
also at the same time it's entirely a Democrat hoax, blah blah blah. But it's okay, all that shit starts to crumble when you look at only one nay in the House and then unanimous consent in the Senate, and it's a done deal. Okay, your commentaries, not you, mind you, but their commentaries fucked at this point.
Yeah,
because you have no spin on it.
Yeah, and also it's kind of the same way the banality of evil functions, and the same way it's how could nobody say anything? And it's because people are concerned first and foremost with themselves. And a lot of these politicians and Republicans, one, explicitly got the signal from Trump once he saw that he was not going to be able to whip the votes to be no anymore, that there were too many defectors in the party, that he was whatever, just co-signing all of it. But a lot of Republicans that wanted to consider voting no, if they were doing that, it's because they had either campaigned on it or they really probably felt like it was going to come back to bite them later in midterms or when they were up for re-election.
information. So you know what?
And like
It's
again,
because-
they're seeing that there is a party beyond Trump because he is an old guy, so they can't. This is like one of those instances where there was enough public pressure, and they had stirred up their own. This is a problem of their own creation because they stirred up their own base into a fucking frenzy, and it made it and too much momentum mounted for them to be able to reverse course on this.
There's so many Democrats
one
that are
last
on there.
thing,
No,
if
it's
I
because
can
so many
pull up my
donors that
flow
get
chart for a moment. That's one of the failures of this shit is to not turn around. I understand that in the algorithm, like saying MAGA over and over and over again is such a fucking winner, and it gets people's attention because it's this new higher tier of boogeyman to scare the shit out of the normies. But like, you should have been everything Republican all the way through. Fucking blame all of them. Collectively bunch them in with all of Trump and especially Elon's bullshit this time around, and fucking use that against every last one. But instead, it's like, we got to defeat the MAGA menace. Okay, well, these other Republicans that are just as happy to call you like a pedophile groomer if you're a Democrat, like at any turn, they're still going to be there. And now you've conditioned your audience to think that a broad spectrum of them are still essentially condonable and acceptable, just so long as they say that the orange man was bad. Like, way to go.
that.
You've fucked this up in a way that like okay, no, I'm not pissed about this at all. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I totally know what you mean. It's like, it is one of those things that it feels mutually exclusive of like, oh, yeah, like, not trying to sound soy lib or whatever, but like, oh, cool. There's this like rare moment of bipartisan consensus on this thing, not out of the goodness of the hearts of the fucking Republicans that went along with this, but because too much public pressure had mounted that they created, that they could not back off of this, and then Trump at the last minute succumbed to it, right? But like you're saying, it kind of undermines the grand narrative that they should be pushing forward, which is that this problem goes beyond Trump. It's not just Trump. It's not just Orange Man bad. The problem is like, it's like what you were saying about you don't want to put too much of a distinction between MAGA and the GOP. You don't want to be doing the Pelosi, like, we want a strong Republican Party. It's like, no, this is who these people have always been. And to the extent that it wasn't, anybody could have seen that this is MAGA is like the logical conclusion. And now at this point, it's like Groyperism is the logical conclusion of collaborating with this fucking party.
gave money to Trump around. Oh my God, Elon Musk, when he tweeted that, it was
like the only analysis people should have for this, that as far as like giving any Republicans credit, one is if you want to give any Republicans credit, you literally can only give Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, unfortunately, and Lauren Boebert credit. That's it. All the other ones only caved at the last second. They were stopgaps and opposed to this the entire time, or radio silent. They were not calling on Mike Johnson to swear in what's her name from the representative from Arizona. Okay, they were totally more than happy for these files to not make it an issue ever again, for it to never see the light of day, to never use it as like a culture war talking point on their campaign trail. More than happy for that to have been the case. It was only when it was untenable for them to not just go along with it. And I did say earlier that like it is fun watching Republicans for once be in the position of having to vote for the virtue signal bills as opposed to the Democrats, who again are voting for the virtue signal, we're against anti-Semitism bills, or the virtue signal, we love capitalism bills, although that one I think they put forward themselves, or the virtue signal, let's vote to make this thing that's already illegal, which is undocumented people voting in federal elections, even though it's already illegal, let's vote to make it illegal again.
Falling out. No, it's because of maybe
But
Trump's
it's just broken clock shit.
relationship with Epstein. Why do you think all the information is not being released?
Why isn't it not being released?
Yes.
I think a lot of it has to do, I mean, why is it that this is such a mainstream topic that everybody wants to get into? I mean, like you said, this is the number one news
audience.
story.
The audience wanted to
exactly.
hear it.
Why
Yeah.
is that though? Because people believe that there is a two-tier structure, at least two tiers in this country.
Right.
And that the elite people have their own set of, rules and benefits. And if you're in the club, you're in the club. And therefore, the rules don't really apply to you.
Right.
And so I think that's why everybody is really taken to the story. And you get into the idea of, the establishment versus regular folks, the uniparty. I think that's exactly what we're seeing.
But flip it though. What I'm trying to ask you is, you're a smart guy. What are you speculating is the reason why both parties have held back from releasing it?
That's exactly because people are right.
People are right.
Because both of them have guys on the list.
There's this idea that American public is a bunch of stupid idiots who don't know anything. But you look at survey after survey for something like consumer confidence on the economy. Americans know better about the economy than every economist that has ever lived. Same thing with politics. In a big data sort of way, in a big crowd sort of way, American people have
Collectively.
collectively.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They have an idea of what's really going on here. And the reason why this story won't go away is because people sense And every time something happens,
So what's more likely to happen? It going away or the truth coming out?
it going away.
Oh, you think you think it's going to go away eventually?
There's too much incentive to not to just continue to dangle the carrot as much as necessary, and then just like the sleight of hand magician.
What I do like about it is that we're learning a few new things where, Hakeem Jeffries, you saw that email that reached out to Epstein.
What did you think of that guy's analysis?
I think he's missing the mark, and I think this is my own fucking thing for the most part. But it's not a matter of I think it's more along the lines that you're not going to see any politician or at least any group, any caucus of politicians in mass trying to push for things for a win, as long as it's redistributive economic policy.
Yeah.
But this was something that they knew they needed a fucking W. They knew they needed to go hard in the paint on something to show that they're fighters. And it's worked for the most part, because people were like, how dare you say that the Democrats aren't fighting? Look at how hard they fought on Epstein. And I think they've probably done some measure of calculus to be like, well, we don't really care anymore if we are protecting some of our colleagues or whatever, some of our aristocratic friends. This is the lane where we get this back without having to give America health care. And we're going to fight to the last man, woman, and child to make sure that these files get released. So I get where he's coming from.
I can already see the Pod Save boys ready to forgive Schumer just because of the clip that you showed me and him speaking on the House floor about this.
Yeah, he's fighting so hard.
Even after he his bullshit with ending the fucking shutdown, just instantly ready. All the people, we won't forget.
Straighterade, he said a swear.
Yeah, he did say he did drop an F-bomb. That's true.
To want to ask him for money. And then when he did, he says he'd like to set up a meeting with Obama. And then here, I don't know if you have the clip, Rob, with Rocano is being asked about it. And he just got out. He has no clue. And look at his reaction. He doesn't even know what to say. Go ahead, Rob.
Comment on Hakeem Jeffries' campaign soliciting money from Jeffrey Epstein himself back in 2013.
It's the first time hearing about it, obviously.
Comer said it on the floor.
Well, I don't know if it's true. I mean, you're just saying it, but obviously anyone who took money from him should return the money. Or didn't donate the money.
Schumer took money from him.
And
Did he step down as leader?
I have to look at what you say is the first time hearing about it.
He's a reasonable guy, and he's a little bit
return the money.
But don't you see that as
money.
mutually assured destruction?
Mm-hmm.
How did they not have answers ready for this? They need to have answers ready for this, dude. About not specific to Hakeem Jeffries, just fielding but Democrats were involved in this. How do you not have prepared answers for obviously to answer the Bill Clinton one, but also any questions like this about just general ties, financial ties?
Well, but then you also just turn around and point to things like Rubio saying that he's not going to turn away NRA money because anybody that gives him money just believes in him and not he's not doing favors. There's so many different ways that you could play that shit.
What a great way to put it.
Yeah. You want to take out Trump or one of the Republicans? We got the dirt on you too. So let's just bury this thing. Let's get together, hold hands, and bury this thing, and just move on with our lives.
Yesterday, a reporter was asking
unanimously fucking voting to push it through is not burying it. You fucking dumbass.
Let's move on.
Oh my god.
Time to move on.
And I've never seen him use this phrase before, but he told her, "Quiet piggy." Rob,
maybe if we repeat it enough, it'll go away.
Can you pull this up, Rob? I don't know if you have it or not. Yes. I watched it multiple times because I'm not going to lie to you. I thought it was AI, and I had to verify it because. Go ahead, Rob.
So he dictated a couple of memos.
I don't know what's dumber in this instance, thinking that a clip of Trump is AI, or falling for that, or being aware enough that you fall for AI frequently that you double checked yourself. There's one part of me that's like, oh, PBD self-aware enough. But then there's another part of me like, God, he's such a fucking dumbass if he's prone to falling for AI.
You're going to find out what did he know with respect to Bill Clinton, with respect to the head of Harvard, with respect to all of those people that he's including JP Morgan Chase.
There's nothing like the Trump being interviewed from Air Force One that makes it look like it's a commercial airliner, especially with all the fucking background noise that's always going on, how they don't have mics in his face.
How does it not quieter? This should be the peak of luxury or whatever the fuck, and it's ghetto as hell.
It literally looks like you can see the bathrooms off to the side or something.
Not quite
Go back a little bit
with the finger in her face.
Yeah, but it's also the smile in his face. Right?
Again, like there's literally no outside of the comment just being gross. There's no reason to find it funny. It's like even if you find it fun, it's clearly indicative of like dementia brain shit. Like why is he lacking impulse control? You know, like I when Trump was campaigning for the 2024 election, Trump doesn't really swear, and he started to like increasingly start to swear, and I was like, that to me for Donald J. Trump is like a sign of him aging. It's not him loosening up. It's not him being crazy and relatable. It's like he can't help but say "quiet, Piggy" to like this random woman that's irritating him.
I don't disagree with you that he's Bidening with every passing day. I'm there. I'm agreeing with you. But you don't think on some capacity he wasn't realizing on the second run, like trying to get back in the lead up to 2024, that he wasn't like, I gotta up my unhinged game. Like I gotta start doing some shit, because I'm pretty sure a lot of people weren't necessarily even really wanting to cover him as much. But then when he starts talking about like throwing people in homeless encampments and dropping F-bombs and doing that stuff, that's where I'm pretty sure a lot of mainstream media was like, this dog's got some crazy left in him. Let's put the cameras back on him for a spell.
I feel like he just doesn't have, I really, really lack that. Like, I feel like Trump lacks object permanence. And I just really am always skeptical of any narrative where the answer is like, oh, Donald Trump was thinking ahead for once.
He's playing 5D.
Yeah.
You're not a Donald Trump 5D chess truther like I am.
Literally just like, you're talking about like 2D chess. And I'm like, no, I don't think that he's capable of doing that. I think he is like literally just at the whims of whatever feelings and emotion that he's at force as PVD. Like if we're referring to the map of consciousness, he is at the behest of just his force impulses. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. The way he delivers those lines.
Do it again.
He looked her right in the eye.
Like he looked angry, but also there was something about him as funny as, even though again we're juxtaposing this against me saying this is totally like signs of dementia, like lacking impulse control, like executive functioning, like fucking like going downhill. He looked for a second that like that was almost like 2015 Donnie, you know, like saying Rosie O'Donnell is like fucking fat or something like that. For just once, it almost made him look youthful. That's the weird thing about it, even though I know what it's indicative of.
What do you think about this? What do you think about this quiet Piggy?
He's a great politician. He connects with people. I think a lot of people, just regular folks, would say.
This guy's analysis is amazing. Okay.
That is next level politicking. Do you see the way he said quiet Piggy? S tier politician.
Awesome.
Trump,
dude.
That's
how you connect with people.
Yeah.
I'd love to be able to do that.
Again, this thing that would like end the career of literally any other politician. That's Trump. That's just Trump being Trump. Trump connecting.
He's a great politician. He connects with people. I think a lot of people, just regular folks, would say, I'd love to be able to do that to some of these reporters.
You know what that says? You know, you just said something there. I'm going to give you a high five. This is like
no, I'm not like trying to deny that like, no, most people would be upstanding citizens if they were like, they would be respected statesmen. Like, no, I know that. But like, I think people don't always just put themselves in the driver's seat and think, oh, I would love to be able to do that. They can recognize a degree, like a lack of, you know, decorum or professionalism in a situation that demands it and can be embarrassed by it, you know, even if they find it relatable. And sometimes it's like, it can be too egregious that they don't excuse it. I've seen Maga laughing at this though.
If you flip the script a little bit and you were in for like a pre-surgery consultation for like your knee or something, and in the course of the conversation, the doctor, when someone else is like, isn't there an issue if you do the incision too low? And if the doctor leaned in, jabbed his finger and went, quiet Piggy, while you would sit there and go, what the fuck? Like, what is happening right here?
Yeah. Like even if this guy would be like, but no, haven't you ever wanted to like, you know, yell at an employee or like again, there's kind of like, you could be like, I guess so, but that just seems unrelated and a separate point entirely from me being uncomfortable with this person in this context, in this position of power over this person, acting that way, acting belligerently. It's immature.
Yeah.
It's the same way that like, you know, you can find sort of like examples of like, I don't know, every now and then like some local news outlet will report on the fact that like teachers suspended for saying fuck you bitch to fourth grader, you know? Like, you can laugh at it for a second, but then in reality, if you were forced to be like, oh, if that were my kid, you'd be like, oh, well, no, that's unprofessional. I would still report it. Even if I found it funny. Even if I wanted to say, fuck you, bitch, to my fourth grade child. You know, it still kicks in. So I think it's so funny because this guy's like, the average person is like smart, and now he's like completely to me overestimating the extent to which the general public is willing to like let moments like this slide.
The only people that, this is the last thing I'll say, is the only people that I've ever seen flaunt that defense of like Trump's a real one, he says the things we all want to say, is usually the people that you know for a fact are belligerent racial slur users. Like they're the ones that are like, he just says the things out loud we all want to say. It's like, okay, you just outed yourself.
Every racist believes, right? They think, everybody thinks all of these racist, bigoted thoughts that I do all the time. The difference is that people like me, the bold truth tellers, we're just open about it. We're honest about it. Unlike you, soy cucks, you hide it for political correctness.
First 10 minutes. Here, I'll tell you
We're
why.
already doing good.
Because you struck it. Because you know why so many people let the troller in chief? Because sometimes he's the troller in the chief, and that's exactly what I voted for. You know, I voted for a guy that's going to get in the.
I voted for this toddler to go and smear shit on the walls wherever he fucking goes. That's who I voted for.
Whereas the liberal, like the criticism for the liberals that were okay with Trump for the longest time, they liked the policies, but they turned, like the more conservative ones, like the Democrat in name only types, the ones that were okay with the economic shit, especially during Trump 1.0, they would turn around and go, I just don't like the tweets. I just don't like the mean tweets.
Yeah.
This dude's, I voted for the mean tweets. Like,
yeah,
fuck
exactly.
yeah.
But I do think that Tom is actually more in touch with the average fucking Trump voter than the pundits when they just come out and say shit like this. Because I'm not under the illusion that like, oh, most people don't like this. No, I know that there's a large contingent of Americans that see Trump doing that and they have the reaction that they just did. They think it's funny. But where are these people when, again, what's her name? Michelle Wolf or whatever is saying to Sarah Huckabee Sanders that she looks like a botched abortion or whatever. Where are these same people that like the same people will pearl clutch? I won't even say tan suit. I won't even say fucking ketchup mustard on a hot dog. I can't remember. I will say like they don't find it funny that Obama was like, I got 2 words for you, drone strike, you know, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. They'll be like, that's not appropriate, even though you can make the same defense of it.
The thing you need to realize here is that abortion is murder, and there's no joking about that because that's against the Bible.
I voted for a guy that's going to be here, but doesn't everybody sit back? I wish I could say that to my boss.
I'm in Dallas. I'm in the hotel room.
It's a hidden thing. I want to do it. I want to do it. And he's doing it for me.
I'm in the bathroom. I come to
These
Jen,
are children. These are fucking children.
No, this is a grown adult man. That's the thing that must be underscored. This is an adult. This is, again, the most elderly guy.
I want to do it.
Look at how excited he is. The old guy on the panel. Grandpa over here. Love it.
Doing it for me.
I'm in the bathroom. I come to Jen. I said, babe, the president just said this. Her instant reaction is she couldn't stop laughing. The fact that a president told a reporter,
I'm
Piggy.
thinking, fucking,
Who says
I hate
that?
this
I mean,
timeline.
Woman alibi achieved.
No, and it's not only that. He's like, so I'm picturing him on the shitter now with like his phone in his hand watching like Trump clips or something. Because that seems like some very, I need bleach. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I actually agree that a lot of very stupid people just wanted to see drama, maybe even specifically taste fascism. I can't believe I'm saying. No, I agree with that. I think a lot of people think that nothing like Democrats, Republicans, it's all the same. They're both out of touch. If it's a spectacle either way, I may as well vote for the entertaining spectacle that is Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Over Joseph Biden.
Say F you can say you motherfucker. No, what's worse? I'd rather be told that than be called a piggy. Be quiet, piggy.
And they're all searching for how that it's
is she
racial
fat?
or sexually or.
Is
they're
this
trying
the
to
one,
find a
Rob?
way.
No,
Wait,
he's like literally said this shit to like about Rosie O'Donnell before.
According to reports, this is the reporter that the president called Piggy.
Has anybody asked him why he called her piggy?
Not that I'm aware. I'll look.
What is the?
Gee,
Does it fucking matter?
Get Nancy Drew on the fucking case, dude. Is it really that much of a fucking mystery? Trump's a raging fucking misogynist. It's that obvious, and he's also a queenie fucking petty bitch.
Like there has to be a backstory.
Yeah, she doesn't look super.
There has to be a backstory.
There's got to be some other.
Does she have pigs as a pet? Like, no, I'm actually curious. Like, is there like?
Did she have pigs as a pet?
Trump's that
Like, again,
dialed in
we have to
know
go
her
down, like,
childhood.
again, maybe Trump knows that she had pigs as a pet. It was that personal. It's not just, an expression of Trump saying whatever the fuck he feels like at any given moment because he's an entitled piece of shit.
Yeah.
What was the old nursery rhyme? This
Pig
little
fetish.
piggy. This little piggy had. This little piggy did this. And
Yeah, maybe she had a pig fetish. That's a more plausible explanation than Occam's razor says it was probably that Trump had knowledge that reporter from ABC has a pig fetish. That's why he said that.
Yeah.
Piggy
And by
went
the way,
crying all the way home.
while this is happening, you know what happened yesterday? Larry Summers, to his 30 students, he got up to his. Did you see this, Tom? Larry Summers gets in front of his 30 students, and one of the students recorded it and posted it. Rob, do you have this one, or you want me to send it to you? Yeah, in front of his students, he apologizes. He apologizes and says, "Hey, because of what happened," right there. Rob, go ahead. Watch this.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein, and that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities for a time, but I think it's very important to fulfill my teaching obligation.
So there you have it. So Larry Summers comes out, apologizes. Some lady is called Little Piggy. You know, you got another story from New York Post comes out where
hold on,
no.
What a fail, dude! What an absolute fail that they're not going to go into what it is he did, and especially because he's more of a Democrat leaning ties to previous Democratic. Yeah. He's got ties to actual Democratic administrations, and he's like, so Larry Summers apologized, and then he just moves on to the next thing where he could have hit fucking home on this. There's so much comedy gold.
Again, they literally do no prep for this show. So you're completely right, but they're not. They leave so much on the table because they can't be bothered to spend 30 minutes looking over any of this shit beforehand.
Larry Summers was emailing and texting Epstein, trying to get pickup tips, which I'm not saying I've done it, but I think amongst bros, I think we can all admit occasionally you're in a dry spell. You're in a dry spell and you're like, bro, what am I doing fucking wrong over here? Like, what's happening? Right? But then imagine the person that you've been in an email chain that is now part of government fucking record happens to be a prolific pedophile sex trafficker. Like, you're fucked. You're absolutely fucked. I would never go outside again, ever. And now he's teaching fucking college classes. That's just amazing.
What some of the girls said about Epstein, which we'll cover that on Friday because that's Vinny's favorite.
I mean, you have two. You're at a fork in the road, and you could either go the way of the Dersh, okay, and just shamelessly be like, I've always argued that the age of consent is too high, and my only regret is that Epstein had to even serve a single day in jail at the same institution, right, which he shames frequently every time he goes out in fucking public. You can either do that, or you can become a recluse, right? That's it.
Story. We won't cover that today.
More of an Adam story, but
well, listen, it is what it is. But we'll cover that on Friday. Rob, what other new things did we learn? What are the new things that we learned? Because there was a. Is this the one with Johnson?
Yes, this is where Mike Johnson talks about it being a security issue to release a national security issue to release the Epstein files unredacted.
Go ahead.
All right. Number 5. National security concerns. Okay. The discharge.
Okay, yeah, but he's saying this after he voted for the bill.
Requires the Attorney General to release within 30 days, quote, classified information to the maximum extent possible. This ignores the principle that declassification should always rest, and always has rested, with the agency that originated the intelligence. Why? So that they can protect their...
Did you know that you just came back from an ad break? Were you aware of that?
No, I don't watch it. Or why?
Oh, you did, and this would be a great time to remind people that there's probably a way that they could avoid future ad breaks, maybe.
Oh yeah, you guys, if you want to subscribe to me, or if some lovely, generous chatter wants to gift subs throughout the chat, so people aren't resorting to. I'm not going to finish that sentence because I have a warning on Twitch, and I'm not going to play with fire anymore. But if you want an ad-free experience, a way that you can unlock that is by subscribing or getting hit with a gifted sub. And even though some of you guys may have YouTube Premium, some of you may not, you should either way, just to be safe, subscribe to me on YouTube, but just for free, and also hit the bell, and also send money through super chats or whatever. Okay, Ogreboy, go.
Just follow my channel. It's right here.
I think people should be able to see it because we remembered to collab this time.
Yeah.
Critical sources and methods. It is incredibly dangerous to demand that officials or employees of the DOJ declassify materials that originated in other agencies, in intelligence agencies.
Okay.
Did they say the age of consent is too high? Alan Dershowitz has said that because he said we're criminalizing it, or like, yeah, criminalizing a behavior that is like frequently practiced because there's a lot of teenagers that like the median age or average age that they start being intimate with one another is like below the age of consent. So we should bring it in line with that, even though that's like there's already Romeo and Juliet laws to accommodate this. So
meanwhile, dog, you're arguing for this when you're fucking 50. Like, shut the fuck
yeah,
up.
I
Like,
know. And when you look the way that you do.
This goes back to kind of what you're talking about. The fact that nothing's going to be
Who
released.
argues? Alan Dershowitz.
Yeah. Do you, if there's one thing that Glenn Beck was talking about this, I think it was yesterday, maybe even a few days ago, he was talking about this, where there was a specific part that they were leaving out. Part where it said they're trying to get Trump that I want you to realize that the dog hasn't barked. The dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Yeah. This is an email exchange between Epstein, I want to say, and the dog that hasn't barked.
Please touch on what it means.
I think that would break his brain. There's also no way he knows that.
Please.
Grok, what is the dog that didn't bark mean?
Trump. And they hid the name of the individual, which was Virginia. That's the one, Rob, if you want to zoom in a little bit. So this is email correspondence of Jeffrey Epstein. Who is he sending it to? GMAX. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim they hid. So you wouldn't know who that person is. This is what the Democrats were using for many years. Spent hours at my house with.
For many years, the thing that was just dumped in the last couple of weeks
also,
or whatever.
If I could just add, I've had to rethink my social media usage because I too had a vacation email account, a iTunes email account, that's a bit, by the way. That's one of the weirdest things I think I've ever seen is where someone comes up with individualized, unique email addresses that say in the thing, like, this is what I registered my iTunes with.
Yeah, it's fucking sociopathic.
I have no insight on that. I just think that that's so fucking weird that every time I see one of these emails, it just fucking strikes me.
With him.
Oh, also, Alan Dershowitz is 87, not 50. So just FYI.
Well, I'm going back the 30 years to when
No, he did this recently.
Oh.
He was reiterating this, and he's like, I've long called for it. So it started back then, but he's bringing it up again.
He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there, meaning he hasn't prompted to do anything with her, apparently. Going a little bit more, and then the direct correspondence. Victim, Mar-a-Lago. Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member ever. Of course he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop, okay? So who is the victim? The victim is Virginia Giuffre, okay? And when Virginia was asked about the relationship with the president, and the question was asked, Donald Trump was also a good friend of Epstein, and this questionnaire going back and forth. I don't know if you have that one or not, Rob. And she responded, he didn't partake in any of the sex with any of us, is what was said in there, right? But he flirted with me. So this is some of the stuff that is coming out. I think it's good that it's being released.
I hate to be gross, but like all that means is he sat in a chair in the corner. Like that doesn't mean anything. That's not an exoneration. Holy fuck.
We're still getting is what was said in there, right? But he flirted with me. So this is some of the stuff that is coming out. I think it's good that it's being released. Even though if it's a little bit, we're still getting. Her
testimony was such that he never participated in any sort of sexual activity with her.
Yeah, he was in the cuck
but
chair.
They were just really nice. But he was also always around, apparently, according to the emails that were released.
Yeah.
So again, right? They could have been doing some like fucked up eyes wide shut shit, but technically, I was always over in the corner. Like that doesn't. Yeah,
it's like, did you know that you can get in trouble in this country under domestic U.S. law for seeing a crime and not reporting it? They consider that to be something like obstruction of justice, or makes you an accessory or an accomplice because you saw some wrongdoing and you didn't fucking say anything. Like that's not, like you're saying, it's not exonerating him.
More than we had the day before. I don't mind if more and more information is being released and being talked about, but the reality of it is, I'm convinced there's guys on both sides, and I think a lot of people are probably in the same place as well. They just don't want the world to know who these names are. they think it's a much better place to keep it to themselves. Tom, I'll give you the last word and we'll go to the next story.
If anybody thinks that this is, first of all, Vinny's not here, but I will speak up for the horrifying effect that happens.
Unfortunately, Vinny's not here.
The victims. And I'm not equivocating the two things I'm about to say, but there's a reason why they all say they're in favor of campaign finance reform and they pass resolutions that do nothing. There's a reason they're all in favor of the line item veto and then they don't pass any resolutions, because
the line item veto is unconstitutional. So even if Democrats supported that, unless they could get a constitutional amendment off the ground to which would require supermajority, which they're never going to get, they could not reverse that decision. And also, it's easily explained. The Democrats that call for the end of for tighter campaign finance regulations, they're usually the ones that don't take corporate PAC money, and then the other Democrats do. But they don't call for it. Those are not the same people.
That is the uniparty, that is the establishment, and
this is what happens when, again, he does politics for a living. He does political commentary for a living. And that's how, not just low resolution, but incorrect his analysis is of the opposition party. You'd think that they would be better about naming all the fuck-ups of Democrats, but that could only be, that only has sway with people who literally just reflexively hate Democrats and are in a solid echo chamber and don't know shit about fuck.
That's why you need a strong left flank to keep the Democrats accountable for their own misgivings, is because the Republicans aren't capable of doing it.
Yeah, of course not.
Is that do nothing. There's a reason they're all in favor of the line item veto and then they don't pass any resolutions, because
we only indulge my A-logging, Ian Weatherford. If you guys want any other A-logging, it's gonna cost money. Sorry.
That is the uniparty, that is the establishment, and that is what the American voter can see in the clear light of day and is pissed off about, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. And now you have something as volatile as pedophilia and the victims, and it just has pushed Americans over the top. An answer.
Yeah. Can I add one more thing?
Of course.
One thing that we've learned from all this, especially the Larry Summers thing, it's true, right? That there is this other
I think there is some progress with information. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's not specific, but it does confirm everybody's gut feeling.
Larry Summers apologizing, Jeff, that's a pretty big deal.
But it goes along. People are right. They know that there's something there. So yeah.
So I'm more of the thought of, I'm more optimistic.
People know things.
Hold on. No. Wait. No. Okay. Larry Summers apologized, and that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Well, what did Larry Summers apologize for? I already said he was looking for fucking tips and advice on how to fucking take advantage of people that he was mentoring.
Yeah.
Gross. Fucking gross. But he came forward and they're like, that is a big deal that he apologized. Meanwhile, we have every reason in the world, even if you take the emails and just fucking push them aside, we have every reason in the world to believe that Trump has been involved with with Epstein for a long time. Was a long time. Never once said no, you know what, guys, I let you all down because I was ever friends with this guy in the first place.
You should be thanking me. What more do you want from me, you fucking apes? Leave me alone. It's always been contempt.
The cognitive dissonance on their inability to connect those two dots and go, wait a minute, this guy that we're uncritically backing all the time, maybe he should speak up on this shit.
Trump has all but said "shut up, Piggy" to the fucking his own base over this shit. He is he's been tired of it.
Mistake that more's going to come out. It's never going to fill the appetite of the audience because they want 100%. But I'm coming from a place of, I think there's going to be some progress and more information coming out. Not 100% of it, but more of it coming out for us to get smarter with what happened.
I mean, we know it's not going to be 100% if they'd actually bother to read the fucking bill, because it literally carves out what information is fine with being censored.
The more and more stories you see with these girls, that's devastating. That's someone's daughter, that's someone's niece, that's someone's today their wife, that's someone's sister that experienced
I mean, did the reporter who got did Trump sexually assault her? No, but in the instance of the reporter, it's just funny, right? It's funny to say to a reporter asking you a question about a current event when you're the head of state, "Shut up, Piggy." But when it's this or whatever, it has to be this high stakes before they're busting out. Come on, you guys know women. You know women. Some of you guys were. I know that you were born because a woman gave birth to you. Try to have some empathy here.
Like this, and you can only
imagine. But
imagine
that's what it has to be before they'll actually be try to have some sympathy for these people that are really, really upset about fucking CSAM and unspeakable acts against children.
As a younger brother, my sister's a few years older than me. I was always extremely protective, to the levels of that even there was a guy, she had an ex-boyfriend one time. This poor guy, I get out of the military, he is 10 years older than me. We're at that church, and he walks by. I'm in my uniform. I'm 18 years old. My dad is begging me to not do anything because we did something to the guy when he left the gym one time when I was 15 years old, 16. I don't know what it was. It was a long time ago.
You don't have to go search for anything, but what branch was he in?
He was in the Army.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Level of when he left the gym one time when I was 15 years old, 16. I don't know what it was. It was a long time ago. That level of protection that you have for the people around you. So I'm sure a lot of families want to see justice with this. So we'll see what happened here with the story. Let's go to the next one. Now, more things yesterday.
Okay. I don't think we have time for her take. So I think that's where we're going to leave it. But is there any other thoughts? What are your thoughts? Is this the first time that you've ever reacted to the PPD podcast? It is, right?
Anytime that they do have like a guest on that it at least has enough crossover to other shit. Like I said, there was the episode that he had with The Rock, where I watched like 3 or 4 of the clips together, but I've never sat. I actually, believe it or not, I don't even think I've sat through Sam's entire
episode. Yeah, no, I
appearance.
don't even think I did that. Because at that point I wasn't streaming yet. But I have seen like the highlights where he was like, yeah, billionaires shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
The hot take.
And apparently so did Joe Rogan, which is fucking hilarious. But
Joe Rogan said that as well?
Well, so Rogan was talking about he said he was watching within about a week. He was doing his own podcast and he was saying he was watching this thing where he said something along the lines of like this twerp or this little geek or something was talking about billionaires shouldn't exist. And it was almost a 1-to-1 that it was the timing on it. The only person he could have been talking about was Sam.
Of course.
Yeah.
And like the thing that's great, I love when PPD, like he'll be like Taylor Lorenz. He went after Taylor, excoriated her because of her putting her foot in her mouth over the like Luigi Mangione healthcare CEO shooting. She like said like, oh, I felt joy when I saw the reaction. Then she like immediately retracted it. She was like, oh, well, here's what I mean. Like, I'm glad to see that people are actually aware of like the kind of systemic violence that's a result of like this for-profit healthcare system. Like she gives this nuanced answer, right? They tear into her, just focus on the not the misspeak, but like the flub when she first said, right? But then he has all gas, no brakes on Andrew Callahan, and he tries to get him to like he's like, why did so many people react positively to it? Andrew was like, oh, because of this, and he like gives the same explanation. He's like, wow, that's a good point. Just like it's like sometimes worse than Joe Rogan as far as like agreeing with the last person who he talked to.
Well, it's you already hate the person, and it's the power of like the 17-second clip. Like they fiend on that shit. So
they love it. All right, you guys.
This was.
Oh wait, sorry. You continue. I guess you're doing the outro. No, you were gonna say something.
No, I was gonna say like this was once again a treat and a pleasure.
Okay, cool.
Thank you for letting me continue to be the fill-in.
Yeah, until Pisco gets his shit together. Are you gonna keep streaming? Should I just remove you from the thing because I don't want to?
No, I'm gonna sign off. But this was I usually do about 4 hours a night and call it good. So
okay,
but once again, thanks a bunch. See you next week.
Bye. All right, you guys. If you are watching, quick show, really quick, one more time. If you're watching on Twitch, you're not following me yet, please go ahead and do so. That way you can want to go live. Same on YouTube. Subscribe to me, hit the bell, like the stream, pushes it out to other people. If you want to support me, you can subscribe to me, give subs throughout the chats, or follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at straighted _ on everything. And I will be back tomorrow. I really want to watch this Taylor Lorenz video, speaking of, where she talked to Ray Spalding about Maga's reaction to the Epstein files being released. So that'll be good tomorrow. I think I'm going on Live and Learn. We'll see. I don't know what time. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I will see you tomorrow. Bye.
Federal Register and